Hello friends. This is Phoenix What If. How are you all? So in this video, we will see. What if Naruto get married with Rin Nohara, Naruto x Harem? But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also if possible share this video with your friends. Now without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. Rin had been sitting in her apartment for the last 3 weeks. 3 weeks ago, she had been rescued by her teammates, Kakashi and Obito. 3 weeks ago, Obito had been crushed by a rock nin. 3 weeks ago, she transplanted one of his eyes into Kakashi. 3 weeks ago, he told her that he loved her. She felt terrible at the moment he said those words. She had never been kind to him since the formation of the team. She treated him like trash and swooned over Kakashi, who just ignored her, but he still loved her. Ever since his death, their team had been copying in their own way. The fourth had taken up reading his sensei's books. Kakashi showed up late for everything. And Rin, she just shut out the world and relived every moment of the times she spent with Obito, looking for the few moments she had shown him kindness. Why her? How could he have fallen in love with her? She was lost in this train of thought, when a knock came at her door. She didn't move. She just sat there staring at her feet. Suddenly, the door opened and there stood her sensei, the yellow flash. Rin, he said softly, you can't keep this up. People are worried about you. I'm less than trash, she replied. Why didn't I act more like a teammate to Obito? Why didn't I do more? The fourth just stood there letting her pour out all her emotions. Sensei, I want to go away. I can't stay here anymore. Everything just reminds me of him. I'm sorry but no, said the Hokage. We are at war right now. If you leave, you will be considered a traitor by the village and declared a missing nin. If you stay here, you can do more for his memory. Missing nins get killed on sight, right sensei? She asked with a small smile. She turned to fan her sensei, the look of defeat in her eyes. Maybe that wouldn't be so bad. The fourth raced over to her and grabbed her. This startled her. He had never done anything like this before. But, then again, nothing like this had ever happened before. Don't think like that, he said in a stern voice. Obito gave up his to save yours. Don't throw it away after he did something like that. He let her go and began to walk away, when a thought came to his mind. Rin, if in a week you still can get over this, come and see me by the cabin in the woods. I think I might have an idea for you to disappear for a while and not be declared a missing nin. Just, try to think of the good things in life. With that, he gave her a small smile and left her to her thoughts. A week passed by, and there he stood waiting for Rin by the cabin. It was late at night, so no one was around. He stood there with a large scroll that he had recently finished. In it contained all of his jutsu knowledge. Soon, he would place one last item in it. Rin came running up to him. She was wearing a purple gi with a fishnet clothes underneath and black pants. On her back was her survival gear along with a few personal items. She looked overjoyed when she saw her sensei. I'm here, she said with a grin. She was happy that she would be able to go away and work out her problems. Well, let's do this, said the fourth as he unrolled the scroll. What's this for sensei? I'm going to seal you into this scroll. Rin's sweat dropped. This wasn't what she had in mind. Come again? If you leave, you are a missing nin. However, this scroll isn't going to be leaving the village. While you are in the scroll, time will stand still. No matter how long you are in the scroll, you will not feel hunger, get tired, or age. Basically, you will have all the time you need to get over Obito and any other feeling you might have. He hands her a picture. If someone else undoes the seal, just show them this and they'll have an understanding. Seal? Someone else? I've worked out a seal with the help of Jiraiya. The seal will only allow someone of my bloodline or his to unseal it. The picture is a safeguard, so if something happens to me, just show it to the new Hokage and he'll believe you or who you say you are and what happened. Who knows, I might die fighting a demon and my son will be the new Hokage and awaken you like in those fairy tales. He said the last part with a laugh. I pity whoever is related to you, sensei. Why? You're a little nutty and you like ramen too much, sensei. He shrugged and told her to stand in the middle of the seal. She did as she was told and was soon engulfed in a bright yellow light. The next thing she knew, she was in a world of whiteness. A few years later, ah, crap, said the fourth as he saw Kyuubi attacking the village. I just had to tempt fate. Did I just say fate? Damn, I'm sounding like a hyuga. My wife is going to kill me. He knew this day was coming for the last couple of days. Reports had been coming in that the Kyuubi was coming closer and closer to the village each day. Now, he was here. Destroying the village he had sworn to protect. A medic soon came into his office. "Sir, your son was just born." The fourth just stared at the medic for a second and then began to bang his head onto his desk. "Sir, is something wrong?" He, bang, had, bang, to, bang, be, bang, born, bang, now. Another medic stepped into the room and looked at this sight. He took a deep breath. "Sir, I'm sorry, but your wife has slipped into a coma." The fourth looked up and stared at him. Well, at least she can't object to this. With that, he went down to where his son was and began to place a seal on the baby's chest using his blood. A few seconds later, the third came into the room, looking angry. "Don't even think about it," he said. "Think about what?" replied the fourth, trying to look innocent. "Kind of hard when you are making a blood seal on your son. We talked about this. You are not going to be placing the demon inside your son. Think about what his life will be like. He will be considered a hero to the people. He alone will be the one to keep the demon at bay. He will be the one responsible for giving the people of this village their futures back. But what if tomorrow ends and this was all for nothing? You worry too much. Have faith in the people of this village." With that, he walked out of the room as a teardrop fell off his cheek. He felt cheated. He wanted to do all the things other fathers get to do with their sons. Teaching his son how to ride a bike, how to throw a kunai, how to dispose of an enemy corpse. He just hoped to Kami that someone would be there for him, to take his place. "Take care, Arashi," said Sarutobi. One night a man had a dream. He dreamed he was walking along the beach with the Lord. Across the sky flashed scenes from his life. For each scene, he noticed two sets of footprints in the sand. One belonged to him and the other to the Lord. When the last scene of his life flashed before him, he looked back at the footprints in the sand. He noticed that many times along the path of his life there was only one set of footprints. He also noticed that it happened at the very lowest and saddest times in his life. This really bothered him and he questioned the Lord about it. "Lord, you said that once I decided to follow you you'd walk with me all the way, but I have noticed that during the most troublesome times in my life, there is only one set of footprints. I don't understand why when I needed you most you would leave me." The Lord replied, "My precious, precious child, I love you and would never leave you. During your times of trial and suffering when you see only one set of footprints, it was then that I carried you. We all go through hard times, some more than others. It's nice to know that someone is there to help carry us even when we don't know it. And, no matter how long that pain and sorrow lasts, someone will be there all the way. Well, I hope I didn't offend anyone with this." "Well, on with the show. Naruto, get back here," shouted an angry Chunin as they chased an orange-clad boy. "No way," yelled Naruto. "You can't catch me." It had been 12 years since the Kyuubi attack. However, the people had not lost its fear of the great beast. To vent their anger and fear they turned on the boy who contained the beast. Many believed that he could be influenced by the Kyuubi or that he was the beast's reincarnation. Because of that, many of the people in the village gave him icy stares. Some of the people tried to kill him from time to time. Without any real attention, Naruto tried to get it any way he could. Like today, painting on the Hokage monument. Naruto was able to outrun his pursuers and hide from them effectively. As soon as the coast seemed clear, he came out of his hiding spot and began to laugh at them. He, who had failed the graduation exam 3 times, had outwitted Chunins. Sadly, his laughter stopped as he heard a voice from behind him. "Naruto, what are you doing cutting class?" Naruto turned around to see Iruka, whose eye was twitching. Soon, Naruto found himself back in class. "Tomorrow is the graduation exam and you do this? If you have so much free time you should be studying so you don't fail it again." Yeah. I was just trying to have a little fun," commented the blonde. "For that, we are going to have a pop quiz on the henge. Everyone, to the front of the class." Everyone began to complain, but did as they were told. One by one, each of the students began to transform into Iruka. Of course, all the girls went all over Sasuke when he went up. When it was Naruto's turn he did his transformation, just not into Iruka. Instead, he turned into a naked girl with pigtails. Like any straight man. "Hey, I'd fall for this jutsu. Who wouldn't? He fall backwards as a stream of blood gushed out of his nose. How do you like that, sensei? Laughed Naruto. I call it the sexy jutsu. Not created stupid jutsus, shouted Iruka as he got back up. This is your last chance, so don't screw around. Later that day, Iruka was watching Naruto clean up his mess. You can leave until this is all cleaned up, reminded Iruka. Whatever, it's not like I have anyone waiting for me back home, responded Naruto. Naruto had grown up all alone his whole life. At the age of 4, he was kicked out of the orphanage and was given an apartment by the Hokage. The old man had never told Naruto back his mother because he didn't want to get his hopes up. She had been in a coma for 12 years and it was unlikely she would ever wake up. Iruka sighed and decided to pull out his trump card. Hey Naruto, when you get down I'll treat you to a bowl of ramen. Naruto looked at his sensei for a second, and then got to work faster than ever. Amazing what a little motivation can do to a person. Later, while Naruto was downing his third bowl of ramen, Iruka asked the boy why he had done it. Naruto looked at him and replied that he had respect for them and would that it was his declaration that he could become a Hokage someday. Okay, he didn't say those words exactly, but that was the idea he was going for. Hey sensei. What is it, Naruto? Can I try on you Hite 8? Sorry, but you'll have to wait for tomorrow after you pass the exam. Iruka gave Naruto a knowing smile and then sent him on his way. In Iruka's mind, Naruto could do it. The next day was the big day. One by one, Iruka called out names to meet him in the next room to be tested by him and his assistant Mizuki. Naruto was nervous. If it had been on anything other than the clone skill, he could pass. However, it was. Soon his name was called. He soon found himself facing his senseis. Okay Naruto, said Iruka, all you need to do is make a clone and you pass. Do your best. Right. Bushin no Jutsu. A large puff of smoke appeared and when it disappeared, it revealed a half-dead looking clone. You fail, shouted Iruka. Hold on, said Mizuki. He has the concept down and was able to make a clone. I'm sure we could pass him. Naruto looked up at this. His hopes were high. Maybe he would pass after all. Sadly, those thoughts vanished with Iruka's next words. No, we can't pass him. The other students were able to make at least 3 clones and they were able to walk around. Naruto's clone is useless. I'm sorry, but it wouldn't be fair to the rest of the class. After that, Naruto sat on a swing watching the parents of the other students pick up their children. He was the only one who didn't pass. What hurt the most was that no one came over to him to cheer him up. No, that wasn't true. He could handle the stares and the cold words that were whispered about him. What hurt the most was that, once again, no one was there to pick him up like the other students. He was alone. Soon Mizuki came over to Naruto and asked if he wanted to talk. Naruto agreed and followed Mizuki to the top of the Hokage monument. Don't be too hard on Iruka, said Mizuki. He just wants to see you do your best. He really cares about up. Naruto said nothing. He just looked down at the ground until Mizuki spoke again. There is another way to pass, but it's a secret. What is it? Asked Naruto. All you have to do is sneak into the Hokage's office, steal the forbidden scroll, and learn one jutsu from it before someone finds you, he explained. How does that prove I'm ready to be a genin? Asked Naruto. Not as dumb as he looks. It will prove you have the skills necessary to be a genin. Things like stealth, courage, and the ability to think on your feet. Something seemed off about this answer, but Naruto decided to trust Mizuki. After all, he was a teacher and a shinobi of this village. He could be trusted, right? Later that night, Naruto snuck into the Hokage's office and grabbed the scroll. While he was making his escape, the Hokage entered the office and saw him. Thinking quickly, Naruto used his sexy jutsu on the old man, knocking him out cold. And they said that was a useless jutsu, said Naruto with a smirk. Naruto quickly made his way to the place where Mizuki had told him to go to. As soon as he got there he opened the scroll and noticed a large seal on the first part. What the hell is this for? He said aloud. He began to think back to his previous lessons on seals. Luckily for him, he had been awake for that lesson. He remembered that most seals could be opened with a little bit of blood. Naruto shrugged, thinking this was part of the test, bit his thumb and pressed it against the seal. It suddenly began to flow a bright red color. What the? He never got to finish the sentence as a young girl shot out of the scroll and landed on him. Naruto pushed her off of him, got up, and looked her over. From what he could tell, she was asleep. She appeared to be 12 or 13. She had short brown hair and had 2 orange marks on her cheeks. She was wearing a purple gi with a fishnet clothes underneath and black pants with a backpack on her back. Naruto leaned closer to her face, when all of a sudden, she opened her eyes. "Wah!" shouted Naruto as he backed away from the girl. She got up on her knees and looked at the boy in front of her. He was wearing an ugly orange jumpsuit, goggles, had blonde hair, and blue eyes. "Sensei," was all she said before she passed out again. To say Naruto was confused would have been an understatement. Part of him wanted to run away and the other wanted to stay to find out who she was. Making up his mind, he went over to the girl and made sure she was all right. After checking her vitals, he decided that she was just tired and asleep. Content with this, he pulled the scroll over to her and began to read about shadow clones. It was about an hour later when Iruka showed up. He was expecting only Naruto to be there, but not a sleeping girl as well. Naruto looked like he was exhausted. "Hey Iruka-sensei, looks like you found me," said Naruto with a laugh. "Naruto, what are doing here and who is she?" "Don't know," said Naruto as he scratched the back of his head. "She just popped out of the scroll. And the reason I'm here was to pass that special test. I only managed to learn one jutsu though." "What special test?" asked the dumbfounded teacher. "The one Mizuki-sensei told me about. He said all I had to do was steal the forbidden scroll and learn one jutsu and I could become a genin." "Naruto," began Iruka, but stopped when he sensed Mizuki appear on a tree branch above them. "I see you found him first," said Mizuki with a smug look on his face. "What's going on, sensei?" asked Naruto. "Naruto, Mizuki lied to you," said Iruka as he pulled out a kunai. "He used you to steal the forbidden scroll for himself." "Naruto," said Mizuki with an evil look in his eyes, "have you ever wondered why you were hated? Would you like me to tell you?" "Why?" asked Naruto. "Don't," shouted Iruka. "It's because you are the 9-tailed fox Kyuubi no Kitsune," said Mizuki with a look of glee on his face. "What? That's impossible. Think about," said Mizuki. "Why do you think everyone hates you? Your birthday is October 10th, the same day as the day the Kyuubi attacked. And those whisker marks. And what about the names all the villagers call you? Face it, you are the demon fox. Even Iruka hates you because you killed his parents." Naruto fell to his knees. This was too much for him to take in, but it was beginning to make sense. Seeing Naruto in this state, Mizuki flung one of his giant shurikens at Naruto. However, it impacted the back of Iruka. "Iruka-sensei, why?" asked the demon vessel. "Naruto, I'm so sorry. I was the same as you. I know what it feels to be all alone. When my parents died, I became the class clown so people would notice me and my grades slacked. I'm so sorry I never helped you when you really needed it." With that, Iruka fell down. In pure panic, Naruto grabbed the scroll and ran away. Mizuki soon began to chase him and shortly after that so did Iruka. Rin let out a big yawn as she got up and stretched. She felt rested and refreshed. Realizing that she was out of the scroll, she looked around for her sensei. "Where is sensei? And why the hell did he take so long to get me unsealed?" Rin then noticed 3 chakra signatures close by and decided to check them out. She hoped one of them was her sensei. When she caught up to the signatures, she saw a person in a chunin vest with brown hair and a scar on his nose turn into a chunin with blue hair. She decided to hide and find out what was going on. "How did you know I wasn't Iruka?" asked Mizuki. Then, the other person, a boy in an orange jumpsuit, turned into the scared chunin. "Because I'm Iruka, I don't see why you're not helping me kill that monster. He killed your parents. You saw the way he looked. That was the loom of a monster with no remorse for the lives he has taken. Help me kill him and together we can take the scroll and become powerful." "You're right," said Iruka. "Monsters do kill without remorse and they do terrible things." In his hiding place, Naruto began to sink into despair. Iruka thought of him as a monster as well. However, he was amazed at what he said next. But that's not what Naruto is. He's nothing like the demon fox. He is a kind and hard-working boy that everyone ignores. He is one of the finest students I have ever taught and will become a great shinobi one day. You are a fool, Iruka. Now die, said Mizuki as he reached to his back to pull out his other shuriken. However, it wasn't there. What the hell? Looking for this, said Rin as she strolled out of her hiding place into view. Now, what's this I hear of a demon fox? Just then, Naruto rushed over to his sensei. I'm sorry sensei, he said. That's okay, Naruto. That's the demon fox right there, said Mizuki as he pointed at Naruto. The fourth sealed it inside a newborn baby and the demon fox took over. Now, help me kill it and that traitor. The only traitor here is you, shouted Naruto as he turned to face the blue-head Chunin. If you lay one finger on my sensei, I'll kill you. I'd like to see you try, said the Y Chunin. Fine, shadow clone jutsu. Suddenly, the entire forest became orange. My eyes can't take it. So many ugly jumpsuits. Well, it was then the beatdown began. When Naruto was finished, he turned to see the girl who had appeared out of the scroll treating Iruka's wound. Are you okay sensei? Asked Naruto. Yeah, I'll be all right, replied his sensei. Of course he'll be all right, said the girl. I'm treating him after all. Now, where is my sensei? I didn't see him when I woke up. He was supposed to be here when I got unsealed. Ah, I unsealed you, said Naruto meekly. What? But he said only he or one of his family members could undo the seal. Well, I don't know about that, but I'm telling you I unsealed you. As Naruto said this, he began to scratch the back of his head. Rin's eyes grew wide. Arashi used to do the same thing. In fact, Naruto looked just like him. Crap, I must have been gone too long. So, where is the fourth? He's dead, replied Naruto. He died 12 years ago. When she heard that, she sank into a corner of the meadow looking depressed. Hey Naruto, close your eyes, said Iruka. Naruto complied, and when he opened them, he noticed the Iruka's Hittite was no longer on Iruka's head. It was his. Naruto began to jump for joy and his happiness was infectious. Rin looked over at this happy sight. I'm glad you became a shinobi, she said as she walked over. My name is Rin. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the next Hokage. Sarutobi looked at the scene unfolding in his crystal ball. The girl did look a lot like Rin, but she should have been much old. Suddenly, a medic burst into his room. Lord Hokage, something incredible just happened. What is it? The fourth's wife just woke up. The old man just stared at him. Oh shit, was all he said. Well, there we are. Now for some pulls. I like to try something different, so the first set of pull will be for Naruto's bloodline. Which clan do you want her to be a part of? Deidara's clan, exploding clay type jutsus. The Kagaya clan, Shikatsumyaku, or the Dead Bone Pulse. No clan, just same old Naruto. The other vote will be for the Team 7 sensei. Here are the choices. Kakashi, he looks up for his porn, saying that he will only teach Sasuke. Anko, she gives a sadistic grin. Zabuza, B begins to shout, I have reformed. The winners are Anko by 1 vote and the Dead Bone Pulse by a lot. I had hoped you all would have gone for the clay bombs. Just imagine those bombs pull Kyuubi's chakra. Can anyone say mushroom cloud? Lol. Well, let's get on with the story, shall we? Momiji Uzumaki opened her eyes for the first time in 12 years. She slowly looked to her right and then her left. She then let out a sigh. The last thing she remembered was the Kyuubi's attack and her going into birth. Talk about stressful. Wait a minute, birth. She quickly looked at her chest area and her eyes became dish plates. How long was she out? Where was her baby? Oh Kami, you're awake, cried a nurse as she entered the room. Where's my baby? Asked Momiji softly. The nurse, who wasn't there at the time of Naruto's birth, walked to the end of the bed and looked at her chart. Her eyes went down and read all the information till she got to the name of the baby. Her eyes narrowed. Sadly madam, the demon brat still lives. Momiji's eyes narrowed. A flood of killer intent filled the room. What is that supposed to mean? She asked. Fair question for a woman who had been in a coma and didn't know why people hated Naruto. I'm afraid I can't answer that, replied the nurse. The third Hokage has forbid anyone from talking about the reason. The third forbid it. What happened to her husband? What was so bad about her son? Did Arashi do? No. He promised her he wouldn't seal the demon in a child. He had given her his word. Get a wheelchair and take me to see the Hokage, she demanded. He and I need to have a little chat. Ma'am, you just got out of a coma. You shouldn't move for at least. She was cut off as a bone spear shot out Momiji's arm and hit the wall next to her. A bead of sweat dripped off her chin as she stared at the angry mother in her hospital bed. I'm feeling much better, she said coldly. Now, get that damn wheelchair and tell the Hokage that I'm coming. The Hokage was cringing in his office. They say hell has no fury like a woman scorned. Well, that fury is nothing compared to a mother's rage. The Hokage knew this, and the mother he was currently dreading, when angry, made Anko seem like a sweet little schoolgirl. In short, he was screwed. Arashi, why do I get the feeling you died just to escape her wrath, said the old man looking up at the ceiling. Just then, the door to his office began to open in slow motion. The old man began to sweat bullets. He clenched his heart. His skin started to pale. This was it. The door was fully opened and Naruto ran into the room, followed by Iruka and the girl called Rin. Sarutobi let out a sigh of relief. Sorry for barging in, said Iruka. I brought Naruto as quickly as possible and he really wanted to see you. Hey old man, said Naruto suddenly. You should have seen me. I mastered the shadow clone jutsu and beat up Mizuki. Yes, I know all about that, Naruto, replied the third. I was very impressed that you were able to learn that jutsu in such a short amount of time. I approve of Iruka's decision to make you a genin. Naruto was grinning fro ear to ear. Sarutobi then looked at Rin. Now, who are you and where did you come from? I'm Rin, you old man. My sensei was Arashi and my teammates were Obito and Kakashi. You must have gone senile since I've been gone. I mean, how could you forget about me? That impossible, he replied. If you are who you say you are, then you should be at least 27 years old. That's thanks to Arashi. He sealed me in his giant scroll to give me some time off to get my head together. He told me that time would basically stand still for me while I was sealed away, and that the only people who could unseal me were people in his bloodline. Here, he told me to give this to anyone other than him unseals me. She hands the picture to Sarutobi. He looked down and was shocked at what he saw. It contained his 3 students and their best student at their trip to the beach. Tsunade was with Shizune smirking at Orochimaru, who had gotten a bad sunburn. His apprentice, Anko, was applying ointment to his once white skin. Jiraiya and Arashi were laughing their heads off. Those were better times, happier times. Only the people there that day have a copy of this picture. I should know since I was the one who took it. The only way you could have gotten this is if someone gave it to you. So, do you believe me? Asked Rin. I do, he replied. It seems impossible, but Arashi did the impossible a lot. I take it you want to be reinstated back into the shinobi program. Of course, she said. I want to get back out there and do my best for this village. If possible, I would like to work with my old teammate. Well, that's a problem. You have been gone for so long that no one will recognize you and will have a hard time believing who you say you are. Also, you earned your rank during wartime circumstances. In order to be placed back into the program, you will have to start over as a genin. What? Was heard all over the village. Rin was trying to attack the Hokage, but was held back by Naruto. Let me at him. This senile old man is going down. Wait, said Naruto as he felt his grip begin to slip. You made it to Chunin once, can't you just do it again? Rin stopped and calmed down. I could do that, everyone face faulted. I got a question. She points at Naruto. Is he a nephew of Arashi's or something? Iruka and Naruto perked up at this. Sarutobi sighed. He wanted to wait to tell Naruto about who his father was for a bit longer. He didn't want Naruto to get a big head and start yelling at the streets. But, it looked like his options were none. Naruto is, started Sarutobi, however he was interrupted by a voice of a very angry woman. I don't need an appointment to see the Hokage, he heard the woman yell. It was coming from the receptionist's desk. I am going to give that old man a piece of my mind and spinal cord for what has been going on. Once again, the old man was sweating bullets. He had to get out of here. He had to get someone else to take the blame and the punishment. But who could do that in such a short amount of time? Iruka. He was perfect. Iruka, said the old man quickly. I'm retiring. I'm making you the new Hokage. Me sir, stammered the young school teacher. Then his eyes narrow. Just what are you trying to pull? If this is a joke, it's not funny. There was a loud crash behind them. When the three in front of the Hokage turned around, they saw that the door was missing. In its place was a woman in a wheelchair in a hospital gown. She had white hair, blue eyes, and 2 red dots above her eyes. She was staring at the Hokage, ignoring everything else in the room. Hello Sarutobi, she said in an icy tone. I thought that I should stop by and see how things were. I also have some questions. Momiji, I can explain, replied the Hokage. Good. Now, did he do what I think he did? The Hokage nodded. And you let him? He had to place the people's lives above all else. I voiced my objections and he refused to listen. So where is my son now? He is in this room now, responded the Hokage. Momiji was taken back by that and noticed the other people in the room for the first time. She started at the tallest who had a scar on his nose. Then she saw a brown-haired girl who looked like one of her husband's students she saw when they were dating. Her eyes finally rested on Naruto who looked very confused. She rolled over to him. What is your name? She asked sweetly. Naruto Uzumaki, he replied. He named him after ramen. That is so like Arashi, she said more to herself than anyone else. Rin's eyes went wide. You mean that Naruto is the son of Arashi, the 4th Hokage, yelled Rin. Naruto fainted as the Hokage nodded. He took that well, said the old man. Iruka, could you and Rin please take him to his apartment? I think this could take a while. Iruka nodded as he picked up Naruto and left. Rin followed looking like she was in a daze. Apartment, said Momiji questionably. Who is taking care of him? No one would take him in, replied the Hokage. All they ever saw was the Kyuubi. I did my best to keep him safe. I forbid people from talking about what really happened that day to give him a chance with the younger generation. However, the hate that the parents had has rubbed off on the children. No matter where he went, he was hated. He was eventually kicked out of the orphanage and so I gave him an apartment to keep him safe. Nobody would take him in. What about Kakashi? Kakashi didn't because he felt that he was too young. Also, I didn't want Naruto picking up on his bad habits. Momiji nodded. No son of hers would be caught reading porn. To be honest, there was only one person in the village who wanted to take in Naruto. I refused to allow it. What? Give me one good reason why. It was Guy. Momiji stopped and thought back to her encounters of Guy. She then began to think of her son acting like Guy. She saw Naruto wearing orange spandex with green leg warmers. She then thought of him going on about the springtime of youth. She shuddered at the thoughts. Scary, she said. I know, replied the old man. Now, I have saved your old home for you and your son. I was saving it for him till he reached Chunin, but since you're back, I'll just do it now. She gave him a nod. Yes, she was back. She had missed 12 years of her son's life and she would not miss any more. She would do her best to help her son and give him a better future. Naruto was just waking up as the 3 of them were walking downtown. He's up, said Rin. Iruka set Naruto down on a nearby bench. How are you feeling? He asked. How do you think? He said with a bit of anger. I just found out that my dad was the one who sealed the demon fox in my gut. I also found out that my mom is back. Where has she been for the last 12 years? That's a good question, said Rin. Well, I heard that she was in a coma, said Iruka. When Naruto heard this, he brought his head down in shame. He had thought that his mother had simply abandoned him. Hell, he thought they both had. Iruka decided to continue. I'm sure that the Hokage is telling her how strong you have been. Not everyone could take the abuse you have had to endure all these years. This made Naruto smile. Well, now that he's up, let's go shopping, she Rin with a wide grin. I mean, that jumpsuit is awful. How can you stand to wear it? I wanted something that would make people notice me, replied Naruto. Yes it does, said Rin. People can't help but see you and think, how can he go outside like that? Now I'm going to find you something better to wear. I can't, said Iruka. I got some paperwork to take care of and a few other things. You two, be at class on Monday for team assignments. With that he walked away. He knew that Naruto could make it the rest of the way to his place. Alright, it's you and me, said Rin as she grabbed Naruto's arm and began to drag him into a store. Can't we talk about this, he said. Sadly he had no luck. They were in a store in a matter of seconds and Rin was going over each of the items. She thought blue would look the best on him. It looked good on her sensei and Naruto was like a clone of him. After an hour of trying out outfits, Naruto stepped out of the store in his new clothes. I don't know the names so just think of Ichigo's Bankai outfit but light blue. He was carrying several boxes of clothes that Rin bought as well. That looks good on you, commented Rin. So, do you want to get something to eat? You bet, said Naruto as he began to drool. Do you mind going to Ichiraku's? No, I haven't been there in forever, replied Rin. I wonder how Chuki is doing in his old age. Last time she had seen the man, he was worried that he was going bald. They later reached the ramen stand and chatted with Ayame and Chuki before placing their orders. Rin was surprised that Chuki now had a daughter, but as the saying goes, things change. Naruto placed an order for 3 miso and 2 beef while Rin simply asked for a shrimp. When their orders came, Rin was surprised by Naruto's bad table manners. Why do you eat like that? She asked. Naruto looked down at his bowl with a hint of sadness in his eyes. When I was younger, people were always attacking me whenever I sat down to eat. I never could finish a meal in peace. They stopped eventually, but I guess I formed a habit of trying to finish off my meals as quickly as possible. I'm sorry, Rin apologized. She had forgotten what his life had been like. Hated for something he couldn't control. Despised and never knowing the reason why. Growing up without anyone to guide him. She was amazed that he could still smile and laugh. Just then, a hand fell on Rin's shoulder. They looked up at a man wearing a mask. His hitai covering one of his eyes. He was wearing a Junin uniform and had silver hair. Rin, is that you? Asked the man. His one visible eye was wide. Kakashi. Damn, I hoped it wasn't true, he said as his eye went lazy. He then pulled out an orange book from his back pocket and began to read it. I was hoping you would have at least come back with bigger S. An angry aura surrounded Rin. Her eyes turned blood red. Everyone in the vicinity thought that she had some kind of bloodline limit. Is that so, pervert? Rin sent a powerful punch at Kakashi sending him ricocheting off several buildings. Naruto found it odd that the man named Kakashi never let go of his book the whole time. Rin went back to the stand and asked for several more bowls. Who was that? Asked Naruto as Rin finished her 4th bowl and had calmed down. My old teammate, she said. I used to have a crush on him, but he just ignored me. Kami, I was so stupid. I know how you feel, said Naruto. I had a crush on this girl in my class. She would always turn me down and only talk about Sasuke. That's all anyone ever talks about, how great Sasuke is. Wow, said Rin. It looks like history is repeating itself. Naruto looked confused and Rin decided to explain better. Kakashi was always the center of attention back at the academy. He was the one all the girls wanted. I stalked him everywhere. She gave a light chuckle. I was such a fool. He never cared about me or anyone, not until someone died, that is. Naruto began to think of Sasuke following Kakashi's footsteps. He began to laugh at the thought of Sasuke carrying porn wherever he went. He turned to Rin and saw that she was looking a little down. Hey, said Naruto suddenly as he paid for the meal. I want to show you something. Later, Rin found herself on top of the fort's head on the monument. The scene was beautiful. This is where I like to come and think about things. Not that many people like to come here because it's a long walk. Also, at night it gives you the best view of the stars. Rin was staring at Naruto as he said this. She had to admit, it was an amazing sight. Also, she found it odd that he chose this spot to sit on. Naruto, why this head? Well, I want to be more like the 4th. I mean, my dad. Why? He was the strongest Hokage ever. He gave his life for the people of this village and everyone respected him because of that. That's why I want to be a Hokage. It's my way of proving I exist and will make the people respect me. I will become stronger than he was. Rin just stared at him. Become stronger than Arashi, was that possible? She then noticed the look in his eyes. Full of determination and pride, but no arrogance. She felt safe looking in those eyes. Is there something on my face? He asked when he noticed her staring at him. Ah, no, she said while blushing. I just got lost in thought, that's all. So this is where you went, said the old man as he appeared behind them. Rin's face went beet red for reasons she didn't understand. What do you want, Gramps? Asked Naruto. I came to show you to your new home, he replied. Your mother wants it cleaned up by the time she is fully recovered. Rin and Naruto got up and followed the Hokage back towards the town. Hey old man, asked Naruto suddenly, how did my parents meet? Well, Momiji was brought to this village by your father. She had run away from her clan and was caught up in a battle between the Leaf and Rock Nin. She was powerful, but weak due to her travels and lack of food. Your father brought her back and helped nurse her back to health. She had left her clan because they enjoyed killing too much and had massacred several small villages. That love for battle caused them to attack the Mist Village and they were wiped out. As far as I know, you and your mother are the only ones left with the Shikatsunyaku. What's the Shikatsunyaku? Asked Naruto. It's your mother's clan's bloodline limit. She said it should be awakening in you soon and she'll talk to you about it more. Naruto was in awe. He had a bloodline limit. They soon reached his new home. It looked like a simple two-story Japanese-style house with a dojo on the side. Where will Rin be staying? Asked Naruto as he set down the clothes he had been carrying. With you and your mother, he replied. Rin was about to object, but the Hokage cut he off. The only place with rooms available is Naruto's old apartment building. It is in no condition for you to live in Rin. But it was for me, asked Naruto darkly. Hi everyone. I'm feeling great because I finally wrote down something that I would have loved to see in the preliminaries. The use of the sexy jutsu. Best part, it was Gaara using it on Lee. Lol. On a different note, I have been reading a lot of banishment stories. Most of them take place after the Valley of Ensbit and no matter how it turns out, Naruto is banished. When he comes back, there's Sasuke and he's next in line to become Hokage. What is with that? If Orochimaru walked up and said sorry, would they forgive him? No, but Sasuke is so precious to them. It makes me sick. Sick I tell you. Well, I'm putting Sasuke with Naruto. Now before you jump down my throat, I have my reasons. I like it when Naruto saves that piece of shit's life. Also, it helps with the rivalry between them. Well, talk more at the bottom. It was early the next morning and Momiji was feeling much better. Thanks to the advancements made in medical jutsus, her muscle strength was returning much faster than normal. By the end of the weekend, she would be able to leave and start spending time with her son. As if on cue, he appeared at her door with some flowers. She noticed his change of clothing and was glad. Orange and ninjas don't go tighter. Morning Mom, he said as he walked in. Sorry, this is going to take some getting used to. I understand, she replied. It was then that she noticed something new on the boy's forehead. They were two red dots above the boy's eyes. Naruto, when did you get those? I think last night. I had the weird dream that the village was made of bones and stuff. When I woke up, I had a huge headache. I saw them on my forehead when I was washing my face. What are they? They are the marks of my family's clan. Since they have shown up, it means that you will be able to use the Shikatsunyaku. Really? Beamed Naruto. I can't wait to see what it does. It is very powerful. However, it isn't easy to master. I will take a lot of hard work in order to fully master it and use it in combat. Don't think of it like it's a shortcut. Naruto looked down at the ground. He felt like he had disappointed his mother somehow. Seeing this, Momiji decided to change the topic. So tell me about yourself. I want to know everything that has been going on in your life. Naruto began to tell his mom about his life starting at the orphanage. He told her about the pranks he pulled and the number of times he escaped from the Chunins. He told her about the people who had treated him decently and the ones who just tolerated him. He tried to avoid the number of beating he had gotten over the past because he didn't want to sound like he was whining. But in the end she convinced him to tell her about them. Lastly, He told her about the people in his class and how excited he was to finally become a shinobi. "I'm very proud of you, Naruto," she said when he was done. "Not many people would have been able to take the kind of treatment you have had to endure. Your father would have been proud." "What was he like?" asked her son. "How can I put this?" she said as she closed her eyes as she thought about it. "He was a complete idiot." "What?" shouted Naruto. "But all the history books say he was awesome. How could he have been an idiot?" "Well, that's their opinion. True, he was a genius on the battlefield, but that's where it ended. The man was hopeless. He was loud, loved ramen too much, and got over emotional at the worst times. But I loved him. He was a fair man who treated everyone with respect, even if they didn't deserve it. He forgave others and tried his best to help those in need." "Wow," said Naruto. "But why did he seal the Kyuubi inside of me? Believe me, I did my best to talk him out of it. When we first heard that demon was coming, he decided that sealing it in a newborn child was the best way to go. I argued that it would be unfair to the child. He said that the people would see the kid as a hero. I was more rational. But I also had a bad feeling that you would be the one he would choose. Arashi would never force something like this on someone else unless he would be willing to do it himself. So, you knew that whoever got the Kyuubi sealed up in would be mistreated. It was the same thing in Water Country. People with bloodline limits are shunned there for something they couldn't control. I knew it would be the same thing here, so I put my foot down and made his swear that he wouldn't do that." After that, the two talked for hours. After all, they had a lot of catching up to do. Naruto soon learned about his mother's clan and its bloody history. He also learned more about his father and couldn't help but notice the comparisons between them. Soon, it was 4:30 and Naruto had to get going. "Sorry Mom, but I have to go. I have to get picture taken." He gave her a big grin. "Well, you have fun. Also, I want you to be careful once you start going on missions." "You don't have to worry about me," he said with the utmost confidence in his voice. "I'm awesome." With that he left. Later, Naruto saw in the waiting hall after getting his picture taken. He had wanted to put on some cool makeup, but Rin convinced him otherwise. Instead, he opted for make the peace symbol with his foxy grin. Iruka started to yell at him for making his picture look stupid. Naruto, wanting to get out of there, decided to use his sexy jutsu and caused both men to faint. This caught the attention of a small boy who was watching them. "So, that's the sexy no jutsu," said the old man as he got back up. He explained to Naruto that the picture was a serious matter. But the damage was done and it wasn't as bad as Iruka made it seem, so he didn't have to retake it until he was older. As they got up to leave, a small boy entered the room. "Not again. Today's the day that I defeat you, old man," shouted Konohamaru. His attack was short-lived as he tripped halfway into the room. Soon, a jonin with sunglasses entered the room. "Young master, are you all right?" said Ebisu. Konohamaru sat up quickly and pointed at Naruto. "It's your fault that I slipped." "What?" shouted an angry Naruto. He got up from his chair, grabbed the little brat by his shirt and got ready to punch him. "You were the one who slipped, so don't blame me." "Don't touch the honorable grandson of the Hokage," said Ebisu. Konohamaru knew what was going to happen next. The blonde would apologize and put him down. However, that's not what happened. Naruto punched him. "I don't care who you are. No one has the right to blame others for their mistakes." With that, Naruto left and Konohamaru slipped past his sensei, who was talking about how he was the best chance of Konohamaru becoming a Hokage, and followed Naruto. Naruto walked down the street looking for things to do. After a short period of time he saw Rin talking to Kakashi. "Please let me see," she begged. "No, now stop asking," he replied. Naruto walked up to the two of them. "What's going on?" asked the blonde. Rin went into pout mode. "I have been bugging Kakashi to let me see his face since the academy days. I just can't take it. I want to see his face." "And you never will," said Kakashi with his eye smile. He then disappeared in a puff of smoke. "One of these days, Kakashi, one of these days," growled Rin. "Ah, Rin," said Naruto, getting her attention. "Do you want to hang out for a while?" Rin blinked. Was he asking her out? It was probably too early for that, she decided. However, she didn't have anything else to do and most of the people she knew were either dead or had families. Time travel sucks. Sure, but do you mind if we leave your pet rock behind? She said with a smile and pointed at a square rock behind him. After she did that, the rock exploded and out came Konohamaru, coughing. Damn, I think I used too much powder, he whined. He then looked up at Naruto. Please take me on as your apprentice. I want to know how to do that super cool jutsu you used to take out my grandpa. Rin gave Naruto an odd look. She was questioning his ability and his morals. Who attacks elderly men with jutsus? She also noticed him sweating bullets. Inside Naruto's head, he was yelling at himself. He didn't want Rin, who he was living with, to think he was a pervert. What if his mother found out? Crap, he would have to seal away that jutsu forever. Naruto, asked Rin sweetly, why did you use a jutsu against some poor defenseless old man? He isn't that defenseless, he's the Hokage, replied Naruto quickly. Oh, then show me this jutsu, asked Rin. Now she was interested. Naruto was creating his own jutsus just like his father. She had to see this. Maybe later, he said as he picked up Konohamaru and began to run away at full speed. A few hours, and many bruises, later, Naruto was showing Konohamaru the sexy jutsu on the condition that he never tell anyone where he learned it. Naruto had taken the boy to several spots in the village to get an idea of how the female body should look. However, the boy was having some difficulty with it and Naruto was the one who always got hit in the end. Naruto had asked why he wanted to beat his grandfather and the boy said it was for respect, so that people would use his name and not honorable grandson. Soon Ebisu had finally found them. Jonin my ass if he can't find two children. Young master, what are you doing? Asked the special Jonin. Boss is teaching me. Watch this, sexy jutsu. Konohamaru then turned into a naked, female adult version of himself that wasn't fat for once. Ebisu's nose began to drip a little blood, but he didn't faint. That is a disgusting jutsu and it will never have any effect on me, he said as he grabbed Konohamaru and began to forcibly drag the boy away. Come with me and I will show you the quickest way to Hokage. Hey, said Naruto, he doesn't want to go with you so let him go or eat my fist. Ebisu let go of the boy and began to walk towards Naruto. He gave the boy an evil grin. He was going to put this genin in his place and look good in front of the Hokage's grandson. Fine then, let's see what you got. Naruto preformed his shadow clone jutsu and surrounded Ebisu. Please, I am a Jonin. I won't fall for this as easily as Mizuki did. Actually, said Naruto with an evil grin, this is something new. Both he and his clone did a henge and the area was covered with smoke. A henge won't work on me. I'm a Jonin. When the smoke cleared, he was surrounded by naked blonde girls in pigtails. They all ran up to him and began to touch him. It was too much for poor pitiful Ebisu to take. He was down for the count. Naruto returned to normal and dispelled his clones. I call that the harem jutsu. God bless his perverted little heart. Naruto then told Konohamaru that there was no shortcuts in life and that to become Hokage would be very long and hard. Just as he was leaving, feeling good about his accomplishment, Rin appeared. So that's the jutsu you used. Konohamaru winced at the pain his boss was in as she began to punish him. The Hokage, who was watching it all from his crystal ball, decided to label these perverted jutsus under forbidden. Then he began to wonder if he should tell Momiji about these jutsus. The image of her impaling him with one of her bones caused him to decide against it. On Monday morning, Naruto was awoken to something completely new to him. The sounds and smells of breakfast being made. Naruto got out of bed and began to get dressed. He was in the room that he guessed was meant for him. It was the room filled with baby stuff. He had moved its original contents and replaced it with his stuff from his apartment. While doing this, he got the feeling that his dad had decided on his name a long time ago. On the back of several of his baby clothes was his name. Putting on his new light blue outfit and tying on his forehead protector, he went downstairs. When he reached the kitchen, he saw his mother making pancakes, bacon, and eggs. Mom, you're back, he said happily. She turned to face him and gave him a grin. I got out late last night. Could you please help set the table? Naruto began to get to work and so Rin came down dressed in a new outfit. After she finished beating Naruto, she decided to blackmail him. In exchange for not telling his mother that he knew perverted jutsus, he would take her on another shopping spree. She was now wearing black pants, a white gi with fishnet underclothes, and a black sash. She smiled as she said good morning to everyone and they soon began to eat. They were soon at the academy and Rin was a little nervous. She didn't know any of these people and felt them staring at her. She noticed a brooding Uchiha in a corner, a Kuidabarame, and a shy-looking Hyuga. They all looked at her and noticed she was with the class loser. Shino, I don't care. Wait, did she just step on a bug? She must die. No, wait, that was a raisin. I'm back to not caring. Sasuke, since when has any girl been close to that loser? She probably just pities him. She must be new since she hasn't hit on me yet. Just wait, Itachi, I'll defeat you and then make all the girls of this village mine. That will prove I'm better than you. I mean, I have never seen you with a girl. Not once. Hinata, what is going on? I'm the only one who should like him. Back off, he's mine. Wait, calm down, it's not like they're living together or anything like that. She'll probably go after Sasuke and then he'll be all mine again. Naruto, is there something on my face? Everyone is looking at me. Oh well. Hey, what are you doing here? Asked Kiba as Naruto took a seat near him. I thought you failed. I took a makeup, said Naruto. Rin then sat down next to him and Naruto introduced her to Kiba. Suddenly, Sakura and Ino came barging in the door. It was another one of their odd attempts to get Sasuke to notice them. Naruto thought back to when he liked Sakura and sighed. He never stood a chance in hell. Soon all the girls were ganging around Sasuke who simply ignored them. Naruto got up and jumped in front of the Uchiha. I don't like you, said Naruto. The two began their glaring match. What's going on? Rin asked Kiba. The morning glaring ritual, he replied. They do this every morning. Sakura, who was angry at Naruto for getting in the way of true love, tried to push him out of the way. Sadly, Naruto landed on Sasuke and their lips touched. Gagging soon followed. Naruto, that was disgusting. Damn him, he stole my first kiss. Why him of all people? He takes all the attention, all the girls, and now my first kiss. He's dead. Sasuke, why did that feel good? Calm down, this doesn't mean anything. I mean, sure, I have never kissed a girl even though I am surrounded by them 24/7, but that proves nothing. You'll pay Uzumaki. I'll take that girl you were with and rub it in your face. I will have my revenge. Still, the kiss was nice. Rin was having a case of deja vu. The same thing happened to Obito and Kakashi back in their time. Luckily Kakashi wore his mask back then. Soon Iruka came into the room and began to announce teams. Team 7 will be Naruto, Rin, and Sasuke. Team 8 will be Kiba, Shino, and Hinata. Team 10 will be Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji. Naruto didn't mind it much. At least Rin was nice, most of the time. Wait a minute, cried Sakura. What about me? Why does the new girl get to be with Sasuke and I'm just kicked out? The Hokage has decided to start up a medic program like Tsunade originally requested. Since you have the highest grades and best chakra control, you have been selected to be the first in this new program. Sakura hung her head low until a light clicked in her big head. If she was the first and did well, then Sasuke might like her more. Now for your Jonin instructors. Team 10 has Asuma Sarutobi. Team 8 has Kurenai Yuhi. And Team 7 has, before he could finish, a large mass shattered the Glass Widow. Soon, it became a woman with purple hair in a trench coat standing in front of a banner that read, Anko Midarashi, Jonin Sensei to Team 7. Iruka sighed. She was early again. Well, better than being late. The bloody shadow. I don't think I was too hard on her. I mean, all she ever did was whine and chase after Sasuke. Name one battle where she helped. I can't think of one, can you? So no, I don't think I was being too hard. Besides, it was an omake. Uncound dragon. No, I will not do a time skip. Those are so overdone. I want to show everyone what he was doing and how he gets to become stronger. Also, his mom was in a coma for 12 years, so I don't think she will let him go off with the pervert. Let's see, where did I leave off? Ah, now I remember. Iruka let out a sigh. Damaged window, 11,000 ryo. Dents in the floor from kunai, 10,000 ryo. Being behind Anko as she scares your class senseless, priceless. Anko, he said, you're early. You don't meet your team until after lunch. Anko's sweat dropped. She then looked at the students and sized them up. She saw a fat kid, a lazy kid, a couple of blondes, a pissed-off girl with pink hair, a shy girl, a brooder, a kid with sunglasses, a kid with a dog on his head, and several others that seemed boring. Weak-looking crop this year, she said to Iruka. This earned her several glares from the students. She then turned her attention back to them. Well, go eat lunch and then get your asses back here. With that they began to leave. As the last one went out the door, she smirked in Iruka's direction. So, want to go get lunch? Sorry, stammered Iruka, but I have to meet with a new teacher today. This was true and it was a very good excuse. He didn't mind Anko at all, it's just that he didn't want to ruin their friendship with her. Ever since his parents' death and Orochimaru abandoning her, they had become friends because they knew what it was like to be alone and to have their worlds destroyed by monsters. Anko let out a sigh and walked calmly out the door. Once she was out of sight of everyone in the area, she punched the wall. She didn't know why she bothered. Every day she got the glances and hated stares of everyone in the village simply because who her teacher had been. It wasn't like she knew beforehand what he was going to do. The only person who was really there for her was Iruka. Sure, she had other friends, but he was different and a bit more caring. Also, she just wanted to be treated like a woman and not a shinobi. To go on a date and wear a dress that wasn't so skimpy. Was that too much to ask for? The students had all gone outside for lunch since it was a nice day. Choji and Shikamaru were having a nice quiet lunch while watching the clouds. Sasuke was hiding on the roof so that his fangirls wouldn't find him. Hiba was feeding Akamaru and Shino was watching an ant mound. Rin was deciding what to do when a blonde girl in a purple outfit with bandages came up to her. Would you like to eat with us? She asked as she pointed to where the girls were sitting. Rin thought about it. It would be a chance to meet others and make some friends. The only person she knew around here was Naruto and he had gone to get some ramen. Sure, she said with a smile. She then followed the blonde over to where the others were sitting. The spot was under a tree that had a rope swing. When she got there she said hello to everyone and opened up her lunch that Mrs. Uzumaki had made for her. The meal consisted of a couple of rice balls, juice, some bread, and mixed fruit. So, your name is Rin? Asked the pink-haired girl. Rin nodded. I'm Sakura. That's Ino, points to Ino, and his is Hinata, points to Hinata. So, are you new to the village? No, said Rin with a thoughtful smile. She knew they were curious about her and would be trying to get as much information as they could. Rin knew she would have to be careful not to say too much. I have just been away for a long time. So when did you get back? Asked Ino. A couple of days ago, replied Rin. Why did you see come in with Naruto? Asked Hinata. Rin was really taken back by this. It wasn't the question but the fact that she was talking to a stuttering Hyuga. She had met many different Hyugas in the past and they were either arrogant or wouldn't stop talking about fate. Rin was so confused that she gave away too much information. Oh, well, we walked her together after we had breakfast, she answered, then regretted it. Oh, shit, now they are really going to be going at it. Damn that girl, she threw me off my game. She was right. All the girls were amazed by this. Naruto had breakfast with a girl. This did answer a few questions like why he wasn't wearing that orange jumpsuit. Of course, other questions came to mind. How did they know each other? Did she like him? Why didn't she like Sasuke? And so on and so on. So how did you two meet? Asked Ino as she moved behind the girl to keep her from escaping. Well, I ran into him when I got back into town and we just hung out afterwards. So you took him shopping, said Sakura. Rin nodded as she took a bite out of her rice ball. It's about time someone did. I tell you that he is just so hopeless. The way he acts sometimes really gets on my nerves. I mean, the only reason he gets away with half the stuff he does is because he doesn't have parents to ground him. Rin looked at her and let out a bit of killer intent. That's unfair. His mother was in a coma and his father died the day he was born. Wait, said Ino, his mother was in a coma. Did she wake up? Yes, said Rin, she woke up around the same time I got back. She's really a nice lady and having her back takes a huge load off Naruto's shoulders. He now has someone to care for him and give him what he has been missing. Why you sure seem to know a lot, stated the Hyuga girl. I was an orphan as well, replied Rin. I used to dream about having parents, but it never came true. I guess that's how I know how it feels to go on in life with no one watching out for you. No one saying good night to you when you go to bed. No one helping you when you are stuck on a homework assignment. It's nice watching them as they try to make up for lost time. Also, Naruto may seem like a pain at times, but he's very nice once you get to know him. But he's not as cool as Sasuke. Also our parents. She was cut off as Rin grabbed her food and stood up. He may seem cool with the "I don't care" attitude, but trust me, he's just being a jerk. Also, have any of you ever tried to get to know him? Do you know why your parents don't like him? No? Well, fine then. Just follow the crowd and don't think for yourselves. With that, Rin stormed away to finish her lunch in peace. At that time, Naruto had finished his second bowl of ramen. He had eaten the lunch his mother had made him on the way to class and was now hungry again. Damn the ramen monkey of his shoulder. He decided to order one more bowl and then hurried back to meet his new sensei. Iruka was at his desk waiting for the new instructor to show up. Mizuki was supposed to have taken this job, but now that was no longer possible. As he sat there, he began to worry about Naruto. Having Anko as his sensei seemed like a bad idea. What if he started to pick up her bad habits? How would the villagers react when they found out about it? What if Anko lost her cool around him and decided to use him as target practice? More and more question came to his head as he buried his head under his arms. Sleeping on the job, said the voice of a woman. Not a good sign. Iruka looked up and saw Momiji Uzumaki standing at the door. She was wearing a bright yellow kimono and her hair was tied up in the back. Mrs. Uzumaki, what can I do for you? He asked as he stood up. I came because I will be working here, she replied. The Hokage and I had a talk yesterday about what I could do to support my family and he suggested this. I'm going to be taking over the Kunoichi training program. She gave him a smile at the end of that sentence. I don't see a problem with the current system, replied Iruka. When will a Kunoichi use flower arranging in a battle? Or how to conduct a tea ceremony? I have never seen these in battle, have you? Iruka shook his head. Good, I think I made my point. Can you please show me around and where I'll be teaching? With that they left the room. Lunch was over and everyone was waiting for their senseis. Officially, lunch wouldn't be over for another 6 minutes, but the genin couldn't wait. Naruto, who had just walked in, saw Rin sitting by herself in the top row. He went over and sat next to her. Have a good lunch, he asked. Not really, she replied, not looking at him. I remember when I was a student here and it's sad the way things haven't changed. Oh well, said Naruto with a grin. Now we get to do missions and leave this place. Rin sighed. Don't get your hopes up, she muttered. Before Naruto could ask what she meant, the door exploded. When the smoke cleared, Anko was standing in the doorway with a grin on her face. Yep, that's much better than flying through the window. All right, maggots. Team 7 to the roof. Naruto, Rin, and Sasuke got up and began to follow her to the roof. Each one was wondering why she had to make such dramatic entrances. When they got to the roof, she sat down in front of her students and they in turn took their seats as well. All right, my name is Anko Mitarashi and I will be your new sensei. Let's start with introductions. My likes include dango and sweet bean soup. I also enjoy tea ceremonies and the chance to gut my enemy. I dislike spicy foods and a certain snake. My dream is to decapitate that snake, clean out his skull, and use it as a bowl. Okay, who's next? All three of them were shocked at this introduction. Maybe it was because she was letting out killer intent during that last part. Or perhaps it was the way she said it so calmly. Eventually, Rin spoke up. My name is Rin. I like medical jutsus and people who take care of their friends. I dislike arrogant people who are too hung up on the rules, people who never give others a chance, and Kakashi's perverted books. I have 3 dreams. The first is to find out what Kakashi looks like under that mask. The second is to become as good at medical jutsus as Tsunade. And lastly, to find out who writes those books and break his hands for writing that filth. Enko gave her a nod. Okay, we got an aspiring medic. Not bad. I wonder if she'll let me help with the mask removal. I swear, I need to know what he looks like without it. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, he said loudly. I like ramen, training, and my mother because she is awesome. I dislike the dirty glares I get, the 3 minutes it takes to make ramen, and arrogant people. My hobbies are pulling pranks and my dream is to become Hokage. Enko smirked at him. I know how you feel, kid. I don't think you can become Hokage, but you may just surprise me. Now for the last kitty. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I have no likes and dislike everything. I have no dreams, but I do have an ambition to kill a certain man. Enko frowned. This brat thinks he's too good to tell me about himself. Well, let's see how smug he is when I give him my test. Now which one should I give? The bell test. No, been done too many times. I know, I'll do that one. Okay, thank you for giving me your information. Now, tomorrow you will meet me at training field 10 for your assessment test. What assessment test? Asked Naruto. To see if you should become genin. Before you say anything, that test you took only lets us know if you have the skills need to become genin. Skills are one thing, but the ability to use them is another matter. So I'll see you there at 6 in the morning and don't be late or you all fail. With that she disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Whatever, said Sasuke as he got up. Don't hold me back tomorrow. With that, he left Naruto and Rin alone. The two of them got up as well and decided to go home and do some training. As they walked home, they were being watched by 4 different people. 3 of them were Ino, Sakura, and Hinata. They were moving in a group to find out more about Rin. Above them was Anko. She was watching how her team reacted to her news and make some observations. Also, it looked like it would be fun watching the 3 girls make fools of themselves. I think he's walking her home, said Sakura, who was hiding behind garbage can. I agree, said Hinata. And Naruto lives in the other direction. She was hiding behind a pole. How do you know that? Asked Ino. She was using the old newspaper trick so she didn't have to hide behind anything. Hinata didn't respond, but she blushed a deep red. They followed them for a while until they reached the Uzumaki residence. They watched as they both entered the house and began to talk amongst themselves. Oh my Kami, said Ino. They are living together. She turned to Hinata, who had fainted and was muttering something like, kill the. They soon saw another person coming down the street and went back to hiding. The person they saw was Momiji. She noticed them and sighed. What terrible hiding abilities. They need work. Wait, why are they hiding in front of my house? I swear, if they are here to cause trouble then I'll go Wolverine on their asses. She then went into her house and let the girls be for now. Anko, who had avoided detection, was chuckling at the 3 girls' actions. She then decided to watch this continue for a bit longer. That night, Momiji decided to start training Naruto. Mom, he asked as they entered the dojo, can Rin train too? She is my teammate and this might be helpful for her as well. Momiji closed her eyes and began to think. He made a good point and it wasn't like she could steal any of the jutsus she would be showing him. Also, she didn't mind it at all. I see no problems with it, she said as she opened her eyes. Naruto raced out to get Rin. Anko smirked from her hiding place. He had the right attitude about teamwork and suspected that he might have another motive. She then left the area to watch the Uchiha for a while and see what he was up to. Soon Naruto and Rin were facing Momiji. Naruto was practically jumping up and down until Rin slapped him on the back of the head. Thank you, Rin, said Momiji. Now let's get started. She looks at Rin. I want you to begin with push-ups, sit-ups, and then some meditation. Rin nodded and went into a corner on the other side of the dojo and got to work. Now Naruto, I'm going to tell you about what our bloodline limit does. It allows us total control over our bones. We can make them as hard as we want, make them regrow quickly, and even control the shape of them. Who does that help? Asked Naruto. He had been hoping for something like walking through walls or flying. Momiji smirked and loosened the top of her kimono till her right shoulder was bare. Then a bone came out of her shoulder and she reached for it and pulled it out. The bone looked more like a dagger to Naruto. "This is where we will be starting at," she said as she rearranged her cloths back to normal. "Once you are able to do this, I will start to show you the dances. The dances are the jutsus that go along with our bloodline. For example, the Hyuga clan has the power to look through solid objects. Now, once they learn how to activate it, they move on to training in the gentle fist. In a way, the dances are like the gentle fist. It will take time to fully master them and sadly you are a bit behind. I can only assume it is because of the seal that has hindered this." Naruto looked down. This damn seal ruins everything. He was hated for it and it messed up his bloodline. Seeing this, Momiji decided to put a different spin on the situation. "On the other hand, the Kyuubi did give you some powerful benefits. I have heard about your stamina which will let you train longer than most. Also, you have much more chakra than most Chunins and some Jonins. And that's where you are now. Add to that your healing powers and you got a dangerous combination. For your enemies at least." Naruto grinned at that comment. He then undid the button on his long jacket and tossed it aside. He was ready to begin. Momiji noticed his small gut and decided that she would help him work it off. "Now, the first step is to focus on the bone or bones you want and push some chakra into them. Start with your shoulder bone." She waited a few moments before continuing. "Now, imagine a blade and focus that image onto the bone. Once you do that, use your chakra to push it out." As she said this, Naruto's humerus began to poke out. Then, a second later, it shot out like a rocket and sank into the wall, catching everyone by surprise. Momiji went over to the wall and examined the bone blade. It looked too soft and the blade looked dull. "It's a start." He simply didn't put enough chakra into the bone for it to harden. He didn't concentrate enough so the blade wasn't sharp enough. Lastly, he used too much to push it out. That much chakra is used for the finger bullet drill. "Not bad," she said as she turned back to Naruto. "Now let me tell you what you did wrong." The rest of the night continued like this. Naruto worked on make his bone blade until he got it right. After that, he and Rin did a few spares. Rin beat him each time. Momiji noticed that he had jerky movements and would work on that later so that he would be a bit more fluid. So after that, they called it a night. At 5:56, Team 7 was at Training Field 10. Sasuke was leaning against a tree while he stared at Rin. She and Naruto were having a pleasant conversation about how to improve themselves when Anko appeared. "Good, you're all early," she said with a grin. "What, run out of explosives to make a big entrance?" asked Naruto with a grin. "No," lied Anko. "Now then, you have until noon to complete the test. It is very simple. All you have to do is find me. I will be somewhere in the village either hiding or in plain sight. The first one to find me will stay. The other two will be sent back to the academy." This caught Sasuke and Naruto off guard. Rin knew it was a lie but played along. "Ready, set, go." With that she disappeared. Sasuke began to run out of the training area. Rin called out to him. "Sasuke, wait, let's do this together." "No way," he shouted without stopping. "That loser and you would only hold me back. Besides, it's everyone for themselves." Naruto was about to start running too, but Rin grabbed his arm. He turned to her and gave her a worried look. "What are you doing?" he asked. "We have to find her or it's all over." He would have said more, but Rin brought up a finger and silenced him. "Naruto, the village is big and she can be anywhere. We need to calm down and think." But she said only one of use will become a genin. "And I really like this headband. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it," she said. "For right now, let's find both Sasuke and Anko." Naruto nodded and they were off. Watching them was a shadow clone Anko had left behind. It smirked and puffed out of existence, sending all of its knowledge back to Anko. Sasuke was running down every street. It had been 2 hours since the exam started and he still couldn't find her. He knew he could do this without the others slowing him down. They were only burdens compared to him. He raced down another street looking for his sensei. Naruto and Rin were walking calmly down a street. Rin told Naruto to make about 10 shadow clones and have them look in different areas of the village. The two of them were thinking of places she might be hiding at. She, said Rin, what do we know about her? She likes dango and hates spicy foods, said Naruto as he remembered their conversation. She hates a snake for some reason. She also said something about tea ceremonies. Good. That narrows down the places she could be at. Let's check out places that have her likes in them. Maybe we should also check out weapon stores, said Naruto as he miraculously used a bit of his brain power. We saw the way she likes to make entrances and she might be running low. She also mentioned liking to gut things. Rin smiled at Naruto. Good idea. With that they were off. Back with Sasuke, he was checking out the most likely place anyone would hide at. Well, in his mind at least. He was in the Uchiha district. She has to be hiding here. This is as close to greatness as anyone can get. If I was as pathetic as her, I would hide here. Back in a logical world, Rin and Naruto were heading to their last stop. The clones had scouted the rest of the city and had come up empty-handed. They had checked every weapon store and tea house. Only one place remained, a dango stand. As they walked in, they found her finishing up her 20th dango stick. She saw them as they came in and checked her watch. They still had an hour to go. Not bad. Good job you two, she said grinning. She then did some hand signs and placed them under a genjutsu, putting them to sleep. She then picked them up and took them back to field 10. After dropping them, she went to pick up Sasuke in a less than gentle manner. Basically, she hit him over the head with a mallet and brought him back. Once she had gathered the all together, she released the jutsu and slashed water on Sasuke to wake him up. Now, I have good news, she said. Sasuke smirked. She was going to say that he passed and they would be leaving. You all passed thanks to Rin and Naruto. What? This came from Sasuke. How the hell did that happen? I'll explain, said Anko. The test really began when I told you about the test to see how you would react. Sasuke did his own thing while Naruto and Rin trained together. Also, those two worked as a team to find me. Sasuke simply went off on his own, again. The last part of the test was looking at the information I gave you yesterday. What information? Asked Sasuke. My personal information. I told you my likes and dislikes. They used what they knew about me to find the best spots I would hide. I mean, why would I hide in the Uchiha district? But you said only one of you would pass, snarled Sasuke. Fool, why place you on a team and then send back two? Your teammates realized this and even after you left them were willing to help you out. Because 2/3 of you passed my test, you all pass. Congratulations. Now let's celebrate with dango. Omake. Anko appeared in the Uchiha district and went towards Sasuke's house. She found him sitting in his room opening a diary and beginning to write into. Oddly, he liked to talk as he wrote down his deepest secrets. I can make him do whatever I want. Evil LOL. Dear diary, today I am one step closer to killing my brother. But something else happened. I got the ugliest sensei. I mean, she's a tramp and a very unattractive one at that. Anko clenched her fists and began to take deep breaths. She acts more like a kid than a jonin. I heard that she's a special jonin. She's special all right. I bet she needs special attention for everything. This is only so much a person like Anko can take before she loses it. She broke into his room and hit him over the head with a mallet. I like mallets. Got a problem with that. Now what can I do to you? She said as she looked at the unconscious body on the floor. An idea sent from heaven, me really, appeared in her head. She smiled her most sadistic smile ever. When Naruto and Rin entered the field the next day, they saw Sasuke and were shocked. He was tied to a cross in nothing but a diaper. In red letters on his chest was, "Arrogant baby. Don't mess with Anko. Everyone has a story. No matter how big or small you are, you have a story because you exist." Hers began 12 years ago. It had been about 2 months since the death of Kyuubi and the Yellow Flash. The people of the village were happy that their greatest enemy was finally dead. He, who had turned the tide in the last great ninja war. He, who had whipped out a 1/3 of their forces single-handedly. Now they could plan for their revenge and finish what they had started. Now the people of the village hidden in the rock could destroy the Leaf Village and reclaim their honor. Sadly, they became aware of a new threat when a team of Leaf Shinobi was captured in their territory. They were questioned and tortured for information. The information would be useful to them. One member of the group broke quickly and began to tell them everything. When he started talking about guard duties, he mentioned guarding a demon brat. This got the attention of the interrogator and began to question him more. Why was one child so special that he needed to be guarded by 2 Anbu and 2 Jonin? Why was he referred to as a demon? Soon the answers came and the interrogator rushed to speak with the Tsuchikage. The Tsuchikage was a man of caution. When he heard that the yellow flash died and sealed the Kyuubi into a child made him worry. In the past, this village had a few demon vessels before and they were very powerful. To think that their greatest enemy now had the strongest demon of them all was too much. They had tipped the scale of power. But, then a thought came to mind. There was a chance that the village wouldn't see the potential of this new child. No matter how strong the child would grow up, it would be useless if he couldn't fight or lacked the spirit to fight for his village. He decided to talk this over with the council. Like their enemy, the Rock had a council that consisted of the major clans and most respected shinobi. The talks went into the night and seemed like they were dead even. Half of them wanted to forget their revenge for fear of the Kyuubi's vessel. The other half agreed that, if their prisoners were any indication of their hate for the boy, the child would most likely die at the hands of his own village. Then a solution came and a plan was made. Fight a demon with a demon. The perfect plan that satisfied both sides. The ceiling could only be down when a child would be born, so whose child would it be? The voice of a man named Bakuden was heard and said that his family would take this. They had lost most of their members in the war, leaving only 3, soon to be 4, left. It was soon agreed, and so they waited for the birth. When the day came, Deidara ran to inform the Tsuchikage that his mother would soon give birth. He in turn called his sealers and the keepers of the special vase that held Koko, the 5 tails. They quickly gathered at the home of the once great clan and the ritual began as the mother gave birth. The process was long and difficult, but they were successful. The child was then given a name that was true to her purpose. Michi, for she was the pathway that would lead them to victory. That was 12 years ago. From that point to the present, she grew up. Her hair was a mix of white with a few black streaks and she wore it like her brother did. Her eyes were a light blue color. Her teeth were a bit sharper than most. She was slender and a bit tall for her age. She was strong-willed and had a code by which she lived her life. She often got bored with things and would skip school to go and play in the caves that were near her village. That has been her story to this point. Now is the present where we are now. The Tsuchikage was stroking his beard. It was a long and pointy one that, when combined with his lean face and narrow eyes, gave him the appearance of pure evil. Right now he was waiting for one person, Michi. He had called her to his office about an hour ago and he was still waiting. While on the whole, her skill were good, she was nowhere near the level that they wanted her to be at. But that would change with her first mission as a genin. She soon came into his office. She was wearing a light brown shirt and skirt outfit and wore her hitai around her neck. On her ears were headphones as she listened to music and she seemed to be dancing to the music that was playing. Michi, said the Tsuchikage. She didn't reply and kept bouncing to the music. Michi, the man shouted. Ah, she cried. Don't shout, it's rude. She gave him a look that said to be nicer since he was in the presences of a woman. Sadly, it didn't work. I have an assignment for you of great importance, began the Tsuchikage. As you know, most of the Uchiha clan is dead. In fact, the leaf only has one left and from what my sources are telling me, he is about your age and has just graduated. No doubt that village will train him hard and make sure he is able to revive his clan. This is something we can't allow. So what do you want sweet little old me to do about it? She asked with a grin. Would you like me to seduce him and have him join us? Well, if that's the case then I might be willing if he's cute. No, we want you to wait for him to leave his village and kill him when he is alone. You are the best choice because he won't be able to copy your special jutsus. Also, if you are caught, you can act like a genin that is simply lost or an innocent girl. You are not to return until he is dead or we contact you. Fine, fine, she said as she waved her hand at her boss. I'll do this but, promise me that you'll inform me if my brother is found. It had been 4 years since the disappearance of Deidara and Michi was worried. The Tsuchikage gave a nod and with that she left. As the target in sight, asked Anko as she hid on the roof of a building. She and her team were on what she considered to be an A-No-S class mission. They were going to do something that was said to be impossible, even for the Hokage. I see the target, said Rin as she spoke through the communication device. She was on the street. Naruto was on another building and Sasuke had refused to take the mission saying that it was pointless. Good, replied Anko. Naruto, when Rin stops the target, we will attack from above. I should work. If it doesn't, asked the ramen-loving boy. Most likely we will be killed, was her answer which caused him to gulp. Down on the street Rin was waiting to approach the target until he was in the right spot. It had to be perfect or else the whole plan would fail. Then, he came into his position and she made her move. Hey Kakashi, she said with a grin. Kakashi, as usual, was reading his book and didn't bother to look at Rin. Rin, is there something you want? He asked. He was anxious because he was getting to the good part. We all know what that is and if you don't get out of my fanfic. Well, I was wondering if, before she could say any more, Anko and Naruto came flying down towards the late Jonin. He sensed the attack and used Rin as a substitute. The three of them fell on each other in a dog pile-like fashion. Kakashi didn't even look up from his book. What was that about? He asked. Rin, who was on the bottom, summoned her strength and threw off Anko and Naruto. She then turned to stare at her former teammate. I told you, I want to see your face. It's the greatest mystery in the world, she said as she held up his baby pictures. It turns out even then he wore a mask. Oh, he said simple as he walked away. Rin's eyes became dish plates and her face turned red. She was pissed. She then let out a scream that was heard all the way in Wind Country. When she was down, Anko, who had gotten up and dusted herself off, decided that training was over. Okay you two, let's get one of those real missions, she said with a tear in her eye. About 20 minutes later, the whole Team 7 was washing the dogs of the Inuzuka clan. Team 7 had been a team for about a week now. At first, they were pissed at the crappy missions they had to do. Naruto and Anko seemed to hate them the most, or at least showed it the most. The first time they caught the daimyo's cat, Naruto had suggested that they skin in and Anko volunteered. Other jobs they had been doing consisted of picking up trash, painting, pulling weeds, and cleaning latrines. Over this time they had become closer, for the most part. Rin and Anko had become friends and sometimes were seen shopping while Naruto carried their bags. Anko began to grow fond of Naruto as well, like he was a little brother or something. Sasuke, on the other hand, spent only the time he was required to with them and then left. As for Rin and Naruto, some people began to talk that they were getting close. These people were Ino, Sakura, and Hinata. When Ino and Hinata weren't training with their teams and Sakura was finished at the hospital, they followed the girl around and Naruto was usual right next to her. To Ino and Sakura it seemed weird that someone would want to be near Naruto and enjoy it. For Hinata, she was coming out of her shell more and more each day as her jealousy grew. One day her father saw her attacking a training dummy on compound and was shocked at what he saw. His daughter, the one he considered to be weak, was destroying a dummy with a picture of Rin's face on it. When he went to speak with her, her head snapped in his direction and glared at him, in only for a second, with enough killer intent to make him shudder. Momiji was enjoying her time at the academy. At first, she was shocked at the lack of desire these girls had becoming shinobi. All they did was talk about which boy was the cutest and what outfits went with what. Momiji just wanted to go back into a coma and never get up again. The next day, she made her point and got them to start training seriously. All it took was a couple of finger bullets, who knew? After the group was done with that mission, Anko took them back to the training field to train some more. Now, we are going to do some sparring, she said, getting everyone's attention. These will be pure taijutsu and will finish when I say so. Now Naruto, you will face off against Sasuke first. They both nodded and went into the middle of the field. In the last week, Naruto had gotten better at the dances. While he was still working on the dance of the camellia, he had gotten the basic movements down. He was still at a disadvantage to Sasuke, who was stronger, but at least he would make him work for a victory. Begin, shouted Anko. Sasuke started first with a series of punches. Naruto dodged most of them while moving backwards. After a while, Naruto decided it was time to fight back. He caught one of Sasuke's arms and used it to bring Sasuke in closer and brought his knee into Sasuke's gut. Sasuke stumbled back in pain for a moment and then regained his composure. Sasuke moved towards Naruto and then did a foot sweep that sent him falling towards ground. Naruto sent one of his hands to the ground and used it like a spring to launch himself back up before the rest of his body could hit the ground. Seeing this, Sasuke moved over to Naruto's side and punched him in the gut while he was in midair. Naruto hit the ground hard and coughed up some blood. "Alright," said Anko. "That's good enough." At that Sasuke smirked. "He wasn't nearly good enough," he said with arrogance. He turned to face his fallen teammate. "You're useless, so just quit." "That's enough," said Anko with an angry glare. "You need to learn how to be a graceful winner." She saw that Naruto had gotten up and was walking back towards them. "Naruto, you are getting better, but you still need work. You should have continued your attack after your knee hit Sasuke. Also, you should have rolled out of that last fall instead of springing up. Rin, it's you versus Sasuke and then we'll move on." Naruto sat down as Anko told them to begin. Rin was amazing. No matter what Sasuke did, he couldn't hit Rin and kept getting pummeled. Rin started with a few quick jabs to the face and then in the gut. When Sasuke recovered, he tried to do a flying kick. Rin caught him by his leg and used his momentum to throw him to the side. While he is rolling, he uses his arms to quickly get back up onto his feet. Rin quickly moved over to him and gave him one final punch in the face. "Alright, that's enough," said Anko. "You both did fine. Now everyone come here so I can give you all a special test." When they were all gathered around her, she pulled out some small square pieces of paper. "These are going to be telling me what your chakra affinity is. That will tell me what types of jutsus I should be teaching you." She then handed them each a paper. "How does this work?" asked Naruto. "Just place it in your hand and then push a little chakra into it." The three of them did as they were told. Naruto's was slit in half. Sasuke's began to crumble. Rin's turns to dust. Anko looked at them and smirked. "Naruto has wind, Sasuke has lightning, and Rin has earth. Well, now I know what to teach them." "Alright," she said. "Naruto, you got wind. Rin has earth and Sasuke is lightning. Good, because I know a couple of jutsus for Naruto and Rin. There aren't that many lightning jutsus unless you want to ask Kakashi. So, for now at least, I'll be showing Sasuke fire." She decided to start with Sasuke. She began to do some hand signs and then shout out several small fireball from her mouth. Sasuke watched and was slightly impressed. It wasn't as powerful as his grand fireball, but it would help against a moving target. Anko then explained to him that it was almost similar to the grand fireball jutsu, except he had to cut it into several small bursts instead of one large one. He then went on to practice the jutsu on his own. Rin was next. Anko once again did some hand signs and then created an earth clone. It looked just like Anko, who gave it a punch and it turned into mud. She explained that like the shadow clones, these could fight and use jutsus. And, unlike Naruto's shadow clones, it didn't take up too much chakra. Rin nodded and decided to start training. Last was Naruto. She did the signs and then there was a large explosion of air. "That," said Anko, "was called Great Breakthrough. Basically, this jutsu will let you send your opponent flying. It will also be good in combination with fire jutsus. It's C rank, so you should have no problems with chakra amount." Naruto nodded and then began to practice the jutsu. They all continued until Anko told them to go home. As Rin walked home with Naruto, she saw that he was pouting slightly. What's wrong with him? Was it because he lost today? He should be proud of how good he's getting. She was pulled out of her thoughts when Naruto spoke up. "Why have you been holding back?" he asked. "What do you mean? When we train, you don't fight like you did against Sasuke. Not that I look back, I realize that in all of our spars you have been holding back a bit. Well, I don't want to hurt you, or if I did that, then that's not the point. How am I supposed to get stronger if you don't take me seriously?" Rin began to realize the real problem. It wasn't that she was holding back, but doubting him. "He thinks that I think he's no good. Naruto, listen, if I were to go all out on you, you would be seriously hurt. I'm sorry if I hurt your pride, but you got to learn that sometimes holding back is a good thing. How is it a good thing? Asked Naruto as he stopped. I know you're stronger than me and that I would never win in a real fight. But I don't want you to protect me. How are the both of us supposed to get better if one of us keeps holding back? This has to with our teamwork and trusting each other. I give you my all and you don't. This has nothing to do with pride. Rin was taken back by this. She hadn't thought of it like that. She remembered back when she was younger when everyone never fought her seriously. Back when people thought she was weak because she was a girl. Naruto, I'll tell you what. Tonight during our spar I'll go all out on you. She gave him a smile and he smiled back at her. Little did they know that his stalker was watching them and trying to hear what they were saying. All Hinata heard was, tonight, and, I'll go all out on you. That night Hinata trained like the world would end if she stopped. This caused her father to ask his other daughter some questions. Hanabi, have you done something to your sister? No, what makes you think that? Have you seen her? He asked sarcastically. I have never seen her train like this before. Well, I did read her diary yesterday, said Hanabi. It seems like some is going after the boy she likes. At that, Hiyashi went into protective father mood. WWWHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHSorry father, but I think it's too late, said Hanabi with a sigh. Her diary is very detailed. It mentions everywhere he goes, who he hangs out with, and everything that he does. Your daughter is a stalker. Plus, she has very nice handwriting. At this, Hiyashi looked like the painting, the scream. At about the same time, Naruto was training again with his mother and Rin. Okay, Naruto, said Momiji. Tonight we will be working on the finger bullet drill. You remember what you did wrong with your first try with the bone blade? Naruto nodded. Well, that was it, only you need to focus on your finger bones and put a bit more chakra into them. Naruto began to follow his mother's instructions. He held out one hand and focused his chakra. Soon, 5 finger bones shot out of his fingers and into the wall. I think I'd better pick up a training dummy, said Momiji as she looked at the holes in the wall. Naruto soon got a full hang on the jutsu and went back to training on the dance of the camellia. After that was done, he sparred with Rin. True to her word, she didn't hold back. At the end of practice, Naruto was glad he had the Kyuubi. Well, I have to get going, said Momiji as Rin was healing Naruto. Where are you going? Asked Naruto. I'm just going to pick something up from the Hokage, she replied. And with that she was off. Later that night, Naruto had fallen asleep. It had been a tough day for him and he was beat. His eyelids were just starting to fall when he heard a noise. This put him on high alert, being used to being beaten up in the middle of the night. The noises were coming from in the hall and moving towards his door. He held up his hand, ready to use the finger bullets. Whoever it was went past his room and into the bathroom. A minute later he heard a flushing sound. A moment later his door opened and there stood Rin half asleep. She was wearing a white t-shirt and panties. She walked over to the bed and got under the covers. Naruto's eyes became dish plates. Ah, what is she doing? Is she sleepwalking or something? What should I do? At that moment, Rin seemed to move closer to him. Naruto could smell the shampoo she had used that night. He could feel the warmth of her body and the touch of her skin. Soon they were next to each other, facing each other. Her arm was soon wrapped around his neck, pulling his head in closer to hers. Is this for real? Does she like me? Meanwhile, one person was watching this for the Hokage's tower. The old man had been bored and decided to check on Naruto. Imagine his surprise when he was what was going on. He sat there, eating popcorn, and cheering for the young blonde. I wish I could get some like he can, said the Hokage. What was that? Said the voice of Momiji. The Hokage turned around and saw Mrs. Uzumaki giving him a death glare. Oh shit, he said. Back with Naruto, he decided to make a move. He was nervous as hell. As he moved closer, he heard her say Obito very lightly. He stopped and realized that she was asleep and couldn't take advantage of her like that. He slowly got out of bed and picked her up bridal style and put her back in her own room. Are you spying on couples? Asked Momiji as she slowly walked over to the old man. He gulped and did the first thing that came to mind. Shift the blame. Momiji, I was just checking on your son when I saw him doing perverted things. Take a look for yourself. As he said this he pointed to the orb only to find Naruto in his bed alone. Oh, this isn't good. Die old man, said Momiji. With that, the hurting began. I would like to tell you all about it, but it's a bit graphic and too bloody. Let's just say that he was later admitted into the hospital with wounds in areas where the sun don't shine. The next morning Naruto couldn't stop blushing as he watched Rin eat breakfast. Can you blame him? When they were done they went to meet the rest of the team at the field and began to practice right away. Anko began the meeting with some announcements and then they began to practice their new jutsus. Outside the village, a girl with wearing the symbol for the rock appeared near the village and began to set up camp. She would wait for her prey to come, no matter how long it took. Now, to the poll. Almost everyone voted for Ryusui no Yugoki and Kaden Kanbu Rokurin from Rurouni Kenshin. I'll also give him the other moves so he will have the complete set. One more thing, Ribcage Missiles is in. I also have people calling in with their own ideas. Here are some of them. Thenugai 15. Creating shin guards, arm guards and chest armor from highly condensed bone tissue. Think Gaara's Suna no Tate only on the chest, forearms and shins. Shinji the Good Sharer. Bone Armor Jutsu, a bloodline technique similar to the Armor of Sand, used by Gaara. This ability allows the user to reform their bones into protective plating that completely covers their skin in bone plates, forming an exoskeleton of armor. Battle King. Bone Clone, a type of clone that can only disappear by killing blows, not sissy blows like shadow clones. Just so it's not too powerful, the drawback could be that he can't create as many bone clones as he can shadow clones. The limited number for bone clone could be 1, 2 or whatever you feel the number should be. Big Kyle 990. It's called Bone Yard. He sends bones through the ground to come out as large bone spikes in any direction he chooses. Send me your ideas and I'll pick out the ones I like and give credit where it is due. If I don't pick yours, it doesn't mean I hate you, it's just other people came up with a similar idea or it's similar to one of the jutsus that are already goes with this bloodline limit. Now, on with the show. A cat with a ribbon on its left ear was alone in the forest. Or so it thought. 3 pairs of eyes were staring at it. One of them was very pissed and the other 2 were just tired of this mission. This was the 12th time this week that they had caught this cat. This pissed one jumped out of the tree he was hiding in and grabbed Tora the cat. Said cat responded by clawing at its attacker. Ouch, stupid cat, muttered Naruto. That's what you get for scaring it, said Rin as she and Sasuke appeared next to him. She took hold of the cat and he seemed to calm down. Cat, Tora, captured, said Sasuke into his headgear. He's not dead, asked a disappointed Anko. No, the owner wanted him brought back, replied Sasuke. She never said what condition he had to be in, said Anko. She then began to laugh and Sasuke began to shiver. 20 minutes later, the daimyo's wife held her Tora tightly in her arms. This caused mixed reactions on the team. Rin felt sorry for the poor cat. Sasuke looked at the scene with indifference. Anko and Naruto sent looks to the cat that said, if we have to catch you again it will be the last time. They then heard the Hokage cough that was meant to bring them to attention. Well done Team 7, said the old man. We have a couple more missions for you. He begins to shift through his papers. We have picking up dog poop, weeding gardens, cleaning my garage, helping old ladies cross the street, and, he stopped when he heard the daimyo's wife call out to Tora. It seems like we need to get the cat back. No, shouted Naruto and Anko. I tired of all these chores old man, shouted Naruto. We are ninja, not the clean-up crew. How about we get some real missions? I agree with the kid, said Anko. I haven't killed anyone in weeks. Just one real mission where I can feed my bloodlust. Stop acting like children, said Iruka. Team 7 has only been active for about 2 months now and you 3 are still to green. Till we feel that you are ready you will be given simple missions. Anko crossed her arms and began to pout. Please, she said trying to sound innocent. No dice. No, was Iruka's response. Allow me to explain, said the Hokage. Missions are based on a letter system with a being at the top and D at the bottom. A-ranked missions are for Jonin and Anbu. B-ranked missions are for rookie Jonin and high Chunin. C-ranked missions go to Chunin and experienced Genin. D-ranked missions are for you rookies so that you can work on teamwork. We will get the occasional S-ranked mission, but that's not for you to worry about. Naruto let out a sigh. He had hoped that the old man might back them up at least a little. Then Enko walked over to him and whispered in his ears. The look on his face when it began looked like he was confused or surprised. At the end, he was giving the Hokage and Iruka a wicked smile. "Are you sure, sensei?" he asked Enko. "That seems cruel." "Do it, Naruto," said Enko with a gleam in her eye. Naruto began to do some hand signs, and when he was done, smoke filled the room. Iruka was in a bit of a panic. Then he felt someone press against his back. The Hokage could feel people on both his side. No, thought the old man, not this jutsu. When the smoke cleared, the room was full of naked female Narutos. "Please," they all said at the same time. It was too much for the two men to take. Man wasn't made for that level of perversion. Blood shoot out of their noses and fell to the floor. A second later the Hokage, who was still on the floor, held up a sheet of paper. "Here's an easy C-rank mission," he said. Enko went over and took the paper and began to read it. "You're right, this is easy," she said. "It's a simple escort mission as well as bodyguarding. We are to protect the bridge builder named Tazuna." "That's super bridge builder Tazuna," said a man on the other side of the doors. The doors opened and an old drunk-looking man stepped into the room. The first thing he noticed was that the room was full of naked, blonde, big-busted, pig-tailed girls. "I changed my mind. I'm staying here." There was a poof and the girls disappeared and Naruto appeared next to Rin. "Sorry, old man," he said, grinning while scratching the back of his head. But, stammered Tazuna. He then began to cry. "It's not fair." "All right, team," said Enko. "We will meet at the western gate in an hour. Be on time or be left behind." The three genin nodded and quickly left. Enko then turned to the old bridge builder and sighed. "You can stop crying now." The three of them went their own way as soon as they left the assignment room. Sasuke went home and began to pack. Rin did the same thing. Naruto went to tell his mom, who was at the academy, about the mission. There was some crying on her part, but she wished him luck and he then went home and quickly packed his stuff. He grabbed some clothes, medical supplies, and some scrolls that had his father's fighting style written on them. Oddly, Naruto finished packing and was out of the house before Rin. Rin caught up with him shortly and the two began to walk together towards the western gate. When they got there they saw that Tazuna had stopped crying but still looked drunk. Enko was standing next to him eating some dango. Sasuke showed up a bit later with his gear. "All right, let's go," cheered Enko. Tazuna looked a bit worried. "Are you sure you all can handle this?" he asked. "Don't worry," said Sasuke. "This team may be made of adobe." Naruto glares at him, and weak Kunoichi, big glare from Rin, and a Jonin that dresses like a tramp. Enko reaches for her mallet that is under her trench coat, but don't because you have an Uchiha here. Before he could say anything else he was pounded on the head by Enko's mallet. Naruto held up a large sign that had 9.1 on it. Rin also had a sign that read 8.9. Tazuna's sweat dropped. "Still can't get a 10, muttered Enko. "Let me rephrase that. I am a special Jonin and my team can handle this. If things start to look bad I'll step in and help." "What do you mean?" "Weak Kunoichi," yelled Rin. "I beat you at every taijutsu spar." "That's only because we aren't allowed to use ninjutsu and I'm going easy on you," responded Sasuke. "I hope so," said Tazuna as he watched the people who were supposed to protect him fight with each other. Meanwhile, the Hokage and Iruka were starting to pick themselves up. Why had it taken so long? Well, they lost a lot more blood than usual. At least the blood was only on the floor. It had landed on the files, then they would have to get more and explain how it got there. No way were they going to do that. Soon, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," said Iruka. Sakura then entered the room looking a little nervous. "You wanted to see me?" she asked. "Yes," replied the Hokage. "Sakura, I have heard that you are doing well in your medical training. So, I'll be sending you with a team on a simple delivery mission." "May I ask why?" she asked. "Sakura, you are being trained to become a field medic." So, you need some field experience and to be with people who can help you with your speed so that you can arrive at your destination much quicker. Don't worry, I doubt that you will need to use your skills or any action will take place. There was a knock at the door and the Hokage checked the clock. That must be him. Come in, guy. With that the door opened and in came a large man wearing green spandex, a Jonin vest, a bowl cut, and thick eyebrows. I guy, the youthful green beast, am here as you requested. Thank you guy, said Iruka. He turned to face Sakura. Sakura, this is Guy and you will be joining his team for this mission. Sakura looked at Iruka and then at Guy. She then walked over to Iruka and leaned over to his ear. Please tell me they aren't as weird as he is, she whispered. Don't worry, said in a low tone. They are mostly normal. Poor kid, maybe I should tell her about Lee. Oh well, she'll get over it. They will only be gone for about 3 weeks. Yes, I am evil. Over at the Hyuga compound, Hiyashi was sneaking into Hinata's room. He had to find this diary and discover who it was that his daughter was in love with. Of course, he could just ask, but fathers don't just ask their daughters who they are in love with. Well, they could, but just don't expect the truth. So here he was, a 40-year-old Jonin, sneaking around his daughter's room looking for that book. What are you doing, father? Asked Hanabi, who was right behind him without him knowing. So, he screamed, like a little girl. Don't do that, he hissed as he turned around. I need to find that book. Where is it? It's under the floorboard next to her desk, sighed Hanabi as she pointed to the desk in the corner. Hiyashi went over to the spot and quickly found the loose floorboard. He picked up the diary and then began to read it. Damn, he said, she does follow this guy everywhere. She even lists how much ramen he eats and the flavors. But why not a name? I think it's because she is embarrassed or something, said Hanabi. So, what are you going to do now, father? That was the question. He could track down the boy and kill him for stealing his daughter's heart. Or maybe send her to a hypnotist and erase him from her mind. Then, he could encourage the relationship. If Hinata was training this hard to beat down someone else who like him, imagine how hard she would train if he told her they might become engaged. Before he could make any decision, he had to know more. Like the boy's name, family, and strength. He turned to his youngest daughter. I want you to try and find out more about this boy, he said. I don't care how you do it, just find out who he is and then report back to me. Then I'll check out his records and see if this is a suitable match. Yes, father, she replied. I hope he doesn't go this overboard when I start to date. Michi was watching the roads that went in and out of the village. She was well hidden thanks to her hiding camouflage jutsu. She could watch people pass her by without anyone noticing unless they had an active Sharingan, Byakugan, or animals with really powerful sense of smell. She was about to move to a different area when she saw a group of 5 pass by. There was a loud blonde, a girl with orange markings on her cheeks, an old drunk, and a woman in a trench coat with no sense of modesty. The last one was an Uchiha. She could tell that due to the fact that he wore his clan symbol on his back and his dark eyes. Finally, it's been a week since I ran out of batteries and haven't been able to listen to any music. Now, to wait for the right moment and kill him. Tizuna, is there a shinobi village in Wave? Asked Rin. Far question considering the fact that she had been gone for so long and didn't know about any of the new villages that had appeared. No, he responded. If there were then I would have hired them. There are many different villages, explained Anko. However, only 5 largest countries hold the villages where one can receive the title of Kage. They are the Mist, Leaf, Sand, Rock, and Cloud. Their leaders are the Mizukage, Hokage, Kazekage, Tsuchikage, and Reikage. I hope that explains everything. Thanks, Anko, said Rin. I just thought that there might have been more. Anko would have answered her, but stopped in her tracks in front of a puddle. She looked down at it and began to stare. The others began to freak out when she began to laugh. Well, what do we have here? She said in a happy-sounding voice. A puddle on a hot day and it hasn't rained for days. I wonder what I should do. She then reached into one of her pockets and pulled out several exploding notes and then dropped them into the puddle. If anyone was looking at her face, they would say she was crazy. It turned out, when the notes exploded and the demon brothers flew out of the water, someone did see her face. That woman is nuts, said one of them. Let's kill her first then let's get the old man, said the other. With what? Asked Rin who was standing in the back. You don't have any weapons. They gestured to their gauntlets only to find them missing. Rin then stepped forward and held up the gauntlets. She then smirked at them. This is my fighting style, she said. I steal your weapons and then use them against you. The two brothers were enraged. They charged into attack, but were stopped. Sasuke used his kunai to stab one of them in his leg and then delivered a fierce uppercut. Naruto hardened the bones in his right arm and punched the other one in the face. Nice work you three, said Anko. She then turned to Tazuna. Why were they after you? Tazuna sighed. I guess I might as well tell you. There is an evil businessman named Gato who is after me. Publicly, he owns a shipping company but that's only a cover. He's a smuggler and drug dealer. He came to Wave a few years ago and took over the country. He controls all the ports and has caused our land to become isolated and impoverished. So why is he after you? Asked Naruto. Because I'm building a bridge, said Tazuna. When it is finished, it will connect our land with the outside world and we will be able to trade freely once again and our economy will recover. So, if you knew this then why didn't you ask for better ninjas? Asked Naruto. Too expensive. If I told them all of that, then I couldn't afford you guys. Please, I'll pay you all back once our economy recovers. I don't see why we should, said Sasuke. It's not our problem and since you lied to us that means that the mission is terminated. No way, yelled Naruto. Come on, this is our first real mission and you just want to walk away. We can do this right Rin. I have mixed feeling about this, she replied. I want to help but he did lie to us. What do you think sensei? Anko turned and faced the road leading towards Wave. She closed her eyes and began to think. Please help us, said Tazuna. But, if you don't my daughter will hate the leaf forever and my super cute grandson will cry. I was going to say hell y'all let's do this before you interrupted me, said Anko. Don't worry, we will see this mission through. But you better pay us back later or else. Tazuna thanked her and soon they were on their way. Watching them, Michi made some mental notes. The Uchiha was an ass, simple put. The girl seemed to be every capable and well as her sensei. Something was off with the blonde though. When he got close, she felt restless and wanted to fight him. That and the demon inside her began to stir. She decided to wait and get more information on the Uchiha's teammates before acting. They traveled for a couple of days until they reached Wave Country. A boat was waiting for them and snuck them in. Once they got to shore, Tazuna told them that they would be staying at his place. As they walked in the forest, Naruto heard a noise in the bushes and threw a kunai at it. A white rabbit jumped out of the bush and ran away. Shit, said Rin. Sorry, apologized Naruto. No, it's not that, she said. It's just that that rabbit was used as a decoy. I mean, it's summer so its fur shouldn't be white. It's as white because it's been kept in a cage. That when they heard a noise. Get down, shouted Anko. They hit the ground hard and fast. A blade flew above them and was caught by a man in a tree. He had dark hair, no eyebrows, bandages covering his face, and dark pants. He was shirtless showing the world his muscles. Well, so these are the people who defeated the demon brothers, said the man with amusement in his voice. Zabuza Momochi, I never thought someone like you would sell out to Gato, said Anko. The snake mistress of the leaves, it is an honor to meet you, said Zabuza. My target is only the old man so if you don't want to die then just step away. Anko raised a hand and put on her chin and made it look like she was thinking about it. Nope, she said after a minute. Not happening anytime soon. She turned to her team. Listen maggots, get around Tazuna and let me handle him. He's a missing nin from Mist and was known as the Demon of the Bloody Mist. He got that name after he killed his entire graduating class. All without any previous training, added Zabuza as he chucked at the memory. He then decided to have a look at the genins. The black-haired boy looked wise and the girl seemed to be the most intelligent of the three, having seen through his distraction. His eyes stopped on the blonde and then they grew wide when he saw the two red dots just above his eyes. Naruto noticed him staring at him and became nervous. Hey, shouted Naruto. Stop staring at me you eyebrowless freak. Zabuza ignored him and faced Anko once again. How did you get your hands on a Kagaya? He asked. They were wiped out years ago. Anko smirked at him. Seems your village missed one, she replied. She had read Naruto's file and knew about his bloodline and his mother's history. She also knew about the incident with the Kagaya clan in the Mist Village. Zabuza grinned. He hadn't been this excited since he found Haku. Now he had a chance to add another to his collection. First he had to take out his opponent. Hiding mist jutsu. With that, a heavy mist covered the area making everyone's sight worthless. He then let out a powerful killing intent. What a powerful killing intent, thought Sasuke. If I make a single mistake, I'll die. I can't stand this. I'd rather kill myself than take this much longer. Before he could carry out his plan, sorry people, Anko stopped. Hey, have a little confidence in me will ya, she said. Her eyes then narrowed and disappeared. The three genins heard the sound of metal hitting metal, and when they turned around they saw Anko holding back Zabuza's sword with a kunai. Then, in an instant, Anko grabbed a second kunai from her jacket and threw it at Zabuza. Zabuza, however, dissolved into water. Shit, that was a water clone. Before anyone could blink, Zabuza appeared above her, with his sword in hand, and cut her in half. One down, he said. Then, Anko turned into mud. An earth clone. Then he felt a kunai press against his throat. Was that all you had? Asked Anko. Suddenly, Zabuza dissolved into water and she was kicked from behind. She was launched into the lake that happened to be nearby, and as she swam back up to the surface, she saw Zabuza standing over her. Water prison jutsu. With that, Anko was trapped in a sphere of water. As long as Zabuza held on to the sphere, she was stuck. She had a limited amount of time before she ran out of air. Well, better take care of your brats and the old man. Water clone jutsu. A clone of Zabuza appeared at the edge of the lake and began to walk over to the genin. The three genin began to panic. Sasuke was cursing that he would never get to kill his brother or revive his clan. Rin had tried to come up with a plan. However, she couldn't figure out how she was going to steal that sword, and even if she did he could still use ninjutsu. Naruto was watching his life flash before his eyes. To put in bluntly, it sucked. But, when he got to the part where Iruka saved his life, things began to get better. No way was he going to let it end now. Not when he finally got his mom back and found out who he was. Suddenly he had an idea. He just hoped Rin would figure the rest out. He stepped forward and took off his jacket. Dance of the Camellia, he shouted as he grabbed a shoulder bone that had begun to poke out. The bone looked like a sharp blade and was much stronger than steel. Interesting, said the clone. I will enjoy seeing the Shikatsunyaku. How can this be, thought Sasuke. How can the Dobi had a bloodline limit? If you like this, try my shadow clone jutsu. At that, there was a puff of smoke and then there were 5 Narutos. They then ran towards the clone Zabuza and circled him. Now you're in for it, Ryusui no Yugoki. The 5 of them began to appear and disappear around the clone, confusing him. This move makes it impossible for you to hit me, said one of the Narutos. With fluid-like motions and the constantly changing speed, you can't predict where I am or where I am going. Clone Zabuza was swinging his sword like a madman while the real one watched with interest. While this was going on, Rin noticed something on the ground. It was a windmill shuriken. Realization hit her and stole Sasuke's windmill shuriken from his bag. Shadow windmill shuriken. With that, she threw the weapons at Zabuza. Zabuza noticed the attack coming at the corner of his eye. It was a distraction. The blonde was just showing off to get my attention away from his teammates. And I fell for it. Zabuza caught the first shuriken with his free hand. When he saw the second one he jumped to avoid it while still holding the sphere. Hey freak, came a voice from behind Zabuza. He turned around and saw the windmill shuriken turn into the blonde. Eat this, finger bullet drill. Naruto's finger bones shot out and headed for Zabuza's arm. He had no choice, he released the jutsu. Naruto hit water and when he got back to the surface, Zabuza was giving him a death glare. You little shit, he said as he grabbed his sword. However, before he could do anything else, a kunai was shoved into his side. He looked down at the form of Anko. She then pulled out the kunai and gave him a roundhouse kick that landed in his gut. The force of the kick tossed him off of the water and into a tree. Soon, Anko was standing over him ready to give him the death blow. Before she could act, 3 senbons were embedded in his neck. The group looked up and saw a dark-haired hunter nin. "Thank you for your assistance," said the figure in a very feminine voice. "I doubt I could have taken him by myself." He then appeared next to Zabuza's body and picked him up. "I will be leaving now to dispose of the body. Goodbye." With that, the two disappeared into a whirlwind of leaves. Michi, who was well hidden thanks to her jutsu, watched the whole thing and was in awe. She had to tell her superiors about what she had seen. "That was amazing," cried Tazuna. "I had doubts, but that was amazing. Come on, let's get to my place so you can get some rest and I can get some super sake." It was about an hour later when our heroes, them plus Sasuke, arrived at Tazuna's house. The house was a simple 2-story house that was set next to a lake. The inside had a simple layout. On the first floor were a kitchen and an empty family room. The second floor held all the bedrooms. Tsunami was overjoyed to see that her father was both alive and sober. He quickly introduced the leaf nins while he went looking for a bottle of sake. Once he found one, everyone sat down at the kitchen table and he began to tell them about what had happened. Well, he left out the part of the harem jutsu, but other than that it was what happened. While this was going on, Sasuke was fuming inside. The Dobi and the Kunoichi had done all the fighting in the last battle and he just stood there. How could he kill his brother when he couldn't even handle a simple missing nin? Then, there was what Naruto had done in his fight. What was that? He had known the blonde for years and he had never done anything like that before, not even in practice. These thoughts began to burn away in the back of the Avenger's mind. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. "Dobi," he said, getting everyone's attention. He looked at Naruto with anger in his black eyes. "What was that power you used? How did you get it?" "What you mean by Shikatsumiku?" asked Naruto as he scratched the back of his head. "It's my bloodline limit. It awakened a couple of days after the graduation exam and I got these spots to prove it." He pointed to the spots above his eyes. Sasuke, being the self-absorbed ass that he was, had never noticed them till now. "What? I have never heard of it. How did Zabuza know what it was?" "That's because the bloodline isn't from our village," said Anko. She had never allowed Naruto to use his Shikatsumiku in practice because she didn't want him to rely on it so much. "Excuse me, but what is a bloodline limit?" asked Tazuna. Anko sighed and then gathered her thoughts on the subject. A bloodline limit is basically a genetic mutation that gives its owner special abilities that can't be copied or duplicated under normal circumstances, she said. There are many different types and powers, but we can categorize them into 3 groups. The first are the dojutsus, or eye techniques. Examples of these are the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, which allows them to predict their opponent's moves and then copy them, and the Byakugan, which gives the Hyuga clan the power to see through solid objects and gives them a 360-degree field of vision. Then there are people or can be classified as elementals. These are people who can control over a certain element and can do jutsus that we can't. An example of this is the first Hokage's power to control plant life. There are others who could create water out of nothing and use magnetic powers as well. The last group belongs to the body manipulators. These are people who either have unique body parts or have control over a certain part of their body. Naruto falls under this category because his Shikatsumiku gives him the power to harden his bones till they're stronger than steel, reshape them into weapons, and regrow them immediately. The only way for someone outside of a clan to gain one for these powers is surgery or genetic manipulation, said Rin, adding her 2 cents. After all, she was the one who gave Kakashi his Sharingan. He still hasn't said thank you. So, how did Zabuza know about Naruto's power? And how come I have never heard of it? Asked Sasuke. My mother used to live with her clan in Water Country, said Naruto. She said she left because she didn't like how much the clan liked to kill people. She ended up in our village during the last Shinobi War. He then let out a yawn. It was late and they had just come back from a huge battle. I think we should get some sleep, said Anko. I'll show you to your rooms, said Tsunami. She got up and motioned the group to follow them. They then went upstairs and were placed into the 2 spare bedrooms. Naruto and Sasuke took the first and Rin and Anko took the other. Haku, meanwhile, was busy removing the needles from Zabuza's neck. Unfortunately, the swordsman became tired of waiting and simply yanked them out at once. Yes, for all you newbies out there, he's alive. Haku, you sure waited long enough, complained Zabuza. And take off that mask. Haku complied and revealed his girlish face and his chocolate-colored eyes. Sorry, but I have so many fond memories of this mask, he replied. He then went to work at treating Zabuza's wounds. As Haku worked, Zabuza thought about what had happened over by the lake. He was shocked to learn that there were still people who could use the Shikatsunyaku. When he and Haku left the Mist Village, the Kagaya clan attacked as was defeated. To Zabuza, they were excellent weapons that could have been useful during his attempt to seize power. Now, he had the perfect chance to get one. All right, said Haku, let's get you back to the hideout. Zabuza just nodded. On the way there, B began to think of a way to obtain the blonde. In Hidden Leaf, Hanabi was busy looking for her sister's hidden crush. She had created a list based off the information she found in her sister's diary. So far she knew that he was a guy who was loud, liked ramen, was kind, energetic, a hard worker, and looked very handsome. She had started with the members from the graduating class first and had only met a few of them. She crossed off Shikamaru and Shino because they weren't loud or energetic. When she met Choji and Kiba, she put them on the maybe list. Choji seemed very nice and liked ramen. Also, she didn't know what her sister considered handsome. Kiba, well, he was loud and energetic. Plus, he looked better than Choji and was her teammate. Then she began to wonder about her cousin's teammate. She had only met Lee a couple of times and he seemed to fit the bill as well. He was loud, kind, energetic, and was a hard worker. But, did her sister find him handsome? Hanabi shuddered at the thought. Why, Dad? She asked the sky as she began to walk home. I'm a 7-year-old girl, so why do I have to do this? Maybe I'll just ask that blonde girl and her fiend with the huge forehead. In another part of the world, Sakura sneezed. This caused two things to happen. The first was her wondering if people were talking about her and her hoping it was Sasuke. Fat chance. The other was two green spandex wearing people to going off their rocker. Sakura, what an unyouthful cold you have, shouted Guy. We will help you get rid of it with the springtime of youth. Guy-sensei is correct, said Lee, the mini-me of Guy. I will use all of my love to help you get better. And if I fail I will read every medical book I can find. And if my adorable student can't go that, I will carry you both to Tsunade for treatment. Cue the hugging and the evil genjutsu that no one can figure out. Guy-sensei, Lee, Guy-sensei, Lee, Guy-sensei, Lee, Guy-sensei, Lee. Meanwhile, the rest of the group was doing its best to coo. Tenten began to chant a mantra. Neji began to hit his head against a tree. Sakura cursed Kami for her luck. Finally, the two stopped and Lee went over to Sakura. I will do what I can to make you feel better. When you are, will you go out with me? At this Sakura shivered. It wasn't that he wasn't a nice guy, he was just creepy. Plus she loved Sasuke. Sorry, but I like someone else, she said quietly. This caused Lee's eyes to glow with the light of fire. Then I have a new rival. He then turned to Neji. I am sorry Neji, but until I defeat the love of Sakura's life, I cannot be your eternal rival. Neji had a very odd reaction to that. He turned around to face the tree once again and began to eye. Neji, what's wrong? She said as she moved over to her teammate. I promised myself I wouldn't cry when this day came, said Neji. Sakura, what is the name of this AMNWHO has stolen your heart? This question made by Lee caught the group's attention. Guy wanted to know as well so he could help his youthful student defeat him. Neji wanted to know who to thank for this newfound happiness. Tenten simply wanted to know so she would know who to send the flowers to. Sakura began to think, she could have this guy attack Sasuke. He might get the wrong idea. Then, she had a thought. What if she gave him someone else's name? It's Naruto, said the pink-haired girl. Naruto Uzumaki. The next morning Naruto, Rin, and Sasuke were eating breakfast with Tazuna and Tsunami. Anko had her eyes closed as she sat at the dinner table. She was in deep concentration on the events that had happened yesterday. All night she had been worried about something that didn't feel right back the fight with Zabuza. Coming to the most likely conclusion, she opened her eyes. Zabuza is still alive, she said, getting everyone's attention. What? Shouted Naruto. But we saw that Hunter Nin kill him. I hate to say it, but I agree with the Dobi, said Sasuke. We saw him die and then his body was taken away to be disposed of. That's right, said Anko, he took the body away. A real Hunter Nin is supposed to destroy the body on sight. Also, there was the weapon that used. That's right, said Rin. Senbon needles are too small and weak to kill. At least, more difficult. However, they are good at hitting the body's nerves and pressure points. If he has studied the human body well enough, he could have put Zabuza in a dead-like state. Don't you think that you're overthinking this, said Tazuna. He didn't like the fact that Zabuza was still alive and might come after him again. That'll be a first, muttered Sasuke. Sadly for him, Anko heard him. In a single motion, she grabbed her mallet from within her trench coat and hit him over the head. At that moment, Inari walked in. Ah, my super grandson, said Tazuna. Say hello to the ninjas who saved me. Inari just looked at them with a vacant expression. You're all going to die, he said. Just go home. And with that he left. This caused Anko and Naruto to get very pissed off and began to yell things that would make someone like Kyuubi blush. Yeah, that bad. Okay, said Anko as she calmed down a bit. I believe they'll attack again as soon as his injuries heal. That will give us about a week. So, I'll have to step up your training. Follow me. With that, she got up and led the genins outside. They all had mixed reactions. Sasuke. About time she started training me seriously. It better not be something lame. Maybe it's some special jutsu that is more powerful. It better be because the Uchiha clan deserves the best. And why do these losers have to come along? She should only be focusing on the best, me. Rin. Most likely she'll be showing us tree climbing. I already have that down, but my water walking is still kind of weak. Maybe I'll work on that after I show her that I have mastered this exercise. Naruto. All right, whatever it is, I know we can do it. Anko led them to a clearing and began to tell them what they would be doing. Now, this is an advanced exercise that gives some jonins trouble. You see, in battle, you have trouble with chakra control. This exercise will help fix that. Also, it will help increase your stamina. All you have to do is walk up a tree without using your hands. That's impossible, said Sasuke. Anko smirked and then walked up a tree, without using her hands. She then explained what they had to do and told them to use the kunai to mark how far they made it up. Naruto and Sasuke both ran up the tree. Sasuke used too much and the bark exploded underneath his feet. Naruto used too little and slipped off the tree. Rin simply walked up the tree and made it all the way to the top. Not bad, Rin, said Anko. Looks like you have already mastered this exercise. She then turned and faced the boys. Alright, you two keep working on this. I'm going to be keeping an eye on Tazuna in case Gato sends others after him. With that, she left. Meanwhile, back in the Leaf Village, Hiyashi was doing some shopping. He basically wanted out of the house and noticed that they needed a lot of stuff. Hanabi had so far come up empty-handed with her search, and Hinata, it was that time of the month. So here he was, shopping for groceries from him and his daughters. At times like these, he missed his wife. She was good at these kinds of things. His philosophy had always been to just glare at the problem long enough and it will go away. He stopped and looked at the list he had made. Where are the pickled vegetables? He said aloud, to no one really. However, someone heard him. I saw them in the back of the store, said Momiji Uzumaki. Hiyashi turned around and thought he was under a genjutsu because she seemed to be standing inside a clam shell with a waterfall and rainbow background. She was wearing a dark blue kimono and her white hair was let down and touched her shoulders. His skin was pale, but not in a sickly way. It seemed to have a glow of its own. She was only about 5 inches shorter than him and, simply put, looked very good for a woman of 38. She stood in front of with carrying a small basket in her hands. What? He stammered. They are in the back of the store, she repeated. May I see that list? Hiyashi simply nodded and handed her the list. She scanned the list and then looked at him. This won't do. There is little verity and not enough fruits. As she continued, many people stopped and stared at this sight. Hiyashi Hyuga was just standing there being told that he made a mistake. No one does that. Usually, he gets angry and lashes out. "TT, thank you," he said. "Oh no, I sound like my daughter. And my heart is beating faster than usual." "You're welcome," she said with a smile. Hiyashi felt his face go red and she began to walk away. At this point in time, his mind was in total confusion. He didn't want her to go. What to do? Should he ask her to help him out some more? "Yes," screamed a voice in the back of his head. It told him to be a man and ask a woman to help him shop. Miss," he called out. She stopped and turned around. Now people were beginning to notice. Even the Hokage, who was watching this in his crystal ball, was placing bets with his attendants on what would happen. "I was wondering if you wouldn't mind giving me a hand." "I don't mind at all," said Momiji. In a short time, Momiji helped Hiyashi with his groceries. While they did this, Hiyashi asked her about herself and she responded as such. When it was over, Hiyashi wanted to ask her out. But there was a small problem. He didn't know how to do it. It had been so long since he had been in the dating pool, as he just said the first thing that came to mind. It was the same thing he did when he asked his late wife out. "Would like to have a sparring match?" he asked as they exited the story. Many people face-faulted and a certain Hokage was collecting lost bets. "Sure," she said. "I would love to. I'll see you later, Lord Hyuga." With that she walked away. Back in Wave, Naruto was having trouble with the exercise. Rin had given him some pointers before she went off the train on her own. Getting up from his last attempt, he took a deep breath and followed Rin's instructions. He gathered chakra to his feet and began to concentrate. Then, he charged up the tree and was able to catch up with Sasuke before falling down. Realization hit Naruto that this was similar to the way he manipulated his bones. Sasuke began to watch this and saw that he was improving. Now, his two sides began to bicker. One side told him to ask him what he did so that power could be his. The other side said that he just got lucky and that he was an Uchiha. In the end, Sasuke decided to swallow his pride. "Our little baby is growing up." "Naruto, what did Rin tell you?" asked Sasuke. "Kami, this is so embarrassing." "I'm not telling," said Naruto with a grin on his face. It was now 2 days before the attack on the bridge and the two boys were almost done with the exercise. At night, Naruto practiced the moves from his father's scrolls and worked on turning his rib bones into missiles and launching them from his chest. Sasuke, after he was done, felt that he had done his share and decided to simply wait for his Sharingan to awaken. Rin at this point had finished water walking and was working on some more difficult medical jutsus and some earth jutsus that Anko had taught her. "Why do you all do it?" shouted Inari, who was standing in the doorway of the kitchen. "What you are doing is pointless. Gato will just kill you no matter what you do." "Well, at least we aren't going to take it lying down," said Naruto. He was tired and needed his rest. "You don't get it, do you?" shouted the boy. "You don't know what it's like to suffer and to lose people you love." This hit sore spots on both Rin and Naruto. Rin turned and looked at the boy with every ounce of hate she had. She was in a war and lost many of her friends to the rock nins. She watched her teammate die right in front of her eyes. How dare he say something like that? Naruto wasn't so good at holding back. He got up and growled at the boy. "What would I know? I was separated from my mother for 12 years. I was beaten, stabbed, and staved in the orphanage where I grew up. I had to live in a filthy apartment alone. So, yes, I do know what it's like. But at least I didn't cry about it or give up hope." With that, Naruto stormed outside. Inari was shocked for a moment and then went upstairs. "Is that true?" asked Tazuna. "Sadly it is," said Anko with a sigh. She then went upstairs to talk to Inari. She found him in his room and quickly decided on what to say. "Sorry about what Naruto said. He's had a hard life. A lot of us have had hard times that seem to never end. But, from what I have seen and heard is that Naruto has never cried. Well, not in a long time, that is. I guess he felt that he didn't want to feel useless and decided to do something about his problem rather than cry about it." With that she left the boy alone, her words echoing in his head. Outside, Naruto was looking up at the moon. A moment later, Rin walked up to him. I think you could have handled it better, she said. When I lost my teammate Obito, I felt like nothing mattered anymore. It hurt so badly that, she stopped then, unable to continue. For Naruto, it answered the question who Obito was. Maybe, he said, I just don't like people who wallow in self-pity. I mean, he still has people that care for him. He should be doing everything he can so he doesn't lose anyone else. It's hard, said Rin. To lose someone so close, it's so hard. I thought about ending my life after Obito died, but your father helped me out of it. Naruto began to get a sense of dread. How close were they? No, he did want to know. I'm going to train some more, he said as he walked into the forest. The next morning, Haku was collecting herbs for Zabuza. Tomorrow they would attack and they needed to be ready. He was wearing a pink outfit and had undone the bun in his hair. As he walked into a clearing, he saw Naruto asleep on the ground. What a perfect chance. Haku moved over to where Naruto was and began to poke him. Soon he was awake. You're going to catch a cold, said Haku. Naruto looked up and, you guessed it, thought Haku was a girl. But I ask you, WHOWOULDN, what are you doing out here? I'm training, said Naruto. But you look strong enough as it is, replied Haku. I know, but I want to get stronger. So, why do you seek strength? Is it to protect you precious people? Naruto thought about that for a moment. He thought about his mother, Anko, Iruka, the old man, and Rin. Yeah, I want to protect them and make sure that nothing happens to them. But, what if they don't need you? Asked Haku. Would you still protect them even if they changed their mind on how they feel about you? Haku didn't want to do this, but, if it helped Zabuza in the end he would do it. All he had to do was place seeds of doubt in his head and soon he would come to them. However, of course I would, said Naruto with a look of determination. I will never give up on those I care about. I see, said Haku as he got up and began to walk away. I hope you will be able to become strong for those people. No problems. I never go back on my word. You don't have to worry about me, miss. That's good to know. Oh, and by the way, I'm a boy. Naruto turned white and his eyes became dinner plates. About 10 minutes later, Sasuke found him. Apparently, the local wildlife thought he was a statue. What's wrong with you? Asked Sasuke as Naruto snapped out of it. The world is full of strange and scary people, was Naruto's response. The next day Anko, Rin, and Sasuke were at the door ready to go to the bridge with Tazuna. Are you sure you don't want to wait for Naruto? Asked Tsunami. Naruto had gotten back late the previous night after finishing the exercise along with Sasuke. However, he had overdone it and needed rest. He'll be fine, said Anko waving her off. With that the group made its way to the bridge. About a half an hour later, Naruto woke up. Realizing that his team had left without him, he quickly got dressed and raced to catch up with his teammates. At the same time, Team 7 had arrived at the bridge to find everyone missing. Where are the workers? Cried Tazuna. This was answered by laughter of none other than Zabuza who walked towards them with his partner next to him. They ran away as soon as they saw me, he said with a smirk. He then noticed that the Kagaya was missing. Where is the blonde? Why do you want to know? Asked Anko who tensed. I would also like to know, said another voice. A young girl with white and black hair walked from the other end of the bridge. She wore the symbol of the rock on her forehead protector. Friend of yours? Asked Anko to Zabuza. No, answered Michi. However, we have somewhat similar goals. His job is to eliminate the bridge builder and those protecting him. My job is only to kill the Uchiha. So, I'm going to be lending him a hand. So why do you both want the Dobi? Asked an annoyed Sasuke. I want him because he is a member of the Kagaya bloodline and I would like to take him home, said Zabuza. He will become an excellent tool for me. I just need to confirm my superior's suspicions, said Michi. I saw the fight on the lake and reported it. Now I need to confirm something for them. Can't we all just get along? Asked Tazuna. Now, on that note, I want to talk about all these, kill Sasuke, ranks. I have something so awful planned for him that will make him wish I had killed him. So, please just wait a little bit. I know it's hard, but it will pay off. Also, Konohamaru's evil jutsu. Double sexy guy jutsu is evil. And Sasuke, how could he defile a grave? Has he no shame? What are you waiting for? Start reading. Inari stared at the two men who were taking his mother away. Gato had sent them to capture his mother and use her as a pawn. That man just keeps taking everything, he thought. He has taken everything from me now. My father, my mother, soon my grandfather, and there is nothing I can do about. He's just too strong. Then, the image of Naruto came to his mind. Flashback. What would I know? I was separated from my mother for 12 years. I was beaten, stabbed, and staved in the orphanage where I grew up. I had to live in a filthy apartment alone. So, yes, I do know what it's like. But at least I didn't cry about it or give up hope. End flashback. Then he remembered what Anko told him. Flashback. He's had a hard life. A lot of us have had hard times that seem to never end. But, from what I have seen and heard is that Naruto has never cried. Well, not in a long time, that is. I guess he felt that he didn't want to feel useless and decided to do something about his problem rather than cry about it. End flashback. Inari began to think about his father. He had told him to protect what is important. He had died doing that. Now, here he was, crying like a little baby instead of following in his stepfather's footsteps. He then got up and charged. The men saw this coming and chucked. When he got close enough, they struck him down in an instant. Their amusement ended quickly as the boy turned into a log. Further down the dock was the blonde shinobi with Tsunami and Inari. That was the last thing they saw as they were both knocked out from behind by two of Naruto's shadow clones. Inari looked at Naruto, who just smirked back. "Why did you come back?" asked the boy. "While I was on my way to the bridge, I saw a board that was slashed up. Then I noticed that the trees leading up to your place had slashes on them as well. So I decided to check it out. Good job, by the way. Because you distracted these goons long enough, I was able to grab both you and your mother in time. Well, I'd better be going." With that, Naruto ran towards the bridge to where the real battle was beginning. "All right," said Michi. "Here's how it's going to work. I'll take the guy with the stick up his ass, Sword Boy can have the Snake Lady, and Mask Boy can have the leftover." "Who put you in charge?" shouted Zabuza. Michi gave him a sad puppy dog look. "You, Sniff, don't have to be so mean," she said. Zabuza's sweat dropped. "Just do what she says," said Haku with a sigh. "It'll be less of a headache for us and this could be beneficial as well." "You should really listen to the kid," said Michi as she went over to give Haku a hug. "He's so sweet." "Can you guys take them?" asked the scared bridge builder. "I can take that idiot rock Nin," said Sasuke. He turned to Rin. "Don't get in my way. Attack the mist Nin or my teammate." That was a though question for Rin. She then turned her attention to her opponent and got into a fighting stance. Anko and Zabuza said nothing. They just stared at each other. One could smell the bloodlust on them. Anko knew he would be a difficult opponent, but she was confident with her skills. Soon, the six ninjas charged at each other. Anko and Zabuza were the first to start their fight. Anko pulled out two kunai out of her jacket and used them to block Zabuza's sword. Rin charged at Haku. When they connected, Haku Senbon meet Rin Senbon. "I never expected you to use the same weapon as me," commented Haku. "Actually, this is my first time holding one," replied Rin with a grin. Haku wondered what she meant for a second until he realized that he was missing about half of his needles. "No matter," replied Haku. "I still have the advantage. Your hand is tied up." 1,000 flying needles of death. Around them, the moisture in the air was chilled and became, well, a lot of needles that shot at Rin. Using her training, she focused chakra in her feet and was able to get out of harm's way. "I never expected someone to be able to use one-handed signs," said Rin. "You're not bad. You are skilled as well," said Haku. "However, I will win." Sasuke and Michi were busy exchanging blows. This was a pure Taijutsu fight and was pushing both of them to the edge. Sasuke punched her in the gut after a few minutes and she jumped back a couple of feet. "So, is this the best that your weak village can do?" taunted the Uchiha. Michi glared at him and charged. She threw a punch with her right fist and he caught it. She then tried with her left and he caught that as well. Looks like you lose, pathetic. I don't think so, replied Michi with venom in her voice. With that, she kneed the Uchiha Avenger in the groin. That was for insulting my village. He released her and fell on his knees and covered his vitals. Michi, with a smirk, punched him in the face. That's cheating, said Sasuke as he started to get up. He gave her an evil glare. Looks like you don't get it, said Michi as she got into her Taijutsu stance. There is no such thing as cheating in the ninja world. If you can't understand that, then you won't last long. Both fighters began to fight once more. Sasuke was slower now due to that last attack. Haku decided to use his most powerful attack. Demonic Ice Mirrors. Soon, Rin was surrounded by the ice mirrors. Haku then stepped into one of them and his image appeared in all of them. He then reached for some Senbon needles, only to find them gone. Sorry, said Rin as she dropped them to the ground. Looking for those? It is no matter, said Haku calmly. I have more. With that, he went to his other side pouch. A sweat drop appeared when he realized that they were missing as well. I took those as well, said Rin. It appears we are at a standstill. Over with Sasuke and Michi, the fight was getting bloodier. Sasuke had awakened his Sharingan, however he didn't know how to use it properly. Also, it was eating up a lot of his chakra. Deciding to make this the last attack, he did his fireball jutsu. Michi saw this coming when he made the tiger hand sign and jumped back at the last moment. Sasuke then fell to one knee, panting. So you want to play with fire, said Michi. She then reached into a pouch on her hip which held her clay. Fine, I'll play too. She then pulled out her clutched hand and opened it to revel, a clay pig with wings. Sasuke's sweat dropped when he saw the thing try to fly. That's pathetic, commented Sasuke. The pig thing seemed to look upset. Hey, shut it, yelled Michi. I'm still working on birds. This is harder than it looks. Now, get him. With that command, the flying pig flew towards him and exploded near Sasuke's stomach. Not enough chakra, she muttered when she saw that he was still alive. Sasuke's shirt was torn and his skin had several cuts and burns. It'll take more than that to kill an Uchiha, he said. Michi smiled. Arrogant till the end it seems, she said while reaching for some more clay. I was hoping for a better challenge. Oh well, at least I accomplished my mission. This time, her clay had become 6 shurikens. These will explode on contact and I have put much more chakra into them. She then threw them at the Uchiha who braced himself. This is it, he thought. So many things I haven't done yet. Kill Itachi, make the Dobi look bad in front of Rin, revive the clan, take the dance class. The sound of Naruto yelling, finger bullet drill, snapped Sasuke out of his pity party. He watched as Naruto's attack cancelled Michi's. Don't worry about her, Sasuke, said Naruto as he walked into the battle area. I'll take it from here. With that, he took off his jacket and stepped in front of Sasuke. By the way, who is she? Dobi, can't you tell by her forehead protector? She's a rock nin and you can't handle her, said Sasuke. Meanwhile, said rock nin was searching through her pockets looking for something. She had pulled out gum, a couple of coins, the keys to her house, and lint before she found what she was looking for. It looked like a baseball trading card. However, in the ninja world they don't play baseball. Instead these cards held the pictures of famous shinobis from all villages. Sometimes the cards listed their most famous jutsus and sometimes the picture had them performing one of them. This card had the image of the 4th Hokage on it. Michi ran over to Naruto and placed the card next to his face. She then began to look the card and then at Naruto. What the hell is he, a clone? I mean, get rid of those dots and whisker marks and he looks just like the Yellow Flash. When I decided him and his fighting style to the Tsuchikage, I never expected him to check to see if he was related to our most hated enemy. Ah, what are you doing? Asked Naruto who had several sweat drops on his head. I see, was all she said. She walked away, giving them some distance. I have 2 targets now. I must kill the 2 of you. Why do you want to kill the Dobi? Asked Sasuke. He's a nobody, a loser. Michi turned around and examined the 2 of them. If you can't figure it out, then you don't deserve to know, she said. Michi then gave Naruto her full attention. A person who can use the Shadow Clone and the Ryusui no Yugoki is worthy of my special ability. She reached into her pouch once again and Naruto created a bone blade from his shoulder. Michi created another flying pig and sent it to attack Naruto. Naruto slashed it with his blade and was shocked that when it exploded it sent out blades of wind in all directions. He now had several slashes on his body, but they were healing quickly. I have the power to add any of the 5 elements to my clay bombs, said Michi as Naruto got over the shock. I am the only one in my clan that can do this. My turn, said Naruto. Naruto's rib bones began to stick out and straighten themselves. Their ends looked like arrowheads. Ribcage missiles. The rib bones shoot out and flew towards Michi who dodged the attack. Not bad, she said with a grin. But when I saw them popping out, I was able to guess what would happen next. If they were faster then you might have gotten me. Well, it is a new jutsu that I just created a couple of nights ago, said Naruto as he scratched the back of his head. Well, better take you down quickly. Ryusui no Yugoki. Naruto then seemed to appear and disappear all around her. Michi began to get her next clay attack ready. A moment later, Naruto was in front of her. Dance of the Camellia. Michi now had several slashes on her body. Naruto leapt back as she prepared to hit him with her free hand. You idiot, she screamed. Look at what you did to my clothing. Her light brown outfit had blood and slashes near her right hip, left arm, and several other places. Personally, she was glad he didn't strike in the vicinity of her bust region. They were still growing. Dobi, said Sasuke as he got up and stood next to Naruto. I'll take it from here. I have been watching her with my Sharingan and now I can take that fool. A second later he was knocked out by Michi. Sasuke's body was shot back several feet and then bounced a little till it stopped near the bridge builder. It happened so fast Naruto hadn't seen her move. Sorry, but I can't stand that guy. How do you put up with him? She asked. I manage, replied Naruto with a grin. I have to since he's my teammate. He then held up his blade. Now, back to the fight. Over with Haku and Rin, they were trying to come to a solution. Can I please have my Senbon needles back? Asked Haku. Rin gave him an exhausted look. What kind of kunoichi would I be if I armed my opponent? Asked Rin. Naruto and Michi continued their fight. It turned out to be a lot easier than before without Sasuke around to badmouth them and get in the way. Naruto continued to use his combo of Ryusui no Yugoki and the Dance of the Camellia. Michi had pulled out a kunai and was doing her best to block him with one hand while the other was getting clay ready. Michi jumped back and threw several clay spiders at him which became enlarged and clung to him. One was on his chest, another on his left arm, and a third on his left leg. Naruto tried to pry them off, however Michi made a hand sign and they exploded in a large ball of fire. Well, that's done, she said as she looked at the tower of smoke where her blonde opponent once stood. When the smoke cleared a shocked look appeared on her face. Naruto still stood. The flesh seemed to be missing from the areas where the spiders had went off, but in its place was a white mass. As the skin began to regrow, the white mass seemed to shrink. That's new, she commented. Naruto just shrugged. I guess I did it on instinct, he replied. To be honest, I don't know what was going on in my head. Well, let's see how your bones handle this, she shouted as she launched a clay centipede at Naruto which wrapped around his body. She made a hand sign and, instead of exploding, it began to send a large amount of electricity into Naruto's body. He screamed in pain and then it stopped and he heard a deep voice in his head. You are weak. It looks like I will have to take over to get you out of this mess. Red chakra began to surround Naruto as he broke free from the clay centipede. His whisker marks became deeper and his eyes became slit and blood red. His hands then turned into claws. Kyuubi decided to add the finishing touches by giving him a tail. The kitsune sent his chakra to Naruto's tailbone and a tail made on bones shot out of his rear. Michi was shocked at this. What is he? Is he, like me? Fear overtook her. She was scared shitless. She believed that she would soon die and had good reason to. Well, said a voice in her head. So the high and mighty kitsune really did get sealed. Time to take this fight to the next level as well. White chakra, the chakra of Koko, surrounded Michi and she began her transformation. Her right arm became covered with white fur. Her hand began to change its shape till it looked like a dog's head. Her eyes turned yellow and her pupils took on the shape of an X. Her fangs grew till they could be easily seen several feet away. Both had lost all reason. The only thing that they felt was the urge to fight and kill the person standing in front of them. Anko and Zabuza had stopped in their fight when they felt the chakra of the two demons. "What is that?" asked Zabuza. There was fear in his voice and his knees began to shake. "Why is there two?" wondered Anko. "I know Naruto hold the Kyuubi inside of him, but there is a completely different demonic chakra near him. Could it be the girl? I better finish Zabuza fast and get things under control." "Summoning jutsu," shouted Anko. A moment later, she was standing on the head of a big blue snake. "Time to finish this Zabuza." "I have never felt anything like that before," said Haku with fear in his voice. Before Rin could say anything, one of the ice mirrors shattered as Naruto and Michi came sailing through it. Michi's dog hand had bitten into Naruto's side and Naruto's clawed hands were slashing her continuously. When they hit the ground they let go and rolled away from each other. Haku cancelled his jutsu, deciding that this area was no longer safe to fight in. Rin just watched as the two demon vessels got back up and continued to fight. Bone clone jutsu. With those words, Naruto hunched down and two white ovals began to grow from out of his back. Soon they were about his size and they quickly began to take shape. A moment later, there were 3 Narutos. 2 of them looked paler and thinner than the original. The 3 of them charged at Michi. Michi grabbed a handful of clay and shoved a handful of clay into her transformed hand and pointed it at the charging Narutos. "Clay cannon. I suck at naming these moves," she shouted as a dozen winged dogs shot out and headed for Naruto. Naruto's new clones moved in front of Naruto and took the attack. There was a large explosion that destroyed both clones, shattering them. Naruto lunged forward and, in a second, his hands were around her neck. As Michi began to pass out, she began to revert back to normal. But Naruto didn't stop. The voice in his head told him to continue. "Naruto!" cried Rin. "Stop! You've won!" Something in her voice caused Naruto to awaken, pushing Kyuubi's influence away. He too began to revert back to normal and let go of her. Rin walked over to him, kneeled down next to him, and spoke up again. "Are you all right?" "Yeah," he said with a nod. "If you hadn't have stopped me, I might have killed her." He leaned closer to her. "Thanks, Rin. Listen, I need to tell you something." Rin began to blush. What is it?" she asked. Naruto opened his mouth to speak, but before he could say anything he was stopped by Zabuza's screams. The two of them got up and went over to where Anko and Zabuza were fighting. When they got there, they saw Zabuza under a giant blue snake. Anko was next to him holding a kunai next to his throat. She had one of her sadistic looks on her face. "Come on and say it," she said. "Have a heart, Ed Zabuza." "Just say it," sneered Anko. "Fine, I surrender to the goddess that is Anko. I am scum that doesn't deserve to be under her boots." "Say the last part. I also like to wear dresses." "There, I said it. Now, let me go." The giant snake then poofed out of existence and Haku appeared next to his master. Anko turned to face her students. "Oh, Naruto, you're fine." For a moment I thought, well, never mind what I thought. Anyways, it looks like everything is fine. "Hey, where is Sasuke?" "He got knocked out after insulting his opponent too much," said Naruto with a grin. "Well, isn't this sad?" said a voice at the other end of the bridge. "I thought I hired a killer and what do I get? A whipped dog." The shinobi turned to see a short man with a broken arm. Behind him were about 100 of his thugs. "Gato!" shouted Zabuza, "what is the meaning of this?" "I just came here to finish you off after you killed the bridge builder," said Gato. "But, it seems like you couldn't even do that. So I'm just going to have my men kill you all." "Gato!" shouted Tazuna, "you'll never get away with this." Everyone had forgotten that he was there. "I think I will," said the evil little man. "First I'll kill all of you and then have my way with the rest of this village. Maybe I'll sell your grandson to some slave traders I know and send your daughter into one of my brothels." At that, Naruto's eyes narrowed. Think Kenshin when he gets pissed in his battle mode, and he let out a massive killer intent. Gato had gone too far. Tsunami and Inari had suffered enough. He created another bone blade from his shoulder and disappeared and then reappeared in front of Gato. Kaden Kanbu, he shouted as he spun around 3 times in less than a second, killing the greedy businessman. Naruto looked down at him and then walked back to the others. Enko was shouting things like, "Hell yeah," and, "That's the way, kid." Rin was shocked that Naruto had killed him so easily, that being his first kill and all. She remembered how hard her first one was, but then realized that this man deserved it. Zabuza and Haku just nodded. "Hey," shouted one of the men. "Don't think you're off the hook. Since you killed our meal ticket, we'll just have to take it out of this town." Just then an arrow landed in front of the goons. Team 7 and company turned around and saw the villagers with many sharp and pointy objects. "You'll have to get past us, Fist," one of them shouted. "Get out of here," said another. "Leave our village or else," shouted Tsunami. Zabuza looked at her and suddenly his eyes turned into hearts. Haku looked at him and tried to snap him out of it by slapping him, but it did nothing. "Well, since that bastard betrayed me," said Zabuza to Tazuna, "how about I make it up to you by getting rid of these guys for free?" "Ah, thanks," said Tazuna, wondering what was going on. "I'll help," said Anko as she summoned another large snake. This was all the warning that the thugs needed. They quickly began to retreat, so even jumped off the unfinished bridge to escape the shinobi. The villagers began to cheer and no one noticed that a certain rock nin had slipped away. Back in the Leaf Village, Hiyashi was eating his lunch while crying. Hanabi noticed this and decided to find out what his new problem was. "What is the matter, father?" she asked. "Did you find out who Hinata is stalking?" "No," he said with a sniff. "I asked a woman to have a sparring match and I forgot to tell her when and where it was to take place." "Hanabi, could you?" "I'm going," said Hanabi as she got up. As she left she muttered something about slave drivers. It was a week later and Team 7 was on the bridge saying their goodbyes. The whole village was there along with Haku and Zabuza. Haku was wearing his pink outfit again and Zabuza was wearing jeans and a white t-shirt. "So Zabuza," said Anko, "are you sure you want to stay here? You could come with us and become a leaf nin." Zabuza snuck a quick peek at Tsunami and then turned back to Anko. "I'm sure," he said. "I think it's time for me to find a new way of life. Plus, I want to make up for some of the trouble I caused." "He sure to visit sometime," said Haku. After a few more goodbyes and some crying from Inari and Naruto, Team 7 made their way back to the Leaf Village. On the way, a thought came to Rin. "Hey Naruto, what were you going to say on the bridge?" she asked. Naruto gulped. To be honest, he was afraid to ask her. "Well, I forgot," he lied. "Oh," replied Rin, sounding a little disappointed. "So, what will we name the bridge?" asked one of the villagers. "How about the Great Naruto Bridge?" suggested Inari. Tazuna smiled at his grandson. "That's a super name," he said. "Well, there we go." Michi's special ability from her demon is the power to infuse her clay bombs with wind, earth, lightning, fire, and water powers. This is because Koko is the 5-tail and each of his tails has power over these elements, one for each tail. Her transformation was just something that I thought sounded cool. Also, with Rin's fighting style, I figured that's how her fight with Haku would have gone. Sorry if you were expecting more. Don't worry, Haku will be seen again after Sasuke's betrayal. I think you can guess what part he will play. The next couple of chapters will be fillers. The fight between Hiyashi and Momiji and Naruto seeks advice from one of the people who would know her the best. Then, Naruto's birthday and how he celebrates it. Now, Omake time. Omake. Anko and Zabuza were fighting. "So tell me Zabuza," asked Anko as she blocked Zabuza's attack with her kunai. "How do you plan on taking Naruto?" Zabuza jumped back and put his Zanbudo on his back and reached for something else on his back. He pulled out some sketches that looked very poorly drawn. "Now, one last thing before I begin. Should Hiyashi and Momiji start dating? I know, she just got out of a coma and all, but she will need a life of her own. She will always be there for Naruto, but she will need a life of her own. What if she wants to have another child? She missed the child development stage and she can't put all the pressure of rebuilding the clan on Naruto. That would be unfair. Fun for Naruto." Perverted giggles from Kakashi, but still unfair. All that pressure, more giggles from Kakashi. Also, if the do get married it will be during the time skip that I won't be skipping. Also, I don't think Hinata will give up her feeling just because their parent got married. Just think of her reaction. Well, those are my reasons for this little union. What do you mean, clone? Asked the Tsuchikage. Michi was giving her report of the events that occurred on her failed mission. During the confusion with Gato and his men she had woken up and escaped. She wasn't able to kill the Uchiha, but she was able to get some information of the other target. He's like a mini-me of the Yellow Flash, cried Michi. Same hair color, same kind of eyes, and hell he even has the same hairstyle. The only differences are the red dots above his eyes and the whisker makes on his cheeks. The Tsuchikage nodded and closed his eyes for a moment as he pictured the boy in his mind. He then compared it to the fourth. So, he has the Shikatsunyaku, is able to use shadow clones, and the Yellow Flash's fighting style. Anything else? Michi closed her eyes for a moment before she spoke. He might be the vessel for the Kyuubi. The Tsuchikage just stared at her, realizing now why she lost. She held the 5 tails and went out against one who held the 9. Did he have control? He asked. Neither of us did, she replied. I sent a powerful electric-charged clay bomb on him that should have killed him. His demon must have protected him and he couldn't handle all that power at once. When I saw that power coming from him, I thought I was going to die. That's when my demon took over. It was just so much. I understand, said the Tsuchikage. This is the first time you have used that power to that degree. It seems we will need to train you better so you will be able to control it. Team 7 walked past the gates of the village hidden in the leaves. Their journey home had been less interesting. Well, action-wise at least. Anko had noticed that along the way back both Naruto and Rin had been stealing glances at each other. Anko found it cute the way they blushed after one of they would be caught by the other. Sasuke was brooding more than usual, seeing that his pride had taken a literal beating. Well kiddies, said Anko, we're home. I'm going to turn in the mission report so you can all go home. The 3 genins nodded and left. Only Naruto and Rin said goodbye to her and wished her well. Over with Team 8, Hinata's eyes widened. My Naruto sense is tingling. He must be back. Hinata, called Kurenai, it's your turn to spar with Kiba. Hi, she said as she walked over to Kiba, who was scared for his life. Hinata had gotten a lot better after Kurenai taught them about genjutsu. She used it to make his face look like Rin's for motivation. She got into her fighting stance and stared Kiba in the eye. He cried a little and prepared to fight back, knowing he would get his ass kicked. Sasuke went to the Uchiha district in complete silence. His defeat at the bridge was a complete embarrassment. If his father was still alive he would die from the shame of being told that his son lost. What made it worse was that he had been saved by the class dobi and then knocked out by the clay girl. Only one good thing came from this mission and it wasn't saving some backwater town. He had awakened his Sharingan. Now, he could steal all the jutsus he wanted and make them his. He would get the power he needed to kill his brother and prove to the village that he was the best. Rin had decided to head for the hot springs instead of going back home. She needed some time to herself and needed to treat herself to something nice after a mission like that. As she made her way to the hot springs she ran into an unlikely trio. It would be too troublesome to explain, said Shikamaru to a young girl. Next to him was his best friend and teammate Choji. Just tell me who my sister likes, she yelled. I have been trying to figure it out for weeks. What's going on? Asked Rin as she came up to the group. You're Rin, right? Asked Choji. She nodded and he continued. Hanabi here has been asking people around here who her sister, Hinata, likes. Everyone knows except her family. Well, I'm a little out of the gossip pool, said Rin as she crossed her arms. She turned to Hanabi. So, do you have any idea what this guy is like? According to Hinata's diary he is loud, energetic, caring, a hard worker, and is good looking, said the Hyuga. Rin was beginning to figure it out. She had seen Hinata and her friends tailing them a couple of times but had marked it off as curiosity towards her. She did make an impression on them. Hanabi looked like she just remembered something. And he loves ramen way too much. Yep, said Rin, it's him. Naruto sneezed. Someone was talking about him. But then, everyone talked about him and it wasn't anything nice. It was usually some plot to kill him and he didn't sneeze on those times. Maybe something good was going to happen. It would be nice for a change. He let out a sigh. He had wanted to tell Rin how he felt on the bridge while they were alone. But, after they were interrupted he couldn't get a moment alone. Hell, he had tried. He had seen her outside the night before they left and was going to tell her then, but something got in the way. That had been Tazuna looking out his window at them and the radio that was playing, Is This Love, by Whitesnake. Another thing that kept him from asking was Obito. He now knew who he was, but he didn't know his history with Rin. Were they close? What if she only liked people like him? Maybe it was fear holding him back. Afraid of letting her know and then being told that she didn't feel the same way. The just friends bit. For some reason, hearing something like that would hurt worse than one of Sakura's punches. And she punched hard. For a completely useless person. He needed someone to talk to. His mom wasn't home when he had gotten there. He was heading down to Ichiraku's when he saw someone. He blinked. There was someone after all he could go to for advice. And that's what happened, said Anko as she finished her report to the Hokage. I see, he replied as he took a drag. Pity that rock girl got away. It seems like the Tsuchikage has an idea on who Naruto is. Do you think he'll send more assassins after him? Asked Anko. No, he'll wait until he can confirm it. A simple resemblance is not enough to risk war. We'll just have to keep our guard up. You may go. Anko gave him a bow and left. The Hokage let out a sigh. He was glad no one had gotten hurt on this mission, but the Kyuubi's chakra worried him. Also, the knowledge that the Tsuchikage had eyed Naruto was unsettling. If he found out how he was treated, he would use it to his advantage to lure Naruto to his village and either kill him or use him against the Leaf. He knew Naruto was loyal to the Leaf, but, if something happened, he didn't want to think about it. All he could do was put his faith in Naruto's resolve. Out in the hall, Anko ran into Iruka. Heard you just got back, said Iruka. So, how was the mission? Everyone is one piece, she said with a sigh. Then an idea came to her mind. If you want we can talk about the mission later tonight. Sure, he replied, totally unaware of her plan. I can meet you later. Great, so your place of mine. Iruka now looked like he was going to have a heart attack. What the matter? You said you wanted to talk and I felt we could be comfortable while we talk. Or maybe we could go to a nice restaurant instead. Restaurant, he nearly shouted. If they were all alone, who knew what she would do? Great, she said with a grin. This was too easy. I'll meet you at the square at 7 and wear something nice. She gave him a smile as she walked away with her victory. Thank you for treating me to ramen, said Kakashi as he sat next to Naruto, the son of his sensei. No problem, he said. Hey old man, can I get 6 mises and 2 pork? I'll have chicken, said Kakashi. He then turned to Naruto as they waited for their orders. So, what did you want to talk about? Naruto gulped before he began. You were Rin's teammate, right? Yes. Well, what was your third teammate like? Kakashi's eyes were soon filled with sadness. Why do want to know? He asked as he turned away. Well, I think Rin had feeling for him and was wondering what kind of guy he was, replied Naruto quietly. Kakashi grinned under his mask as he began to figure out what was going on. Well, where do I start? Said the Jonin. He called himself my rival. We fought each other more than helping each other. He would always say that he, the dead last student at the academy, would one day surpass me, a person who was a Jonin at the age of 10, not sure when he became one, so sorry. He cared more about teamwork and his teammates than anything. He was a kind person that put his all into everything he did. He was loud as well. Naruto blinked. That sounded a lot like him. But, what if she was only looking at him as a replacement? Naruto's head began to hurt as more thought came up and didn't notice as Kakashi ate his meal. That was good. What? Shouted Naruto as he realized that Kakashi had finished his meal. He didn't see his face. In frustration, he began to eat his own ramen with much vigor. Can I ask you a question? Asked Kakashi. Sure, what is it? What gave you the impression that Rin had feeling for Obito? Well, something came up during our last mission and she mentioned his name. That and she talks in her sleep. Shit, I didn't just say that, did I? He turned to face Kakashi once again, and from the look on his face, he wasn't angry, he had a perverted look on his face. Suddenly his face was an inch away from Naruto's. Give me the details, he said. And nothing happened, shouted Naruto as he blushed. She was sleepwalking and ended up in my bed. At the time I didn't know she was sleepwalking. Anyways, she began to grab me and then she whispered Obito and I took her back to her room. Kakashi sighed as he moved away. He then gave Naruto a look of disgust. I was hoping for something better, he said. I'm very disappointed in you. You should have taken the opportunity that was given to you. Things like that don't come twice. Fool, you missed your chance. He would have said more, but he felt a very angry aura behind him. He slowly turned around and saw Rin with hellfire in her eyes. For all of you wondering why she's here, well, she didn't have enough money and went to look for Naruto to borrow some. Die pervert, she shouted as she launched a chakra-infused fist at Kakashi. A second later a star was seen in the middle of the day. Some jonin couldn't even dodge a little love tap like that. With that Rin began to storm away. Naruto quickly paid for the meal and chased after her. Wait Rin, he said after he was only a few feet from her. I can explain. I just went to him for advice and I heard the whole thing, said Rin as she stopped. You wanted to know about Obito and asked Kakashi. She then turned to face him. You could have asked me. I'm finally over it. You didn't look over it at Tanzuna's house, he said quietly. Well, I am. It was just, I don't know what that was. Inari just hit sore spot, that's all. She began to turn but stopped and faced Naruto again. Before I forget, she said in an emotionless tone that made Naruto gulp. She walked over to him and he closed his eyes expecting a powerhouse punch. What he got was a kiss on the cheek instead. Thank you for not taking advantage of me, she said with a smile. She then walked away with some money she had borrowed from the Uzumaki. Naruto just stood there as she walked away. Slowly, he raised a hand to his cheek. She doesn't hate me. That thought made him feel warm all over. He heard a whistling sound and took a large step to the right. A moment later Kakashi landed on the ground. What's her problem? He asked as he got up like nothing happened. He then pulled out his orange book and walked away. Naruto just stared at Kakashi's fading form as he walked away. This day can't get any weirder. He couldn't be more wrong. Are you Naruto Uzumaki? Came a voice from behind him. Naruto turned around and faced a Hyuga and a girl with her hair tied into buns. Yes, he said. The boy's eyes narrowed and Naruto took a step back. Thought came to mind on who this boy might be. He could be someone who liked Rin and didn't like seeing her kiss someone else. He could be someone who found out about the fox and wanted to kill him. He could be an arrogant punk who just wanted to kick the crap out of him. Seconds passed until the Hyuga finally made his move. It happened fast. Naruto couldn't dodge or anything. Soon, his attacker held him tightly in a hug. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, he shouted as he swung Naruto back and forth like a rag doll. Tears were racing out of his eyes like two small rivers. Thanks to you, Lee will be leaving me alone. Just as long as someone else suffers, I'm happy. With that he let go and regained his composure. The girl next to him bowed. I pity you, she said. But, better you than us. Naruto was confused. What the hell were these two talking about? He didn't know anyone named Lee. Before he could ask, another Hyuga came running up to them. Neji, said the older Hyuga, a sparring match is about to take place at the compound. It is against your uncle and a woman with white hair. I'll be there, said the boy named Neji. He quickly ran towards the Hyuga compound followed by Tenten and Naruto. Naruto had a feeling he knew who this woman was. And he was right. When the three of them arrived they saw Momiji stood in front of Hiyashi in the Hyuga family dojo. Hiyashi was dressed in his traditional white robes. Momiji was wearing yellow robes that were similar to his except that her top hung from her hips and she had bandages covering her s. A single Hyuga elder spoke up, telling them to begin. Both of them got into their fighting positions. Hiyashi got into the opening stance of the gentle fist and activated his Byakugan. From what he could see, her chakra coils were closer to her bones than anyone else he had ever met. He found out why when she pulled out one of her shoulder bones that was reshaped into a dagger. What? How did she do that? Asked Tenten. It's called the Shikatsumiku, said Naruto with a grin. It's a bloodline that lets my mother make weapons out of her bones and then regrows them instantly. Tenten started at the blonde and then at his mother. She was jealous. She considered herself a weapons expert. She could use any weapon perfectly. She could hit the target 5 times out of 5. Now, in front of her was a woman who could make weapons out of her bones. Tenten decided to pay close attention to this fight. The fighters moved towards each other. Hiashi began with several palm thrusts. Momiji dodged them with graceful dance-like motions. Hiashi continued his assault until Momiji yelled, "Dance of the Camellia." In a quick motion, she launched several slashes at her opponent. Hiashi reacted and jumped back just into time, receiving only one slash across his chest. "I see you are very talented," he said. "Glad you are enjoying this," she replied with a grin. "Yes I am," admitted Hiashi. "But it ends here. You are in my field of divination. 8 trigrams 64 palms." With that, he launched at his opponent shouting the number 2 as he prepared to attack his first target, her chest. Momiji decided to up her game. Hiashi was about to close the fist 2 chakra points when her rib bones and several other bones on her arms, legs, and back sprouted. Her rib bones caught Hiyashi's hand, stopping his attack. "Dance of the Larch," she said as he looked up in confusion. Her rib bones retracted a bit, freeing Hiyashi's hand. However, she stepped forward and began to spin similar to his Kaden. He was thrown back several yards and when he got up he saw that he was covered with cuts and slash marks. Momiji then held up her hands and yelled, "Finger bullet drill." Hiashi quickly got up and preformed the Kaden, blocking the attack. As he spun around, Momiji reached behind her neck and pulled out her spinal cord. It looked like a chainstaff or a whip. The moment Hiashi stopped, Momiji yelled, "Dance of the Clematis, Vine." Her new weapon was soon wrapped around Hiashi. "This match is over," said the elder in a sad tone. The Hyuga members were shocked. Hiashi, the clan head, was defeated. Momiji undid her chainstaff and smiled. "Good match," she said. "We will have to do it again sometime." "Yes," said Hiashi. "We will have to do this again." "Hey Mom," shouted Naruto. "You did great." Momiji turned and noticed that Naruto was back. She walked over to him and gave him a great big hug. "How was your first C-rank mission?" she asked. Naruto scratched his head. "Well, a lot happened," he said. Momiji nodded and motioned for him to walk with her. "Well, I'd love to hear all about it on the way home." The Hiashi began to mentally beat himself up. He had let too many attacks go through and didn't fight to the best of his ability. The slash marks and cuts were the proof of that. He then noticed Neji was present. "Neji, who was that boy you were with?" he asked. He looked familiar. "That was Naruto Uzumaki," replied Neji. "I believe that he is the son on the woman you just fought." "Who also kicked your ass?" Hiyashi's eyes widened. That woman was the mother of the demon child. How could this be? Why didn't she hate and scorn him? He was a demon, wasn't he? For the last 12 years Hiashi had believed that the vessel for the Kyuubi was Kyuubi himself. He had never met the boy in person, only through pictures and comments. To see him was different. When he looked at Momiji, his eyes became lighter. It was hard to describe. His voice didn't sound evil or carried malice as well. This would take time for him to make up his mind. Over at the hot springs, Sakura and Ino were relaxing in the water with their eyes shut. "So Sakura, how was your trip?" asked Ino. "It was hell," was the pink-haired girl's reply. "Lee and Guy are insane and Neji didn't speak at all. I only had Tenten to talk to and she's obsessed with weapons. And that evil genjutsu," she began to stutter. "Is it the one with waves crashing on the beach or the sunset?" asked a new voice. Both Sakura and Ino opened their eyes and saw the Rin had joined them. A moment later the door opened and Anko walked in, went into the pool, and sat down next to Rin. "What are we talking about?" asked Anko. "Guy's evil genjutsu," replied Rin. "It was both," said Sakura. "Have you met Guy before?" "It was a long time ago," replied Rin. "Let's just say it's a memory I'd like to forget." She remembered it all too well. Guy had accused Kakashi of having stolen the love of his life and that began their rivalry. Or at least in his mind. Kakashi felt it was more of an annoyance. Well, I can believe that, said Anko. I've had to work with him several times and they gave me nightmares. This scared Rin. The fact that Guy had gotten worse and could give a person like Anko nightmares was enough to make anyone worry. Well, continued Anko, I won't let him ruin my good mood. What is it? Asked Rin. I got Iruka to go out with me, she said. He wants to talk about the mission and I got him to take me out. She then turned to Rin and smirked. So, when are you going to tell Naruto how you feel about him so you can go on a date? Rin's face turned beet red. What? Shouted Sakura. You like Naruto. You should have seen them on the way back, continued Anko. They kept staring at each other and blushing. It was so cute it made me sick. Anko-sensei please, cried Rin. This is personal. Come on, said Anko as she slapped Rin on the back. You know he likes you. What's holding you back? We have only known each other for a couple of months, Rin said. I think it's too soon for something like that. How's Sasuke doing? Asked Ino, beating Sakura to it. He's been a bit down since the mission ended, said Anko as she closed her eyes. The hot water felt great. He took a beating and the only thing that is broken is his pride. Personally, I think that it's a good thing. Now maybe he won't be so stuck up all the time. She opened her eyes to see that Sakura and Ino were gone. She turned to Rin. Where did they go? They left when you said that Sasuke took a beating. They are probably rushing over to his place to check up on him. Ah, said Anko as she closed her eyes. Peace and quiet. Some good crosser relationships. Naruto and Karen, from Chibi Vampire, both are hated for something that they couldn't control and are seen as monsters simply because for what they are. The next morning, Iruka walked into his classroom which was noisy and didn't yell at them. He simply walked over to the blackboard with a grin on his face and began to write down the lesson plan. Soon, the class was quiet from the shock. Normally Iruka would yell at them to shut up by using his demon head jutsu. But he wasn't doing that, instead he was humming. Sensei, asked Hanabi, is something wrong? Iruka turned to her in slow motion. Everyone could see the grin on his face. His eyes were sparkling. No, he answered and a field of flowers and a rainbow appeared behind him. I feel great. Somewhere else, Guy could feel that someone had discovered the power of youth. Team 7 got an equally weird greeting from Anko as well. The three of them were waiting at their training field when there was a sudden explosion a few feet in front of them. When the smoke cleared they saw Anko in the center of the blast swirling and dancing around. The three genins began to sweat drop. I think her date went well, said Rin after a while. Anko-sensei was on a date, asked Naruto. With who? Iruka, she answered. She was so excited when she told me about it at the hot springs. I'm glad it went so well. Good for him, exclaimed Naruto. He really needs a life outside the academy. Please, said Sasuke. He was probably wasted when she asked him out or high or something like that. Who would want to go out with a woman who dresses like a? He never got to finish as Anko hit him in the face with her mallet. This time, Naruto and Rin gave her perfect tens. Sasuke got up after a moment and continued to talk. He must have been good in bed. Now, everyone was pissed. Sasuke, why do you have to be an ass? Asked Rin as she cracked her knuckles. No one talks that way about Iruka-sensei and Anko-sensei and gets away with it, growled Naruto as he took off his jacket and bones began to pop out of his skin. Get ready to enter a world of hurt maggot, growled a beet red Anko. Sasuke's screams could be heard by the entire village. Over the next couple of months, Team 7 trained hard and went on more D-rank missions. Anko seemed to mellow out a tiny bit thanks to Iruka. She seemed happier and less anxious to go into dangerous situations. Everyone, especially the Hokage, was praying that they would stay together. A less bloodthirsty Anko is better for everyone. Naruto's training continued to advance. Since he came home from Wave Country, Momiji decided to place a harder training program on him. First, she had him work on the dance of the larch, which was allowed him to produce razor-sharp spikes all over his body. This dance was both offensive and defensive at the same time. Then she had him learn the dance of the willow, a move where he grew bone blades out of his palms and he could even grow them on his elbows, knees, and shoulders. Naruto decided that this dance would work perfectly with the Goko Juji, a scissor move using 2 blades. Momiji was very impressed that Naruto had created a new bone-based jutsu. His ribcage missiles had potential. She was surprised, however, when she learned about him using the bone clone jutsu. The bone clone, she explained, is very difficult to use effectively. One reason is that it takes up a lot of chakra, even more than the shadow clone. Then there is the limit. No one has ever been able to make more than 3 clones. Finally, there is the time it takes for them to grow and the position it places you in. Since they grow off your back, you have to be hunched over and can't move for several seconds. Seconds where the opponent can take advantage of you. Are there any benefits? Naruto had asked. A few, she admitted. Unlike the shadow clone, bone clones can take multiple hits and keep going until they are completely destroyed. Also, they can use the dances but no other jutsu. Rin's training had been upped as well. Shortly after they returned, Enko pulled Rin over after one of their training sessions. "How are you holding up?" she had asked. "What do you mean, sensei?" replied Rin. "Well, I was thinking it must be hard having teammates who have extra abilities that give them an edge in battle," she said. Rin didn't want to admit it, but it was a bit hard on her. Sure, she was strong and had her medical skills, but Naruto and Sasuke had their skills plus their bloodlines. "It's not like they chose to have them," said Rin. "I know," said Enko. Then she smiled. "Well, I'll get to the point. I would like you to start snake training. Basically, you'll learn my snake and poison jutsus. I'm not telling you to stop your medical training, but I just think you should have some more offensive jutsus. Think about it, you'll be able to poison your enemies and heal your teammates." In the end, Rin agreed. Enko summoned the snake that held the summoning contract and had Rin sign it. Soon after that, Rin began to wear a trench coat like Enko's. "She wanted me to wear the fishnet as well, but I said no," she told her teammates when they asked about her coat. "I just can't picture myself wearing nothing but a fishnet outfit, a trench coat, and boots." A thought bubble appeared above Sasuke's and Naruto's head and did what she said she couldn't. Soon, blood began to drip from Naruto's nose and Sasuke just yawned. "Who to kill?" she thought. "The pervert or the one who thinks I have no sex appeal?" In the end she went with Sasuke after he said it was better for everyone that she didn't lower herself to a whore. Sasuke didn't seem to put any additional effort into his training. He had his Sharingan, so what did he care? The only thing he really did was try to copy other people's jutsus. It was a clear warm day on October 10th as Michi walked towards the Hidden Leaf village. She was dressed in a green civilian dress and she wasn't wearing her forehead protector. There were only 2 times when security into this village was lowered. The first was the Chunin exam, which was coming up soon. The other time was during the Kyuubi festival. The guards glanced over her fake papers and let her in. The Tsuchikage had asked her to infiltrate the village and find out more about the Kyuubi's vessel. She would comply and find out what advanced training that this village was giving him. Naruto woke up early to get out of the house. He had told his mother a lot about his life except about what happened on this day. It was the hardest one of the year, his birthday. On this day, every year, he was attacked without fail. Back at the orphanage, the headmistress would put him in a room and allow people to beat him for a price. Then, when he got his own place, there was always a mob ready to get him whenever he stepped outside. If he didn't go outside, they would break in and beat him anyways. He would always be saved by the old man or an Anbu member, but not until the end. When Momiji entered Naruto's room to wish him a happy birthday, she found the room empty. She frowned a bit. He must have gotten up early for some training. She sighed at this thought and went downstairs to make herself a light breakfast. As she ate, she wondered what present to give her son. He didn't need any kunai thanks to his bloodline, and he had just gotten a whole new wardrobe when Rin showed up. She knew how much he loved ramen, but coupons seemed like a bad idea since she had missed the last 12 birthdays. Bikes were used by academy students and civilians, so that was a no. In the end she decided to ask the Hokage what he usually did and try to get an idea from him. As she walked towards the door, Rin walked down the stairs yawning. "Morning," she said. "Good morning, Rin," said Momiji. "I'm going to the Hokage's for a bit and Naruto seems to have gotten up early." Can you please wish Naruto a happy birthday when you see him today? Sure, replied Rin. Why didn't he tell me today was his birthday? Anko-sensei gave yous the day off for some festival that's going on today. Maybe I'll try the training fields. But first I have to find something for his birthday. It was about noon when a group of drunken civilians found Naruto. He had been in a different training field than he normally trained in. He had been training with some shadow clones for the last couple of hours. There were about 20 of them. Some carried bats, pipes, and other blunt objects. Happy birthday to me, he thought as they charged on him. Michi just watched as she saw the gang beat down on the blonde. Why is he just taking it? Why isn't he defending himself or running away? Anger flared inside of her. It might have seemed odd that she, a rock nin, would be upset by something like this, but there are some things that people everywhere agree is wrong. Stop that, she shouted as she stepped out of her hiding place. The group turned to look at her. Go away, little girl, said one of them. This doesn't concern an outsider like you. I think it does, replied Michi as she added some killer intent. To see so many people gang up on one person for no reason is sick. He's no even defending himself. What did he do to you? He exists, said one of them. You couldn't understand what this demon has done to us, shouted another. Michi let out a strong killer intent. She hated people like them. People who judged other with getting to know them. People who placed value on what bloodline a person came from instead of what they did. Worst of all, they blamed others for actions that weren't their choosing. Her life in rock was much better in comparison, but there were a few people who claimed that she was a demon in human form. It seemed that this entire village was like that, a village of blind fools. The mob, to their credit, became afraid at her killer intent and decided to leave. After all, there was always later. They knew the Hokage couldn't protect the brat all the time. Sooner or later he would drop his guard and the demon child would die. Why? Asked Michi after they had left. I could ask you the same thing, said Naruto as he got up. He was covered in blood. He could have used his Shikatsumyaku to protect himself, but that would have led to more proof that he was a demon and they would have tried harder than they did. But, thanks to Kyuubi, he was healing fast and the bleeding had stopped. We are enemies, so why did you help me? It was just instinct, she said as she looked away. So why didn't you defend yourself? If I did that, things would have gotten worse, he replied. Why do you stay? She asked, looking at him again. Her voice held anger. Any village would gladly welcome you. With Kyuubi and you bloodline, you could have anything you want. Maybe, said Naruto as he grinned at her. But, I want something that I can't get easily. I want respect from this village. I want to show everyone here that I'm worth something. Sure, I could convince people elsewhere, but this is the place where I want it the most. He stopped for a moment and then closed his eyes. Also, I could never leave because it would hurt the few people who believe in me. Naruto slowly opened his eyes. My mother, the old man, Iruka-sensei, Anko-sensei, Konohamaru, Anko-sensei, Rin, and most of all my father. Michi was taken back by this a bit. Why stay when there were so few people who cared about you? It made no sense to her. Maybe, when the Chunin exam came up, she would see what he meant. But for now, she had to leave. The group that she had scared away might report the killer intent she unleashed and suspicions would arise. She turned to leave. My name is Michi, she said without turning around. Next time we meet, I will finish what we started on the bridge. She began to walk away when Naruto spoke up. The name's Naruto Uzumaki, he said. I'll be waiting. Michi paused for a moment and then continued to walk away. The smirk she had on her face was one of glee. His value just went up. The Hokage was sitting at his desk doing the same thing he did every day, paperwork. He hated it, he dreaded it, and he was in his own personal hell. He stopped for a moment. Kami, please send me something to end this nightmare. Well, since he asked, there was a knock on the door. Thank you, Kami. Come in, he said. A moment later, Momiji entered the room. I hate you, Kami. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, she said as she sat down. Nothing really, he said as he backed away a bit. This woman scared the shit out of him. Good, because I have something important to discuss with you, she said in a serious tone. In the past, you have been the only one who has ever given my son birthday presents. I was hoping for a little inside information. The Hokage blinked. She came here to ask him what he thought she should give her son for his birthday. Well, it was better than being beaten. With a sigh, he began to think. In the past, I got him things that would help him in the long run. Basic chakra control scrolls, a microwave, a kunai set, his frog wallet. Things like that. I see, said Momiji with a sigh. She had hoped for something a bit better. At least this was a start. Seeing her disappointment, Sarutobi spoke up again. I suggest that you give him something that will help him with his dream. It's not like there is a store that sells stuff that helps people become Hokage, she said with a deadpan look. The old man just chuckled. I don't mean that, he said. I'm taking about a boy's true dream, to surpass their fathers. It's the same with every boy when they are growing up. They look to their father and wish to be as good as he is. Then, when they get older, they wish to surpass him. The proudest moment for a father is when that day comes. Naruto, who never knew his father growing up, looked for a figure that he admired. Ironically, he chose his real father without knowing it. Naruto wishes to surpass someone he only knows from history books and what people say about him. Momiji took all of this information in. In terms of strength and power, he could one day surpass Arashi. But, could he surpass him as a man? A person is not defined just on what they accomplish, but how they lived their lives. She had tried to explain what her husband had been like, but it was difficult. Also, her opinion and views might sound biased to him. Then, an idea hit her. I think I now know what to give Naruto, she said as she got up. Thank you very much, Sarutobi. No problem, he said as he watched her walk out the door. I'm sure Naruto will have a better birthday since he has you and no beatings. Beatings, said Momiji as she stopped in front of the door. She turned around and faced him. What beatings? Didn't Naruto tell you what happens on this day? He asked. No, said Momiji. He has never mentioned it at all. I see, said the third. I can only assume that he didn't want to worry you and is trying to carry all of the weight on his own. On this day, the people remember Kyuubi's defeat at the hands of your husband. However, there is always a group that feel they must hurt Naruto believing that they are hurting Kyuubi. There hasn't been a year where he hasn't been beaten or nearly killed. Momiji's eyes narrowed. Damn them all. How can they justify this? How? If he was the Kyuubi, he would kill them instead of taking it. If it wasn't for the memory of Arashi and Naruto being a shinobi of this village, I would have taken him out of here. Rin had stepped into a special shop. In order to get in, she had to go through an hour-long background check and several jutsus to confirm that she was a shinobi of this village, who were the only ones allowed in. But it was worth it. This shop was special. In the entire village, this was the only place to buy jutsus or sell ones that you made or found. The inside looked like a video store, but instead of videos there were scrolls. The store was separated into 3 groups, taijutsu, genjutsu, and ninjutsu. The genjutsu and taijutsu scrolls were placed along the walls. The ninjutsu, being the more popular and having a wider variety, were in the center. Each shelf in the middle had a sign on them that said what element the jutsu was. Rin walked to the wind section and began to look around. The Hidden Leaf Village didn't have a high demand due to the fact that most people preferred fire jutsus. Also, people who had an affinity for wind were very rare. She stopped at one of them and read the description. Tobi Izuna creates a vacuum of air and is then directed at the opponent. This jutsu requires a sword to use. C rank. Rin sighed. This was one of their best wind-based jutsus. There were only 3 others. One was a wall of wind. Another was the Great Breakthrough and Naruto already knew that one. The last scroll was held a jutsu that would cancel out another person's wind jutsu. With another sigh, she picked up the scroll and walked to the counter and paid for it. As she walked out of the store, she saw the group that had been beaten Naruto. She walked behind them, not knowing what they had done, since she was going in the same direction. As she walked, she overheard their conversation. I can't believe that brat got lucky, said one of them. If that didn't show up when she did, we could still be over there kicking its ass. Just be glad it wasn't Anbu that found us, said another. Last time I was caught, The bastards took me in for interrogation. Can you believe that? Remember last year when that group almost gutted him, said one with laughter. I heard the demon was begging them to stop. Rin stopped and just watched them walk away. She realized who they were talking about. She turned in the opposite direction she had been walking and began to look for Naruto in the training fields. Naruto was jumping from rooftop to avoid the people down below. He was heading home to wash up and to get the blood out of his clothes. He stopped when Anko appeared in front of him. Naruto, what happened? She exclaimed. I saw you as you passed by my place and I noticed you were covered in blood. It's nothing, he said. I was just training and messed up a jutsu. Anko looked him up and down. She then let out a sigh. Naruto, you don't have to lie to me, she said. Come with me. Anko led Naruto to her apartment. Despite what most people believed, the inside didn't look like a torture chamber. It had a calming atmosphere to it. The dining room had a couch and some tables in it. The kitchen was clean and there was a bowl of fruit next to the sink. He could smell incense burning. After they were both inside, Anko ordered him to take a shower to get rid of the blood. She then told him to leave his clothes outside so she could get rid of the blood. Naruto did as he was told. As he showered, Anko used a blood stain removal jutsu that she learned from Ibiki. Soon, Naruto was cleaned and dressed back in his blood-free clothes. Naruto, said Anko, before you leave there are some things I have to tell you. First is that you don't have to lie to me. I know what it's like. Naruto gave her a questioning look. With a sigh, she began to explain. My sensei was Orochimaru, a traitor to the village. He was conducting experiments on people and doing other horrible things. After he left, people hated me because I was his student. I was also beaten and nearly killed on several occasions. To the people of this village, I am known as the Snake. Naruto's eyes widened at this. Sensei, he stammered, I didn't know. Anko waved him off. It's all right. What I am trying to say is that I understand what you are going through. If you need someone to talk to, my door is always open. You don't have to carry this burden by yourself. Naruto nodded. It was nice to know that there was someone in the village who knew what he was going through. The other thing, she continued, is something that I have been meaning to tell you for a while. Thank you. Naruto blinked at this. Thank you for being born. Thank you for stopping the Kyuubi. If it weren't for you, none of us would be here. This village seems to forget that the only reason they are alive is because of you. Naruto could feel a stinging sensation in his eyes. He was doing his best to hold back the tears. Someone was thanking him for being born instead of cursing the fact. Thanks, said Naruto in a soft voice. It was about an hour later when Naruto got back to his home. Waiting there was Momiji with a very angry look on her face. Where have you been, young man? She said. I just went out for some training, he said. Chance you got attacked? She asked. She continued when she saw the fear in Naruto's eyes. I had a talk with the Hokage today. He told me about everything. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't want you to know, said Naruto as he looked at the ground. I didn't want you to worry about me. Suddenly, he felt himself in a hug. Momiji's hand was stroking his hair. Naruto, I'll always worry about you, she said softly. If there is a problem we'll deal with it together. That's what families do. The hug continued until the door opened and Rin ran in. Mrs. Uzumaki, I think Naruto is, she stopped shouting when she saw Naruto in front of her. Ah, never mind. Over at the Hyuga compound, Hiyashi was sitting behind his desk in his studies when Hanabi walked in. Father, I have finally found out who Hinata likes, she said. Well, who is it? Demanded her father. He was on pins and needles. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, she said. Hiyashi was a mix of emotions. The son of the woman that he had a crush on was the crush of his daughter. Since he had first seen the boy, he had done some investigations on him. While he had committed several pranks in the past, he could see that they were cries for attention. These pranks also stopped when he became a genin. Hiyashi had also talked to Iruka about the boy. Iruka said that he was a good kid and would make a fine shinobi if others gave him the chance. The last thing he had heard was Naruto's C-A-ranked mission with his team. Not even Neji had gone on an A-ranked mission. Now images of Naruto kissing Hinata flowed into his head. Then they were eating from the same plate and feeding each other. Then, he led her into an alley where, this caused his protective father's side to take dominance. "I will not let that boy play with my daughter's heart," he said as he slammed his fist on his desk. "Actually, father," said Hanabi, "he doesn't seem to know about Hinata's feelings for him." "What?" he shouted. "Does he think she's not good enough for him? How dare he? Should he begging for the chance to be with Hinata?" His rant continued for a while and became slightly violent. During this time Hanabi began to wonder if her father had forgotten that Naruto was Momiji's son. Naruto sat up in bed that night. The day had been better than the ones in the past. The scroll he had gotten from Rin had a decent jutsu that he felt he could use. His mother had given him a box with many small books inside. According to her, they were his father's journals. They started from when he became a genin and ended a few days before Naruto was born. Naruto got up and walked to the box and picked up the first journal. Opening it, he read the first page. It was a simple sentence. "My name is Arashi Uzumaki and this is my story. My name is Arashi Uzumaki and this is my story." That was the first line Naruto read of his father's journals. They were also the last. It had been a couple of days since Naruto began to read about his father's life. As he read, he couldn't help but see the similarities between them. Now, as he closed the last book, he began to fall asleep. After all, it was midnight and tomorrow he had to another stupid D-ranked mission. As Naruto slept he began to dream. We all have dreams, which is something that isn't new. Humans have dreamed since the beginning of our creation. But this dream was different. It was as if Naruto was watching the life of his father's sensei, and later his mother. It was the day when the genin teams would be announced. In the classroom sat some of the finest shinobi the village had seen to date. Hiyashi Hyuga and his twin brother Hizashi sat in the back quietly talking to each other. Shikaku Nara slept next to his best friend Choza Akamichi who was eating. Sume Inuzuka and her puppy Kuromaru were yelling at Shibi Aburame for bringing fleas into the classroom. Yoshino, I don't know what clan she belonged to before she got married to Shikaku, was watching the clock as she waited to hear whose team she would be on. Next to her was Inoichi Yamanaka. It was just another peaceful day until... "Damn you Arashi." This was followed by laughter. A moment later a boy with blonde hair and blue eyes ran into the classroom. He wore a blue shirt and gray shorts. On his side was a single kodachi which was used in the Uzumaki fighting style. Behind him was Fugaku Uchiha. He wore the robes of the Uchiha clan, however they seemed a little wet. "Come on Fugaku-tem," said Arashi with a smile. "Can't you take a joke?" "Burn in hell Uzumaki," yelled Fugaku as he made the hand signs for the grand fireball jutsu. Well, he started anyways when the Orochimaru, who was subbing, walked in. "Please stop that Uchiha," said Orochimaru with a smile. Right now you must be wondering why the gay snake pedophile is subbing. Well, this was before those urges came or when they started. Oh, everyone knew he was gay, just not a pedophile. "Yes Orochimaru-sensei," he said as he gave the snake a bow. He then turned to Arashi. "We'll finish this later." "Sure thing Fugaku-teme," said Arashi as he took his seat. There was a long history between the Uchiha clan and the Uzumaki clan. The Uchiha clan was the strongest clan with a bloodline limit in the village. They had strict rules, clan rules like the Hyugas did. Also, they were arrogant and a pain in the ass, for the most part. The Uzumakis were the strongest clan in the village without a bloodline limit. They were also a clan of wind users that had originated from Wind Country. Unlike other clans, they had no rules or customs. They welcomed anyone into their home with open arm at any times. Not to mention the best jokesters in the village. So, it was no wonder why the two clans had history being complete opposites. "All right children," said the snake man. "They look so cute. I wish I could, cuckoo. Okay, it was now that he was getting those urges. "I have enjoyed being your teacher, but now we must part ways. I will now announce your genin teams. Team 1, Team 7, Fugaku Uchiha, Arashi Uzumaki, and Yoshino. Team 8, Hiyashi Hyuga, Sume Inuzuka, and Shibi Aburame. Team 10, Choza Akamichi, Shikaku Nara, and Inoichi Yamanaka. After lunch please return and wait for you Jonin sensei. About an hour later Jiraiya appeared at the door to pick up his team. He was surprised to see his teammate in the room. Would Team 7 please meet me on the roof, he asked. The three genins got up and moved out of the room. As soon as they were gone Jiraiya turned to Orochimaru. Who in hell let you teach? Sensei wanted to see how well I could handle children before I became a Jonin instructor, said the snake with a smile. The toad just sighed and left. Up on the roof, Arashi was almost jumping up and down. I can't believe it, cheered Arashi. We have one of the Sannin as our sensei. Arashi, sit down before I make you, said Yoshino in the same tone she would one day use to whip her husband and son. Before Arashi could comply or resist, Jiraiya walked in and sat down in front of them. All right, he said. Before we begin I want to know more about you. Likes, dislikes, dreams, and anything else you would like to share. Ladies first. Yoshino nodded and began. My name is Yoshino. I like keeping other people in line and I dislike people who have bad manners. My dream is to get married and have well-behaved children who don't complain and aren't lazy. That's odd. What 12-year-old girl thinks like that? Jiraiya then nodded towards Fugaku. My name is Fugaku Uchiha. I like winning in my clan. I dislike people who don't know their place and try to go against tradition. My dream is to rule my clan with an iron fist and to raise a strong heir with fiancé Makoto. You have a fiancé? Asked the Sennin. It is an arranged marriage, replied the Uchiha. I feel so sorry for her, said Arashi. She is one of the few members of your clan that doesn't have a stick up her ass. Why you? Began Fugaku but he was cut off as Arashi began his intro. My name is Arashi Uzumaki. I like ramen, my family, training, and ramen. I hate having to wait 3 minutes for ramen and people who use outdated traditions that are just stupid. My dream is to create a jutsu that will get me to the ramen stand faster and to become Hokage. Jiraiya closed his eyes and began to process this information. Okay, I got a bossy girl, a stuck-up Uchiha, and an Uzumaki who likes ramen too much. I mean he said he liked it twice. When he opened his eyes he found Arashi about an inch from his face with stars in his eyes. Arrr. What's the matter with you? Asked Jiraiya as he leaned back. Arashi jumped back to his seat before he answered. I was wondering if you were going to introduce yourself, he said while scratching the back of his head. So you want to know more about me, said the Sennin with a smirk. This caught the Genin's attention. With that, Jiraiya broke into his dance. I am the man women rush to meet. Men tremble at my feet. I am a writer in training and a lover of all that is perverted. My hate for those you can't understand the joys in life is immense. I am the man who will one day write the most perverted book in history. I am Jiraiya. That was the start of the journey for one Arashi Uzumaki and his team. Time skip what? I can't give you all every detail of his life. Momiji, age 22, was running through Fire Country as fast as she could. It had been a week since the chance to escape her clan had presented itself. There had been a battle with some mist nins and she had decided to escape during the confusion. Life with them had been one pointless bloodbath after another. She hated killing people pointlessly. Lost in her thoughts she didn't notice that she was running into a battlefield. Arashi was facing 15 rock nins. All Jonins. They all were staring at the 23-year-old man who had earned the name, Yellow Flash. He stood there in a Jonin uniform with a white sleeveless coat that had his nickname of the back. On each of his sides was a Kodachi. Their orders were to eliminate this man. And they would do it gladly, especially now because he was yawning. Are you going to do something or just stand there? Asked the Yellow Flash. The man looked half awake. Sir, let's rush him, said one of the rock nins to his commander. He can't handle this many people at once. Look at him, he's an idiot. Now, said Arashi as he scratched the back of his head. You really need to look underneath the underneath. Shut up, said the same nin. Our captain is the famous Stone Fist. He's never lost. That's enough, said the Stone Fist. It seems help has come for him. Arashi blinked at that. His genin squad was nowhere near here unless Kakashi finally got it in his head to care about his team. A moment later, he realized who they were talking about. A woman with white hair and blue eyes entered the clearing. On her forehead were 2 red dots. She was also wearing the robes of the Kagaya clan. She had sweat all over her body and looked very thin. "Oh shit," she said as she realized what she had walked into. "Any chance of letting me walk by?" "Get her," yelled Stone Fist, "I'll handle the blonde." With that they all charged. The 14 Jonins against 1 girl and 1 Jonin versus the Yellow Flash. Crazy, don't ya think? Momiji watched as the rock nin surrounded her. "Shit, I don't have enough chakra to fight them all." Suddenly, they charged at her. Momiji landed a palm thrust on one of them, and when she made contact a bone spike shot out of her palm and into her opponent. 1 down and 13-2. Before she could finish that thought, she felt a kick on her side. Arashi stared down at the man in front of him. The Stone Fist was said to be one of the best the Rock had. According to the stories, he had created a jutsu that turned his hand into stone and could break anything. Arashi had one thing to say when he heard that. "My jutsu is better," in a childlike voice. He was brought out of his thoughts when he saw the woman being kicked down. Now he was serious. Arashi put one hand inside his jacket and the other was lifted up and began to form a Rasengan. The Stone first began to use his personal jutsu as well. Then, Arashi's non-Rasengan hand threw a coup of kunai which missed horribly. The Stone first smirked, thinking that he couldn't be as good as the rumors said he was. His smirk vanished when Arashi vanished in a yellow flash and appeared next to him and yelled, "Rasengan." Thus ended the legend of the Stone Fist. Arashi quickly pulled out more of his special kunai and threw them over at that other group. He got one in the back and the others hit the ground. Seeing this, he grabbed both of his kodachi and said in a low voice, "Hiraishin no jutsu." He was suddenly in the middle of the group, catching them all by surprise. Kaden Kanbu Rokurin. With that, the fight lasted only a few minutes before Arashi was the victor. The fist sense that came back to Momiji was hearing. She heard a constant beep like the one a heart monitor makes. Then she took a deep breath. The air smelled like disinfectants and other thing that reminded her of a hospital. She then realized that she was in a bed. The blankets were warm and the mattress was so soft. Slowly she opened her eyes, to find Arashi's face only an inch above hers. They stared at each other for a moment. Outside of the hospital, the entire village heard, "Pervert." This was followed by a loud slapping sound. Back in the hospital, Arashi was rubbing his face while lying on the floor. Momiji had brought the blankets close to her chest as she watched the blonde. Arashi was the first to break the silence as he got up. "So," he began casually, "is this how you thank people who save your life?" "No," she said with venom. "That is how I stop perverts from taking advantage of me. I was just checking your breathing." "Likely story. Now, where the hell am I?" "You were in the Leaf Village," said the third as he walked into the room. He gave her a smile before continuing. "Please keep your voice down. This is a hospital after all." Momiji blinked and then relaxed for a moment. She was safe, for the moment at least. Then, a thought came to mind. "So, what are you going to do with me?" she asked. "I am of the Kagaya clan, as you probably already know." "Well, I was thinking about making sure you were all right," said Arashi with a grin. Momiji shot him a glare. "I mean, are you going to keep me here till you can use my bloodline?" "Nope," said Arashi as he looked at the soon-to-be retired Hokage. "I wouldn't dream of doing something like that. What about you, old man?" "I'm not that old," whined Sarutobi. "As for you, miss, you are welcome to stay here as long as you like. If you wish to live here then you may. If you wish it leave, so be it. However, if you harm any of the shinobi of this village, you will pay a heavy price." Momiji just sighed. "I have no interest in this village," she said. "I only wish to live my own life." "Very well," said the old man. "Arashi, please come with me. I have some very good news for you that I will be making public in a few weeks." With that the two left the room. Later that night, Arashi was sitting at the Ichiraku's eating his ramen with a smirk. "I'm going to be Hokage." He couldn't wait to tell his family and his team. Then, he felt two people walk behind him. Arashi turned around and saw Fugaku, his wife Makoto, who was with their son Itachi. "Hey Makoto and Tem," said Arashi with a grin. "Humph," was the only response of Fugaku. "Hello Arashi," said Makoto calmly. "So what are you two lovebirds doing over here?" asked Arashi. "Actually," said Fugaku, "I came to find out if a rumor was true." "What rumor would that be? Is there a Kagaya in this village?" "Yes." At this, Fugaku smirked. Now he would add that bloodline to his clan. The Kagaya clan's power was well known and very powerful. It would be a simple matter to get her into the Uchiha clan. After all, the Uchiha clan was the most loved and most powerful clan. Who wouldn't want to join? "This is good news," he said. "I will send an Uchiha to assist her in her stay in this village. After all, it is the least I can do as clan head." "Oh," said Arashi. "So, your father finally made you the clan head. Congratulations. I'm getting a promotion soon that might trump yours." "What, becoming Anbu? That would mean leaving those brats you care for so much behind." "Isn't one of those brats, as one call them, and Uchiha?" asked Arashi. "Obito is a disgrace to our clan," said Uchiha. "He is weak and doesn't understand a shinobi's duty." With that he walked away without finding out what Arashi's promotion was. Makoto gave a bow and hurried after her husband. Arashi could only sigh. Obito was a good kid and had talent. He just needed some extra help. He had heard about the things going on in that clan. Obito was being bullied the clan because he had been the class's dead last, and that he couldn't outdo Kakashi. In fact, they said that Kakashi would make a better Uchiha than him. With a sigh, Arashi decided that he could make sure to cheer the kid up a bit during their next practice. Time skip 1 year. It had been about a week since Arashi had sealed Rin away. Guy had gone on a large search while Kakashi just brooded. Arashi wanted to tell Guy, but he wouldn't understand. Rin needed this more than anything. Also, he was surprised that Kakashi wasn't making as big a fuss as Guy, if not more. All Kakashi said was that he didn't care and went back to reading his book. Momiji had been in the village for about a year and was sick on it. The Uchiha clan had sent several of its members to seduce her so that they could add her bloodline to theirs. Then there was that snake bastard, though she didn't know it at the time, that tried to kidnap her. That didn't end so well for him. Everyone in the village would either stare at her or whisper things behind her back. She hated this hellhole. She was walking down the street in her yellow kimono when she saw a face she hadn't seen in a while. Arashi was sitting on a bench with an odd look on his face. All she knew was that he had lost 2 students recently from gossip. It must be tearing him apart. She moved over to where he was sitting. "It was Arashi, right?" she asked. He looked up at her and realized it was Momiji Kagaya. He had kept an eye on her after his run-in with Fugaku, just to make sure he didn't try anything. "Yes," he said with a smile. "How can I help you?" "I was just wondering if I could sit down." Arashi scooted over so that she could sit wherever she wanted. She gave him a nod and then sat down next to him. "So how is everything?" asked Arashi. "Keeping out of trouble." "I'm fine," she said. "Thank you for asking. How have you been?" "I'm all right," he said. Then, he was suddenly grabbed and forced to face Momiji. "Don't give me that crap," she said with a heated expression. "Now tell the truth or else. You're very scary, you know that, right?" This bit of truthfulness was rewarded with a hit upside his head. "Fine, lately things haven't been going well. I keep losing people to this stupid war. I just wish it would go away." "It can," said Momiji. "Or at least for a while. Why don't you do something fun for a while, like take your girlfriend out? Just give yourself a break." "Wish I could, but I don't have a girlfriend. I have been so busy that I just—" I get it. You're the Hokage and you're too busy to have a life. Would you like to do something?" asked Arashi suddenly. Momiji blinked for a moment. "Like what?" "Well, I was going to get a bit to eat and then take a stroll in Training Ground 44. Want to come?" "Well, I have nothing better to do." "Fine, you got yourself a date. But, if you try anything perverted all." "When have I ever done anything perverted?" "When we first met." "I wasn't trying anything, honest," said Arashi as he got up. Momiji got up as well and the two of them started to walk towards a nicer restaurant than Ichiraku's. While they ate, they talked about things. Things like what they did when they were young, hopes and dreams, the best ways to sneak up on the enemy. You know, the kind of things that shinobi talk about. As they exited the restaurant, Momiji was thinking one thing. I wonder what training area 44 is like. For those of you who don't know, that is the Forest of Death. Time skip 1 year. Momiji was getting ready for the biggest day of her life, her wedding to Arashi Uzumaki. Soon, she would be Momiji Uzumaki and she couldn't be happier. Sure, their first meeting was a bad start but he was a good man. She was currently wearing her wedding dress that showed off her figure. She stopped what she was doing as two memories came to her. The first was the proposal. Flashback. 2 months ago. There was a knock on the door of her apartment. When Momiji answered it, there was Arashi. He was on one knee and holding out a small black box. Before she could do anything, Arashi spoke up. Momiji, before you say anything please let me speak first. I love you. I need you in my life more than any other thing. I want to share the rest of my life with you. To have you by my side and me at yours. So will you, Momiji Kagaya, marry me? Momiji's face was unreadable for a moment. Then she reached back and pulled out her spinal cord and wrapped it around Arashi. Let me get this straight, she said in a cold tone. You are asking me to marry you. She began to pull him closer. After everything that has been between us. That giant snake nearly eating us, the time we had to dine and ditch because you forgot your wallet, and all of the other things we have been through. You should know the answer. Now, their faces were only an inch apart, just like when they first met. Except, he was tied up by her spinal cord. I'll go with yes, said Arashi with a grin. Momiji grabbed him by the shirt and pulled him close for a deep kiss. They both ed for a few moments until she pulled him away. You're right, I will marry you. End flashback. Then, she remembered the incident. Flashback. 1 month ago. Arashi was meeting in front of the hot springs his sensei for the first time in a while. He had contacted him to tell him about his marriage. He didn't wait long as both Jiraiya and Sarutobi came walking towards him. Arashi, yelled Jiraiya, you look great. I can't believe my best student is getting married. It's great to see you two sensei, said Arashi as the two of them hugged. Unknown to them, Guy was watching this and thought it was very youthful. Well, said the senin with a lecherous grin, I got a surprise for you. It is a jutsu that lets you see through walls. It's not as powerful or will it have the range as the Byakugan, but has potential. Like say, knowing what kind of underwear your wife is wearing on your wedding day. I don't know, said Arashi as he scratched the back of his head. That kind of takes the surprise out of it. Loosen up, said Sarutobi. Just show us how the jutsu working Jiraiya. Yes sensei, said the toad senin. He turned to the wall and performed the hand signs. Peking Tom Jutsu. However, something went very wrong. Instead of letting him see through the wall, he destroyed it with eye lasers. There was only one person in the hot spring and that, sadly for them, was Momiji. Perverts. I got to go, said Arashi as he used the Hiraishin no Jutsu. Good thing he always kept a kunai back at the house for just such an emergency. Damn you Arashi, shouted both Sarutobi and Jiraiya as they ran from Momiji who was dressed only in a towel. Don't run, she said with an insane look on her face. Her arms became covered in bones that formed drills. I just want to talk and give you both something. Jiraiya, said the old man. If I don't make it, tell my children I love them. Tell them yourself old man, replied Jiraiya. Now, face your punishment, yelled Momiji. Kagaya forbidden dance. Double eternity of pain. I hope you can figure out what happened next. If you can't, well both drills pierced their rectums. Big ouch. It was the end of the day for Team 7. After doing 3D ranked missions and some light training, Anko was walking with her team to the Hokage's office to turn in the reports. She stopped when she saw a brown hawk in the sky. Looks like it's that time. In different sections of the village, the other senseis saw it as well. Each one of them knew what it meant. The Chunin exams would soon start. All right maggots, said Anko as she turned to her team. I'll make the report and you all can do whatever. With that she disappeared in a puff of smoke. Sasuke left shortly after her. He found being with his teammates was a waste of his time. In the end, Rin and Naruto were left to walk home together. They had grown a bit closer since Naruto's birthday, however they weren't ready to admit to each other how they felt. In their free time they liked to take walks in the park, eat lunch together, and stuff like that. Of course, they did it as friends. After walking for a while, they became aware that they were being followed by a rectangular rock with eye holes. Naruto let out a groan and turned to face it. "All right, Konohamaru, I know it's you," he said. "Hee," said the rock. "I see you have seen through my disguise. As expected of my rival." With that, the rock exploded in a huge puff of smoke. Much explosives. When the smoke cleared, Naruto and Rin could see 3 kids coughing on the ground. When they stopped coughing, they got up and introduced themselves. "I am Konohamaru, future Hokage." "I am Udon, I like math," said the boy with a drippy nose and glasses. "I am Moegi, the prettiest girl at the academy," said the third. "We are the Konohamaru Corps," they all said together. "Hey Naruto," said Konohamaru after they had finished. "Where have you been? You promised that you would play ninja with us." Sadly for Naruto, at that moment Sakura happened to be walking by and heard what Konohamaru said. "Who ever heard of a ninja playing ninja?" she said with a smirk. "PLZ, refrain from singing the song." "Hey boss, who is she?" asked Konohamaru. "Please don't tell me she's your girlfriend. I mean she's so ugly." A moment later, the poor soul didn't know what hit him. Well, he did when he looked up and saw Sakura's glare with her fist raised. "Why did you do that? I was only being honest." Before the poor boy could continue, Sakura charged. That's when the boy's fight or flight instincts took over. Basically they told him to get the hell away from her. Following those words, Konohamaru ran for his life and Sakura gave chase. Naruto and Rin followed closely behind them. This continued for a while. For some reason, Konohamaru was much faster than Sakura and had better endurance. Sad, isn't it? This all ended when Konohamaru bumped into another person. "You little shit," said the person in question. He wore a black outfit that seemed to have cat ears. On his face were purple markings that had some level of significance. What they mean, we may never know. Behind him was a blonde-headed girl with her hair in 4 pigtails. She dressed in white and on her back was a large fan. "Hey, watch where you are going," yelled Konohamaru. The boy in black's eye twitched. He then grabbed Konohamaru and lifted him up. "Hey, let go. There is something about brats like you that make me want to kill," said the black nin. "Kankuro," said his female teammate. "Stop this. We don't want trouble. Please," begged Sakura. "We were just playing around. Just let him go." "Not before I have some payback," said Kankuro. "Let him go now," ordered Naruto. He then sent a powerful killer intent in the direction Kankuro. He then took off his jacket and pulled out 2 bone blades, one from each shoulder. "Holy shit," said Tamari. "That's got to be a genjutsu," said Kankuro. He started to say more but a rock hit him in the back of his head. As he fell, he grasped on Konohamaru was released and the boy ran behind Naruto. Tamari turned around and looked at the person Naruto's killer intent was really focused on. It was a rock nin with white and black hair. "I see you are holding me to that. Next time we meet." "But I said last time," said Michi as she reached into her clay pouches. "I always keep my word," said Naruto. He then leapt at her, aiming his blades at her shoulders. Michi tossed some clay daggers at him to counter. Naruto used his blades to strike first, causing the blasts to occur a bit farther away from his body and reducing the damage. Michi then jumped back to avoid Naruto's attack. "Not bad," said Michi. "As much as I wish to continue, I can't." As she said this, she raised her hands to show that she was unarmed. The mouths opening and closing were just a bit gross. "Why you little," said Kankuro as he got up. "Stop it Kankuro," said a voice from up in the nearby tree. Everyone turned to see a red-headed boy with dark circles around his eyes. On his forehead was the symbol for love. On his back was a large gourd. "Gee Gaara," said Kankuro as he gulped. "You are an embarrassment," said Gaara. "Make a fool of yourself again and I will kill you." "Why yes Gaara," said Kankuro as Gaara landed in front of him. Gaara turned his attention to the leaf and rock nins that had been fighting. Said nins turned their focus on him as well. The demon within him began to stir like crazy. They were strong. There was no question about that. They also used odd means to fight. The blonde used his bones to make weapons and the girl used exploding clay. He hoped he would have the chance to face them. He would love the chance to kill them to prove his existence. Let's go, said Gaara. Wait, said Sakura, grabbing their attention. We are sand nins and a rock nin. Even though we are allies and on neutral terms with your individual villages, that doesn't mean you can just walk into our village. You must really be stupid, said Temari. I agree with Fangirl, said Michi with a grin. We are here for the Chunin exams. So, said Rin, it's that time already. You bet, said Michi. She then turned her attention to Naruto, who was putting his jacket back on. I hope you will be participating. I would love the chance to get to know you better. With that, she walked away, followed by the Sand siblings. After Rin checked out Konohamaru, she and Naruto walked home together. So Rin, said Naruto, breaking the silence. What are the Chunin exams like? Well, I didn't take them, she said. When I got my rank, it was because we needed more shinobi and my skills at the time were ranked Chunin level. I do know this, back then each village held its own Chunin exam. I guess things have changed. At the same time, the Hokage was staring at the Jonin senseis. All right, he began. We will begin with the rookies. Are there any in your teams that you feel are ready for these exams? Anko, Asuma, and Kurenai all stepped forward. I, Anko Mitarashi of Team 7, select Naruto Uzumaki, Rin, and Sasuke Uchiha for the Chunin exams. I, Asuma Sarutobi of Team 10, select Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Choji Akamichi for the Chunin exams. I, Kurenai Yuhi of Team 8, select Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga, and Shino Aburame for the Chunin exams. Now hold on one moment, yelled Iruka. Those 6 haven't been Genins for a full year. They are too green for this exam. I agree, said Guy. Even though my students were ready for the exam their first year, I decided to have them wait so that they would get some more experience. I only have one thing to say about Anko's team, said Kakashi, putting in his 2 cents. Both Rin and Sasuke are ready, but I don't feel the same about Naruto. What's that supposed to mean? Said both Anko and Iruka at the same time. He was the dead last in the academy, said Kakashi in a lazy tone. I doubt that he has made enough progress to advance to the point where he could be considered to become a Chunin. Kakashi, said Anko in a serious tone. I am their sensei, not you. I know their skills better than anyone in this room, not you. If I feel they are ready, they are ready. That is enough, said the Hokage. Although this is unusual, the rules of the exam states that if a Jonin sensei feels that his or her team is ready for the exams, they will be allowed to participate. Now, let's move on. The meeting lasted about a half an hour. After announcing their students, the Jonins were told the rules of the exams that applied to them. They weren't allowed to give information of what the exams were like or what they tested them on. They had to be at certain places at certain times to make sure they weren't helping their students. The only time they could was during the one-month gap between the second and third tests. As the Jonins made their way out, Anko stopped Kakashi to have a word with him. What the hell was that about? Asked Anko. I don't know what you are talking about, he replied. If you have issues with Naruto, take them up on your own time and not ours. Naruto has worked harder than anyone on my team and he deserves a bit of respect for that. He is no longer the dead last, as you called him. Your Sharingan lets you see everything except potential. A dead last will always be a dead last, replied Kakashi. He can't even make a simple clone. The only things going for him are a bloodline and a larger amount of charka. He will never make it to the level of Chunin. With that, he pulled out his book and walked away. That was uncalled for, said Iruka as he walked over to Anko. You all right? I'll be fine, she replied. I just hate people who think that people are incapable of change. She then felt him grab her hand. Come on, he said as he gave her a smile. I'll buy you dinner. All right, said Anko with a blush. The next day Anko appeared before her Genins in her usual fashion and left another crater. Sasuke was going to say something rude but stopped when he saw Anko reach into her trench coat. He believed she was reaching for her mallet, the bane of his existence. It was the one thing he hated more than fangirls. All right maggots, said Anko, her hand still in her trench coat. I got good news for you. I have nominated all 3 of you for the Chunin exam. After she said that, She pulled out the application forms needed for the exam and handed them to her students. If you want to take the exam, just fill your form and go to the designated address tomorrow. Sasuke, Rin, and Naruto were a mix of emotions. Rin was happy that she would soon be a Chunin again. Sasuke thought that the exam was a waste of time and that they should just promote him now. Naruto was excited, seeing this as the next step to becoming Hokage. Now, continued Anko, there is something I want to tell you all. Is it information about the exam? Asked Sasuke. No, was her answer. Then I'm out of here, he said as he walked away. Anko just sighed. Okay, she said. What I was going to tell you before Emo Boy left was what a Chunin is. A Chunin is a middle-level shinobi who is also a team leader. They need to have tactical knowledge and leadership abilities. If you think you have what it takes, then please attend. With that, she left. That night, Momiji began to teach Naruto the first step of the dance of the Clematis. The first step was called Vine. In this step, he had to pull out his spinal cord and intently regrow it. However, he was having trouble making it into a chain staff. Instead, he was making it into a bow staff. He is learning this fairly quickly, she thought as he began to try again. In a few years he will have mastered both my style as well as his father's. I think I'll save our ultimate jutsu for the third round. At the Hyuga compound, Hiyashi was talking to his nephew Neji about the Chunin exam. Neji, how well do you know Naruto Uzumaki? Asked Hiyashi. I have only met him once, Neji replied. I see. The reason I have called you here concerns Hinata. She seems to be infatuated with the boy. I want you to defeat him during the exam while she is watching. Make him look bad so that she will stop. Then I can date his mother without feeling bad. Neji blinked at this and began to consider how this would affect him. If I beat him, then Lee goes back to calling me his eternal rival again. If I don't beat him, Hiyashi will use the cage bird seal on me. What is worse, the seal or an annoying teammate? The next morning Naruto and Rin walked to the academy building where the first part of the exam was to take place. Sasuke was waiting for them at the door. Together they entered and made their way to room 301. When they got to the second floor they ran into a large group of people who were in front of a door labeled 301. Rin figured out it was a genjutsu first. That has to be the worst genjutsu ever. This is the second floor. It must be some sort of entrance test to keep all of the weaker genins out. That will work in our favor. The fewer people participating, the greater the chances that we will have to advance. Come on, yelled one of the genins, let us through. The boy was kicked back by one of the boys guarding the door. There's no way you're ready for the Chunin exam, said the first one who was really a Chunin in disguise. Some people get so badly hurt that they have to quit the shinobi program. Some have gone crazy and other die. Yeah, said the second who was the same as the first. We are doing this for your own good. More out of the way, said Sasuke. We need to get to room 301 which is on the next floor. Rin, I'm sure you noticed this before anybody else. Yes I did, said Rin with a deadpanned expression. I didn't say anything because they were getting rid of all the weaklings. All we had to do was walk around them and we could have gotten to the third floor with no problems. But no, you had to fault your superiority. She's got that right, said the fist boy again. He looked at Sasuke. You're not very bright, are you? Sasuke's anger peaked and he charged at him. The Chunin in disguise charged as well. Before they could hit the other, there was a flash of green and both attacks were caught by a boy wearing green spandex and orange leg and arm warmers. Lee, what are you doing? Asked Neji as all of his wounds disappeared. Ya Lee, said their bun-haired teammate Tenten. It was your idea to hide our true strength. Sorry, was all Lee said. It can't be, said Rin quietly as her eye twitched. It's Guy Jr. Who would want to bear his child? I pity the women. You must be skilled, said Neji as he turned to Sasuke. What's your name? Before you ask for another's name you should give yours first, said Sasuke as he turned around and headed for the next floor. Naruto and Rin quickly apologized for him and followed Sasuke. Before they made it to the next stairway, they ran into Lee once more. My name is Rock Lee, he said. You must be Sasuke Uchiha, am I correct? I would like to test myself before I begin this exam by facing off against the year's #1 rookie. Fine, said the arrogant Uchiha. I could use a quick warm-up. Do not be so sure, said Lee. I am the strongest genin for the Leaf Village taking this exam. They both took their stances. Sasuke got into the academy battle stance and activated his Sharingan while Lee took the stance of the strong fist style. Sasuke made the first move and ran towards Lee and attempted to punch him in the face. Lee used his speed to move behind Sasuke in an instant and delivered a powerful kick which sent Sasuke flying. When Sasuke looked up after landing, he saw that Lee was standing right in front of him. Sasuke used his arms to push himself up and away for Lee. How? Asked Sasuke. I saw your moves but couldn't do anything about them. It is simple, said Lee. The Sharingan lets you see through ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. However, if your opponent is faster than you, there is nothing you can do. After all, seeing is one thing. Lee vanished and appeared in front of Sasuke and kicked him into the air. The power to do something about it is another. Lee then began to do the shadow leaf dance, a starter up to the lotus. His bandages began to unwrap when a pinwheel was launched and stopped the attack. Lee turned to face a turtle. Lee, yelled the turtle. That move is forbidden. How dare you defy your sensei's warnings? Now you must face Guy. With that, Guy appeared in a poof of smoke. Without warning, the new spandex-wearing man punched Lee. Lee, said Guy as he began to cry. It's all right. Mistakes are part of learning. It is all a part of the springtime of youth. Kami isn't this cruel, said Rin, having an idea what would happen next. Lee and Guy began to hug. Soon the evil genjutsu of a sunset and waves crashing on the beach appeared behind them. They were crying as they embraced each other. Guy Sensei, Lee, Guy Sensei, Lee, Guy Sensei, Lee, Guy Sensei, Lee. While this was going on, Team 7 was left to their own thought. Rin, they were right, it has gotten worse. I wish I was blind right now. Please don't let him notice me. Sasuke, I lost to that fruitcake. This is so embarrassing. Naruto, ha ha. Sasuke lost to a fruitcake. He must be so embarrassed right now. Life is good. When the hugging finally stopped, Guy turned his attention to Team 7. Sorry about Lee, he said. So, you are Anko's students. It's nice to meet, Rin. Is that you? Ah, hi Guy, she said with a strained smile. Been a while, hasn't it? But how? Exclaimed the shocked Guy. You look exactly the same as the last time I saw you. It's a long story. Kakashi could tell you. Kakashi knew and didn't tell me. That is so like my eternal rival. He turned to Lee. Lee, as punishment for using that jutsu you will have to run around the village 200 times. Ah Guy, said a deadpanned Rin, the exam starts in 10 minutes. Right, he said sheepishly. Lee, punishment will be postponed until after the exam. With that, both he and the turtle vanished. I want to admit something, said Lee as he stared at Sasuke. I lied when I said that I was the strongest. The strongest genin is on my team. He is a genius by birth while I am a genius of hard work. I look forward to seeing you in the exams. With that he raced up the stairs. A few minutes later Team 7 walked into the correct room. A moment later there were two ear-piercing cries and Sakura and Ino ran up to Sasuke. I'm so glad you're doing this, said Sakura. When I was told I would be helping the medics during this exam, I had hoped I'd see you here. Hey, how did you guys manage to get in? Said Kiba while his dog was sitting on his head. Behind him was the rest of his team. Shino just gave them a nod and Hinata glared at Rin. Don't bother Sasuke, said Ino and Sakura in unison. Man, we're all here. How troublesome, said Shikamaru as he and his best friend walked over to the group. I would suggest you all keep it down, said a guy with glasses and silver hair. This must be your first time. Yeah, so what about it, said Sasuke. Well, I'll give you a hand, this being my 7th time taking this exam and all. This year I have an edge. These are my info cards. They contain information on the different villages, topics, and people who are taking this exam. Got anyone you want to know about? Rock Lee of the Leaf, said Sasuke. I am curious about Gaara of the Sand Village, said Rin. That's no fun, you know their names. First is Rock Lee, According to this, he has done 20D ranked missions as well as 12C ranked. He specializes in taijutsu and his other skills are unknown. This is his first time taking the exam. Next is Gaara of the Desert. 8 Cs and even a B, and he has never been hurt in any mission. That's all I have on him. Wow, there are a lot of amazing people taking this exam, said Sakura. Yeah, we have people from all over the shinobi nations here as well as some of the smaller villages. Also the newly formed Sound Village, but don't worry about them too much. They aren't too important. That doesn't matter, said Naruto. Because I'll bet them all. Everyone looked at him like he was crazy. Well, some were pissed and Michi was thinking that he had guts. Few people noticed that the team from the Sound Village was moving towards Kabuto. Add this to your notes, brat, said the mummy man as he got ready to launch his attack in the air. Kabuto leaned back to dodge the blow and smirked, thinking that he had succeeded. However, his glasses breaking and blood coming out of his ears changed that. Let this be a warning to you, said the mummy man again. We of the Sound Village will pass this exam. Before any more could be said, several Jonins appeared. That's enough, maggots. Fighting will not be tolerated unless we say so. Try this again and you will be failed. My name is Ibiki and I will be your first examiner. Naruto began to wonder if Anko knew Ibiki. A few moments later they were all seated for the written portion. Naruto took his seat next to Hinata. Inside Hinata's head was a little chibi figure of her doing a little dance. Alright, I'll go over the questions once and there will be no questions. The exam will have 10 questions. You will start out with 10 points and for every question you get wrong, you will lose 1 point. So, if you miss 2 questions your score will be an 8. If you are caught cheating, you will lose 2 points. If you get a 0, you fail. Caught cheating 3 times and you fail automatically. Also, this test will be taken as a team. If one of you fails, you all fail. The 10th question will be given at the last 15 minutes. The test was given out and was quickly begun. Naruto looked over the exam and tried to decide what to do. He looked at the first question and decided to try the next one. This became a trend. Everyone else was using their special gifts or abilities to get the information. Tenten used mirrors to get the information to Lee. Neji, Sasuke, and Hinata used their dojutsus. Rin waited a while and then stole someone's paper and replaced it with hers. Gaara used his third eye to look at other people's paper. Naruto was at a clear disadvantage. His bloodline wasn't made for spying or stealing. In fact, all of his skill were used to beat other people into the ground. So, in the end, he decided to place all his faith in the last question. After all he had to do was get 1 question right and he passed. Soon, the 15-minute marker came up. All right, time for the last question. However, there are special rules to it. First, you have the option of not taking it. If you choose not to take it, you fail. If you take the question and miss it, you get an automatic 0 and are banned from ever taking this exam ever again. That's bogus, shouted Kiba. There are others here who have taken this exam before. That's true, but I wasn't in charge before. Now I am and I'm making the rules. It's just your unlucky break. Soon several teams were dismissed due to fear. Anyone else? He asked. That was when Naruto slammed his fist onto the desk. Hey, just give us the damn question already. Are you sure? You might be stuck as a genin for the rest of your life. I'm not going to run away. Even if I miss it, I will still work to become Hokage. I'm not afraid to put everything on the line. Ibiki noticed that everyone else had been encouraged by his words and were standing their ground. To say he was impressed was an understatement. He had never met anyone who could dispel the fear he placed in others with such ease. Very well then, he said and paused for a few seconds. Everyone in this room passes. What? Cried several people. I will explain. As many of you figured out, the purpose of this test was not to see what you knew, but how well you could gather information. To supply you with correct answers, several people were placed in the room as your targets. Then, it was up to share this information with your teammates. Okay, we get that, said the blonde Sand Nin. So what was the deal with the 10th question? In the world of the shinobi you will be given many difficult tasks like the one I gave you. When you get them, will you be able to say no because you don't have enough information? The answer is no, as Chunin, You will be placed in many difficult situations and will have to think on your feet and will not be able to say no to them. The last question was to test your resolve. I congratulate you all on passing the first test. Please wait here for your next examiner. So the genins waited, and waited. Then 2 hours later Kakashi walked into the room. Sorry I'm late, he said. There was a black cat in my path and I had to walk around it. Lair, shouted the whole room at once. Anyways, he continued, your Jonin instructors will tell you the where and when for tomorrow. Later. That's it, yelled Ino. We had to wait 2 hours for that. Yep, replied Kakashi as he went poof. Omake. This happened several months ago when the teams were being made. The Jonins were waiting for the last person to show up. That's right, they were waiting on Kakashi. Soon, 3 hours passed. That's it, yelled the Hokage. The next person to enter this room will be the Jonin sensei for Team 7. A moment later, Enko broke through the window. Lord Hokage, she said. I need a mission. You got one, said the old man. You're the new sensei for Team 7. Enko's mouth hit the floor at the same moment Kakashi walked in. Welcome to the second part of the Chunin exam. I am so excited for this story. The reviews for this story have almost caught up with Bloody Fox. So, you all rock. First, in the last chapter review I was told I had broken a rule and was reported for abuse. An assumption on my part, told me that I can't have poles and can't have omakes. So as I was summoning Bloody Fox I went over the rules and found out something very interesting. I can't make a chapter author's notes or poles. I didn't see anything about omakes but I'm sure I can't have a chapter that is just them. I mean, if that was the case then a lot of people are breaking the rule. And this story is rated T due to mild swearing and violence. I don't swear that often in this story. Another thing I have noticed in the reviews is the amount of people thinking there will be a time skip where Naruto leaves the village. I could have sworn I told you all that Naruto is staying in the village and there will be no time skip. I mean, he leaves, gets stronger, and we don't get to see all the cool stuff he goes through. I hate that so I won't do that. Now the winners only 2 people who did it of my contest. Ame-chan. As for your poll thing, I would go into the world of Mar, dunno if you know that show, but anyone can be, like a hero, or something like that which is cool, but it does seem to have a giant war every 6 years. Napping Sleepy Kitty. I'd go with Final Fantasy VII, I know, game, and I would be going into it during the game, but FF7. Advent Children is technically an anime and takes place in that universe. My main reasons would be, I know where most if not all materia and free items money is, cute girls Yuffie, and finally a chance to see what the backyard of that villa you can buy looks like. In reverse order, the backyard is mentioned by the salesman but there aren't any doors to it. I think it's British style with the actual door to the garden along the side of the house and you can't even look out a window to see. Considering how much you pay for it, I at least want to look. Cute girls. Air. Kinda self-explanatory. Course, the airships aren't bad either, but I like the FF6 and 9 ones better. Materia. Everyone can use it. You just have to wear a bracelet or armor to slot it in, and have a custom weapon. An easy power-up for that starting dimension hopper, lots of variety, and some decent cheap shots that anywhere else you might end up, no one would suspect. Haste. Frog. Slow. And the best blue magic enemy skills in any FF game. Now, on with the story. The Chunin hopeful were at the entrance to Training Area 44. They were ready for anything. The only thing that was keeping them from taking the test was, Kakashi was late. This was ticking off everybody. Orochimaru, in his disguise, was pacing back and forth. Sasuke was stabbing the earth with his kunai. A group in the back was planning how to kill the instructor when he arrived. Soon, everyone wanted in on the plan. Kakashi was in the porn section of the bookstore. The latest issue of Ika Ika Violence had just come out and he was busy reading it. Hey Kakashi, yelled the owner of said bookstore. I know you're my best customer and all but this isn't a library. You have been standing there for the last 45 minutes. Buy it and get out. Nodding, Kakashi walked over to him and paid for the book. In his opinion, it was the best yet. Good plot and, oh who was he kidding? It had more sex than the last one and that's all he cared about. Screw good plot and character development. As he read the book, he slowly made his way to the Forest of Death. About an hour and 15 minutes later, Kakashi appeared before the examinees. "Sorry I'm late," he said after he appeared in a puff of smoke. "I had to stop and help an old lady cross the street." It was evident that they didn't buy this as they threw all of their kunai at him. Luckily for Kakashi, he had sent a shadow clone in first. After it was destroyed, he reappeared and began to give them their instructions. "This is training area 44. Around here people call it the Forest of Death. This is where the next part of the exam will be held." "What do we have to do?" asked a nameless genin. "This is a survival test," said Kakashi. "In this forest there are a lot of dangerous things that I don't feel like telling you about. Also, you will be trying to survive from each other. Each one of you will be given a scroll. There are 2 different types of scrolls, Earth and Heaven. In order to pass, you need to bring both scrolls to the tower in the center of the forest. Also, you can't look in the scrolls until you reach the tower or you all fail. You also fail if one member of your team dies or if you don't reach the tower in 5 days. Oh yeah, you can't leave the forest while the exam is taking place." "No," cried Choji, "I don't have enough food for 5 days. Before you start," said Kakashi as he held up some papers, "I need you all to sign these consent forms. The Leaf Village will not take responsibility for those who die." He then turned to the Tachunan's examiners. "Can I go now?" They just shook their heads. Everyone was handed a paper and eventually everyone signed theirs. While they waited for their teams to be called, Naruto was thinking about what was going to be happening. As he sat there, several people were staring at him. Hinata was staring at him from behind a tree trying to get up the courage to talk to him. Michi was also staring at him. Her new mission was to kill the Uchiha and to get Naruto to join Rock by any means necessary. The rest of the stares were coming from the remaining members of the Rock team. The 2 other members on the team were Yu Udai and Kuroyoshi. Yu, age 14, had long pink curly hair and blue eyes. His face was like Haku's in the way that it was overly feminine. He wore a blue female battle kimono that was altered to make it appear he had S. On his sides were black iron fans. Kuro was a giant at the age 15. He was about 7 feet tall and kept his silver hair in a mohawk. His face was covered with scars and when he smiled you could see that several teeth were missing. He wore a green shirt with one sleeve on his left arm and his right was covered in bandages. He was wearing black shorts that had extra pockets. On his back was a giant double-bladed battle axe. Instead of metal blades, they were made of rock. "So that is Naruto," said Yu as he looked at the boy. "He's cute, but I prefer his teammate the Uchiha. I just love emos." "Me no care about Yu's odd tastes," said Kuro. "Me want to smash both of them. Me will smash them both." "You can smash the Uchiha but not Uzumaki," said Michi. "The cage wants him on our side. Once we have his bloodline limit we will be stronger than ever and ready to finish off the Leaf Village." Just then, their team was called. It took about an hour for all the teams to be called up, turn in their consent forms, and given a scroll. Team 7 got a heaven scroll and was sent towards Gate 17 and was told to wait until they were given the signal. "So what's the plan?" asked Naruto as they waited. Sasuke scowled at him. "Dobi, we don't need a plan," he said. "We just go in, get the scroll, and get to the tower." The Chunin at the gate kept his face neutral, but inside he was laughing. It was clear to him that the Uchiha was taking this test too lightly. "But shouldn't we scout first and set up base?" asked Naruto. "You know, get our bearings and set up some traps." "I agree with Naruto on this," said Rin. "We have 5 days so let's not rush this. If we get a layout of a certain area and set up traps there we can better defend ourselves and will have an advantage in battle." "I am the only advantage we need," said Sasuke in an arrogant tone. A few minutes later the gates opened and the second test began. All at once, the other teams decided to take action. Team 8 decided to set up some traps and let the enemy come to them. Team 10 decided to find a weak team and take them out. The Sound team had a mission to go after Team 7. The Rock team decided to get a scroll first and then find Team 7. In Wave Country, Haku was preparing lunch for everyone. Since the incident at the bridge both he and Zabuza had moved in with Tazuna, Tsunami, and Inari. He was in his pink yukata, had his hair down, and had an apron on. Inari was watching him as his eye twitched. Chizuna then entered the house. "How is work going?" asked Haku as he set an extra plate out for Chizuna. "It's going super good," replied the bridge builder. Since the completion of the Great Naruto Bridge, Chizuna had been getting jobs from many different nations. Because of this, Wave Country was starting to get back on its feet. "Where is my super daughter?" "I think mom's upstairs," said Inari as he started to eat. "Wow Haku, this tastes great." "Thank you," said Haku as he gave the boy a smile. "Well, I'd better get her so she can have lunch too," said the old man as he went up the stairs. "I think I forgot something," said Haku. Maybe it was nothing." A moment later, yelling could be heard from upstairs. "Father, you forgot to knock," yelled Tsunami. "He looks like he's having a heart attack," yelled Zabuza. The next sound that was heard was Chizuna screaming so loud it could be heard in the Leaf Village. "What was that?" asked Hiyashi as he stopped in front of the community building. "My ears must be playing tricks with me." He sighed and then walked inside. He was on his way to a parenting class. This one was called, "So You Finally Realized That You Are Doing It Wrong." He quickly found his classroom and took a seat in the middle. That way he was in a good position if he had to cheat on a test. "Lord Hyuga, what a surprise," said Momiji as she appeared next to him. "Mrs. Uzumaki," said the shocked Hyuga head. "What are you doing here?" "Well, I thought that I would take this class since I'm mostly guessing on what I'm going with my son," she explained. Sadly, this was the only class that was opened. "So, what brings you here?" Well, I am trying to patch things up with my eldest daughter," admitted Hiyashi. "I think I have been too hard on her." "Well, admitting there is a problem is the hardest part," said Momiji. "At least, that's what the pamphlet says." Back in the Forest of Death, Naruto had asked his teammates to stop for a moment. "What's the matter, Dobi?" asked Sasuke. "I have to use the restroom," said Naruto as he started to walk away from the group. Once he was sure they couldn't see him, Naruto picked a tree and let down his pants. As he pissed, a figure began to move towards him slowly. When the figure was only a few feet away from him, he stepped on a branch. Acting on instincts, bone spikes shot out of Naruto's back. When they retracted, Naruto heard a thud and turned around. Behind him was a dead Rain Nin. Naruto, after complaining that his jacket now had holes, checked the body for things him and his team could use. In the end, Naruto took his money and an extra heaven scroll. He then made his way back to his teammates, one of whom looked extra pissed. "What the hell took you so long?" demanded Sasuke. "A Rain Nin caught me with my pants down. Literally," said Naruto in a sheepish tone. "Don't worry, I killed him and got us an extra heaven scroll." "Just like you to pick up useless trash," said Sasuke. Before Naruto could say anything in his defense, a large wind blew into the area and separated our heroes and Sasuke. Sasuke landed a few feet away from where he had been. He checked his surroundings for the enemy. A moment later he heard rustling in some nearby bushes. He was about to throw his kunai when Rin appeared. "Sasuke, are you all right?" she asked. He nodded. "Good, let's find Naruto before the enemy finds us." "Hey guys," yelled Naruto as he came running up to them. When he was only about a yard away, Rin threw a kunai at him. "Rin, what are you doing?" yelled Sasuke. "If the Dobi dies then we fail." "Ya Rin," yelled Naruto. "What are you trying to do, kill me?" "Yes," said Rin, "it's because you're not Naruto. 3 things tipped me off. The first was that you had a kunai holder on your left. Naruto is left-handed and doesn't use kunai. Also you are missing his red dots." "Not bad, Rin," said Naruto, with a smirk. "I wonder could he have the—" "No, it's impossible." He then transformed into a grass nin. "You know your teammate so well." "Where is he?" demanded Rin as she pulled out another kunai, as did Sasuke. With Naruto. Naruto had landed hard on the ground. He was lucky for having very strong bones and super healing powers. Getting up, he looked around for signs of his teammates and found nothing. He looked behind him and saw a giant snake. And it looked hungry. "Shit," he yelled as the snake ate him. With the others. "He is most likely dead," said the grass nin with a sadistic smirk. He then placed a paralysis jutsu on them, causing them to freeze in horror as them saw their own deaths. "This is less fun than I expected," he said as he walked over to them. He then slowly raised his kunai as he prepared to strike. At the last moment, Sasuke stabbed himself, grabbed Rin, and ran. The grass nin chuckled at their efforts before he began to give chase. With Naruto. "I hate this," said Naruto as he slowly went through the snake's digestive tract. Enzymes were beginning to burn away at his clothing and the walls seemed to close in on him. He had to think of a way to get out of this situation. Then, it came to him. Mass Shadow Clone Jutsu. He then continued to make clones until the snake burst opened. Once free, he ran to find his teammates. With the others, Sasuke and Rin had tried to hide, but it was no use. Rin was still shaken by the jutsu and the powerful killer intent and was in no condition to fight. From what Sasuke could tell, the guy in front of him was much stronger than what a genin, hell, a jonin should be. He couldn't think of any way to save his ass other than one thing. "Listen," said Sasuke in a defeated tone. He pulled out the scroll and set it down on the ground and took a few steps back. "I will give you the scroll if you promise to go away." "Very good, Sasuke," said the grass nin. "In order to escape a predator you must give it something else." He walked over to the scroll when a familiar blade hit the ground in front of him. "What is Kimimaro doing here?" He looked up and saw Naruto and his eyes widened when he saw the red dots on his forehead. "The Kyuubi brat, I guess the seal delayed the awakening of his bloodline. It is a pity that I can't take over his body due to the fox. Maybe I'll have him kidnapped during the invasion and clone his body or have him made so he can rebuild the clan. I'll use Sasuke's body to copy every jutsu and then transfer to the body of Naruto's children later and have the perfect body." Naruto stared at the grass nin and then to Sasuke. Giving his teammate a glare, he jumped down from his branch and punched him. Rin and the grass nin just stared. "What the hell was that for?" yelled Sasuke. "You idiot," yelled Naruto. "What guarantee do you have that this guy will keep his word?" "You are correct, Naruto Uzumaki," said the grass nin with a smirk. Naruto turned to face him. After all, the only time when a person has to make deals is when the playing field is even. Great breakthrough. Naruto saw this attack coming and yelled, "Great breakthrough." The two wind attacks cancelled each other out. Not missing a beat, Naruto yelled out, "Finger bullet drill." 8 bone bullet shot towards Orochimaru, the grass nin, who dodged them with great ease. Biting his thumb and pulled up his sleeve, Orochimaru revealed his summoning seal. Wiping the blood on it, he summoned a large snake. The snake charged at Naruto and launched him into a tree. The snake turned its attention towards Sasuke and Rin and lunged at them. However, Naruto appeared in front of it, with his back facing the snake's head, and slammed he elbows into it that had bone spikes attached. Naruto's eyes were now blood red and his whisker marks were now more refined as he used the Kyuubi's chakra to keep the snake at bay. Sasuke just looked at this in utter fear. Since when has he been this strong? Am I really that weak? While Sasuke was having his pity party, Orochimaru latched his tongue around Naruto's neck and pulled him in front of him. "This will take care of you," said Orochimaru as purple flames appeared on his fingers. 5-pronged seal. After adding the extra seals onto Naruto, Orochimaru tossed him to the side. Forgetting her fears, Rin rushed to the blonde's side and began to examine him. He seemed to have been weakened and needed some fast healing. Sasuke's rage flared. Naruto fought this grass nin and he had just stood there, shaking in utter fear. How could he avenge his clan if he froze like this whenever someone stronger showed up? Making up his mind, he charged at the grass nin and launched into a series of punches and kick. Orochimaru was grinning as he blocked each blow with ease. Sasuke jumped back and yelled, "Grand Fireball Jutsu." The attack hit him and Sasuke smirked. It vanished when his opponent turned into a puddle of mud. "Not bad, Sasuke," said Orochimaru as he kicked Sasuke in the back. But Naruto did much better. Sasuke growled as he got back up. He threw several shuriken that seemed to miss. However, they seemed to have wire attached to them and circled around the enemy, wrapping him around a tree. Sasuke then yelled, "Fire Dragon Jutsu." For a moment, everyone thought that Orochimaru had become extra crispy until he moved. "Yes," said the snake man. You are doing very well. I guess I should give you a special present. With that, his neck extended and he bit into Sasuke's neck, giving him a cursed seal. As Sasuke fell to the ground, he turned his attention to Rin. Well, Rin, you are looking very young for someone who should be close to 30. I bet your sensei had something to do with it. With that, he tore off his mask. Orochimaru, hissed Rin, I should have guessed. What are you doing here? What is with those seals? They are presents, said Orochimaru as he licked his lips. Tell Sasuke when he wakes up that I have given him a small sample of the power that I offer. If he wants more, he must seek me out. Slowly, the snake man began to sink into the ground. As for Naruto, his gift is control. He'll find out soon. He vanished. After this, however, it will be some time before the next chapter comes out. Why, you ask? Well, it will be the preliminaries and I have to make a lot of decisions. Do I want Rin to face Tenten in the prelims and fight Hinata in the finals, or just have them fight in the prelims? Should I have Naruto fight one of my OCs or Kiba or anybody else? Should I only do the first round of the finals or have it go all the way to the end? More fights means the greater the odds Naruto will fight Sasuke in the finals. See, I have to think of all of this. What do I want? Anko rushed through the tree in the forest of death. The bodies of the real grass nins had been found only a few hours ago, and there was the matter of her cursed seal pulsing. She knew who it was and told the Anbu to tell the Hokage while she went to face him. This was personal. She had to face him and settle things once and for all, even at the cost of her own life. She suddenly stopped on a branch and paused to look around for a moment. She could feel his presence. It was like something cold was slithering on her back. There was also the fact that her seal was now causing her intense pain. It felt as if there were a million needles stabbing her shoulder over and over again. Hello Anko, said the voice of Orochimaru. Anko turned around and gazed into his yellow slit eyes. He was wearing tan-colored robes and a large rope-like bow tied around his waist. It's been such a long time. And look how you have grown. Congratulations on making special Jonin. As he said this, he was wearing a sadistic smile. Anko quickly raised her hand and yelled, Sanejishu. Several snakes shot out of her trench coat sleeve and attacked her former sensei. When they hit, the snake Senin turned to mud. Anko's eyes widened as she realized that her opponent was now behind her with a kunai in his hand. Nice try, said Orochimaru as he stabbed her in the back. His eyes widened when he realized that he had stabbed a log. Before he could do anything, she had given him a powerful kick in the gut that sent him into a tree trunk. Anko then pinned her hand and his into the wood with her kunai and made a sign using both her hand and his. Orochimaru's eyes widened when he realized what she was attempting. I think this is a fitting way to go out, said Anko with a satisfied smirk. So you plan to kill both of us with the forbidden jutsu that I taught you, said Orochimaru in a calm voice that caught Anko's attention. I'm sorry to say that you will fail. With that, he turned to mud before her eyes. He appeared behind Anko and pulled out the kunai and licked it. Slowly Anko turned around and glared at him. What are you doing here? Asked Anko as she fell to her knees. She had to buy her some time for help to arrive. Straight to the point as always, said Orochimaru as he tossed the kunai away. I know what you're doing. Trying to get me to talk while help arrive. Sadly for you, they are still a ways away. But, I'll tell you anyways. I'm here searching for some new talent. And I happen to find some. I believe that they are your students. What have you done to them? Yelled Anko and her rage grew. There was no way she would allow him to do the same thing to them as he did to her. I gave the boys some seals, said Orochimaru. I gave the Uchiha the same cursed seal that I gave to you. As for Naruto, I have cut off his access to the Kyuubi's chakra and messed up his own. You should have seen little Rin's face when I told her it was for control. Kukuku. Why? Demanded Anko. The cursed seal has only a 1 in 10 chance of survival. And why did you do that to Naruto? The Kyuubi brat was causing me trouble, he said simply. Besides, he thinks his control is better, the greater the odds that he will fail the next part of the exam. And the best part is that there is only one person who can undo what I have done. As for Sasuke, he is much stronger than you were. How does it feel to be the trash? At this point he began to sink into the earth. A word of warning, my foolish apprentice, do not cancel the exams because of me. If that happens, I will destroy the village. With that he was gone. Anko punched the ground with her good hand. He wants Sasuke. He's trying to separate him from Naruto. He's trying to make Naruto fail. But, what is he planning? The worst part of all this was she couldn't help Naruto. She didn't know how to undo seals. And right now, she was wishing she did. A few hours later, she left the council chamber room. Anko's hand was bandaged along the way. This was more important than her health. She had just given the Hokage, the council, and several Jonin a full report on what had happened in the Forest of Death. Several of them didn't believe her, and those that did believed that she was conspiring with her old sensei and was acting as his agent. After the yelling had ended, by the Hokage, he told Anko to get proper medical treatment. "Hokage," said one Jonin after she left the room, "how can you believe that she has actually severed all ties with Orochimaru?" "Anko Mitarashi isn't on trial here," said the Hokage in a stern tone. "She has delivered important information to us and we have no reason to suspect her." "What shall we do?" said Homura. "We will continue like nothing is wrong," said Sarutobi. "Orochimaru will make good on his threat, so we have no choice. We will, however, proceed on high alert." "But what about the Uchiha?" demanded a clan head as he slammed his hand on the ground. "Orochimaru will not endanger Sasuke," said Sarutobi. "What we do know that he has plans for the boy, so he will be fine." "His plans also include the Kyuubi vessel," said Koharu, hesitating in her choice of words. "If his plan also includes him, perhaps we should have him killed. For the safety of the village, of course. Perhaps we should also do that to Sasuke," said the Hokage with anger in his voice. "After all, Sasuke is also in his plans. This shut them up, for now at least." As Kakashi left the meeting, he was intercepted by Danzo. "A word, Kakashi?" asked Danzo. Kakashi nodded and walked over to him. "I was wondering if you wouldn't mind helping the Uchiha during the 1-month intermission. Perhaps you could teach him the Chidori." "Why should I?" asked Kakashi, not looking up from his book. "Sure, Sasuke Uchiha is the most promising shinobi out of the bunch. However, why should I give him one of my jutsus?" "Because he is the only one who can handle it," said Danzo. "I know all about the flaw about the Chidori. Only those with the Sharingan can use it safely. Also, imagine him using it on the Kyuubi brat, the son of your sensei. I know how much you resented him. Having Sasuke defeat his son with your jutsu would be the ultimate payback." "Well," said Kakashi as he turned a page, "maybe I will teach him the Chidori. My sensei never did appreciate my skill." With that, Kakashi walked away. As he did, he thought about his genin days to his last mission with Obito. Arashi had always treated them equally and never showed them any special treatment, which pissed off Kakashi. Everyone else always praised him for his skills, but never Arashi. In fact, when he created the Chidori, the first thing his sensei did was forbid him from using it. And when he got his Sharingan, Arashi wanted him to have it removed. He never took the chance to get back at his sensei while he was alive, but there was always his son. The first thing that Rin had done after the attack was take her teammates to shelter. She that found it in a hollowed tree. Once there, she began to look over her teammates with her medical knowledge. Seeing that Sasuke looked like he was more in danger, she started with him. He was running a very high fever and seemed to be in intense pain. Pity he can't stay that way. Using some of the water she brought and some of her medical supplies, she was able to cool him down a bit. Naruto's case was a bit different. The problem was with his chakra. Everything had gone haywire. The reason he was out was because his body was now trying to adjust to the problems. It was used to dealing with 2 chakra pathways, not 1. Now, he would have to relearn his chakra control. "Control my ass," said Rin under her breath. One thing was for sure, and that was it was going to be a long night. Outside, 3 figures were watching them. They were the Sound Nins. "Can we go now?" asked Zaku. He had a murderous gleam in his eyes and an eagerness to please Orochimaru. "No," said Dosu with a sigh. "I don't see why we have to wait," said Kin. "They seem weak right now. It would be so easy right now." "We wait because Orochimaru said so," said Dosu in a serious tone. "Those are our orders. Do not forget them." It was the next morning and Rin felt like hell. She had gotten by on only a few minutes of sleep every hour. 5 minutes here and another 5 minutes later. She knew that she was being watched and was wondering why they didn't attack. In the end, she decided that they were waiting for her to fall asleep or wait until she was too tired to fight back. She looked down at her patients. Sasuke looked a bit better than Naruto at this point. However, they both looked like they would awaken within the hour or the next. Sudden movement caught her eye. She turned to see a squirrel running towards her. At first she relaxed and then tensed when she noticed the exploding note on it. She threw a kunai that landed in front of it and it ran away. A few moments later the sound team appeared. "I'm impressed that you were able to see the note," said Dosu as he pulled up his sleeve to expose his gauntlet. "If you move, we'll only kill Sasuke." "I won't let that happen," said Rin as she got up and walked out of the tree. "He's my teammate and I won't just sit back and let you kill him. You'll have to get past me to get to him. And to get to my youthful comrade," said a voice above the, "you will have to defeat me." They all looked up and saw Lee, in his green spandex glory, horror of course, with the squirrel of his shoulder. Lee jumped down and landed between them. "Are you the unyouthful people who attached an explosive note to this youthful squirrel?" "Ah, yes," said Zaku. "So what? It's just a dumb animal." "Then I promise that you will pay," said Lee as he went into his good guy pose. Everyone's eyes twitched when the squirrel imitated Lee's good guy pose. The squirrel then jumped off his shoulder and ran into the tree hole where Naruto and Sasuke slept. "Very well," said Dosu. "At least when I kill you, I will never have to look at that awful green outfit again." He charged at Lee and prepared to punch him. Lee countered this by pulling up a large root to act as a wall. The physical attack missed but Lee still fell to his knees. "How?" asked Lee. His vision was blurry and his other senses were weakened. "My melody arm sends a supersonic sound right into ear and I can control it," said Dosu simply. Rin then felt 3 more chakra signatures. She turned her attention to them and realized that it was Team 10. They were crouching behind some bushes watching the whole thing. Rin let out an annoyed sigh and threw a kunai in their direction. "Hey," she said, "how about you 3 watch over Naruto and Sasuke while I help out guys mini-me?" "Sasuke's hurt," cried Ino as she jumped up and raced towards him. "Shikamaru, Choji, get your asses over here and protect Sasuke." Shikamaru and Choji slowly got up and followed. One was complaining about troublesome women and the other was still munching on chips. Rin watched this and sweat dropped. Rin collected her thought and faced off against Zaku and Kin. Kin made the first move as she raised some Senbon needles and prepared to throw them. Rin saw this and yelled, "Sanejishu." Snakes shot out of her sleeve and wrapped around her opponent, who was shocked. "That takes care of one pest," said Rin as she turned her full attention on Zaku. She charged at him and the two began to exchange blow after blow in close-ranged combat. Back with Lee and Dosu, Lee was having trouble. With every swing of Dosu's arm, the worse his senses became. It didn't happen every time, but it was enough to throw off his fighting style. He decided to use the jutsu that he was going to use on Sasuke at the beginning of the exam. Collecting what was left of his senses, Lee dashed at Dosu and appeared in front of him. He delivered a powerful kick into Dosu's gut and sent him flying high into the air. Lee followed it up with his shadow leaf dance as his bandages came undone and began to circle around his opponent. As they began to spin towards the ground, Lee shouted, "Primary Lotus." Zaku, seeing his teammate in trouble, broke away from Rin and slammed both of his hands into the ground. He then sent an air pressure wave in the direction of the falling duo and softened the earth. When they hit the ground, Lee pulled himself away at the last moment and rolled out to avoid a majority of the damage. Dosu was able to stand, thanks to his teammate. "Thank you, Zaku," said Dosu as he saw Lee gasp. "Hey," yelled Kin, "how about a little help here?" Her teammates ignored her. Lee tried to get up, but the effects of his attack and from Dosu's melody arm had taken their toll on his body. His vision was now shot and he felt like vomiting. He was done. Dosu saw his chance to finish Lee off for good. He charged at Lee, but before he could swing his arm he was kicked in his side by Rin. He was sent flying in the direction of Zaku and landed on top of him. "Damn you," said Dosu as he got up. He then realized that something was missing. He raised his sleeve and realized that his melody arm was missing. He raised his head to a grinning Rin who held his melody arm in one hand and the earth scroll in the other. "But how?" yelled Zaku as he pointed at Rin. Nobody had seen her do it. "Not only did it take these, but I also got some stuff from Air Tube Boy," said Rin as she set down the melody arm and scroll. She then began to pull out the items she took. Ika Ika Paradise, a picture of Orochimaru, and I'm not even going to ask about the lipstick. Shut up," said Zaku as his face turned red out of embarrassment. Zankaha. Rin saw the attack coming and at the last moment created an earth wall and attempted to block the attack. Sadly, the wall didn't hold and she and the stuff she stole were thrown against a tree. Dosu and Zaku began to move towards Rin until they felt a powerful chakra spike. They turned towards its direction and saw it was coming from Sasuke, who was now standing up. He had weird black flame marks across his body and purple chakra coming from his body. Team 10 backed away from his when he looked up at them. He had an evil, insane look in his eyes. He then disappeared and reappeared in front of Kin, who was still wrapped in snakes, and slit her throat with a kunai. "Bastard!" yelled Zaku as he raised his hands. Zankakyokua. When the attack ended, destroying much of the landscape, he smirked. That smirk was short-lived as Sasuke grabbed his head in a headlock. In a quick motion, he snapped his neck. "Pathetic," said Sasuke as he spat on the body of the fallen Sound Nin. Now, he turned his attention to the last one. Dosu was scared. He didn't have his melody arm and didn't know any other jutsus. What was worse, he knew what Sasuke had. But, he thought, Orochimaru only gives the cursed seal to his most loyal followers. Why did he give it to the Uchiha and then tell us to fight him? "Time to die," said Sasuke suddenly. Grand Fireball Jutsu. Dosu was hit by the Fireball Jutsu and incinerated. Sasuke looked dissatisfied by his last 3 kills. He wanted to kill more. "Hey Tem," said the voice of Naruto. Everyone turned to see the blonde was now standing. Or at least trying to. "You look like shit. Why don't you lie down and have someone look over you? The Sound bastards are dead, so calm down." Something about the blonde's words seemed to reach Sasuke and his marks retreated back to the seal. Sasuke fell to the ground and began to breathe hard. Team 10 and Rin were shocked at how easy this had been. Team 10 decided to leave, not wanting to be around Sasuke for the moment. Of course Ino was the exception. As she left, she was going on about how great Sasuke was. "So, we have an earth scroll," said Sasuke when he noticed it with Rin while she was healing him. "All right," cheered Naruto, who was sitting next to him. "That means we are done." "Shut it dope," said Sasuke angrily. "Naruto, our heaven scroll was destroyed yesterday in our fight," said Rin. Before Oro, the grass nin left, he destroyed the scroll. Naruto looked shocked for a moment and then smiled at her. He reached into his jacket and pulled out the heaven scroll he had looted from the rain nin yesterday. "Lucky you have me," he said. A few hours later Team 7 entered the tower in the center of the forest. Following the instructions that they were given, they opened the scrolls and Iruka appeared in front of them. "Wow," he said as he looked at them. "You guys did very well. You are the 4th team that has arrived at the tower and it's only the 2nd day of the exam." "Who are the other teams?" demanded Sasuke. "Well," said Iruka, Team 8 got here yesterday. Along with them is the Sand and Rock team. Now, I would like to explain the meaning of the passage behind me." He paused for a moment as the genins looked it over really quickly. Heaven represents the mind and earth is the body. So, if you are strong and need more mental power, meditate and train your mind. If you are smart but are physically weak, train your body. Just then, Anko and Kakashi walked into the room. "Sasuke," said Kakashi, "please follow me. I need to have you looked over." Sasuke looked at his sensei and she indicated that he follow him. Once they were gone, Anko looked at both of them. "How are you?" she asked. "I'm okay," said Rin. "I'm just a bit tired." Anko nodded and then looked at Naruto. "I think I feel okay," said Naruto. "My charka feels a bit different but that's all." "I see," said Anko. "Well, we'll have to do something about that. We have 3 days till this part of the exam is over and we can't leave. So, I'll do my best to help with your control and I'll even teach you a new wind jutsu." "All right," cheered Naruto. The next 3 days would be great. Or so he thought. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.